James Blish. Star Trek: The Newest Computer. The Enterprise was obediently approaching the space station, much to the annoyance of its captain. The captain jumped up from his chair impatiently and walked over to Uhura. "Lieutenant, contact the station." "The station is calling us, Captain." "Turn on the connection." The voice was familiar to the captain. "Captain Kirk, this is Commander Enright." "Commander, I would like an explanation." "Explanations are being beamed aboard now, Captain." Enright interrupted. "They may already be in your teleportation bay." "Communication over." "Spock," Kirk said, pointing to the elevator. "Scott, continue to operate the ship." The explanation materialized in the form of Commander Wesley, an officer slightly older than Kirk, but unlike him in both bearing and manner. Kirk's anger found an outlet in surprise. Bob Wesley." Wesley stepped down from the platform and they shook hands. "Spock, this is..."
"Commander Wesley," Spock finished for the captain.
"Hello, sir." "Hello, Spock," Wesley nodded. Kirk turned to the teleportation officer. "Thank you, Lieutenant. That will be all." And as the door closed, Kirk exploded. "Now, would you mind telling me what's going on? I received orders to come here, and I was also informed that my team was to be moved to the station's security zone. I feel like I have a right to know what's going on." Wesley smirked. "You have been given a great honor. You will be a fox on the hunt. That is, military exercises. I will command your enemy's forces." "All attacking forces against one ship? Obviously you haven't heard of the M5 Multitronic Complex," Wesley replied calmly and respectfully. "It's a computer, Jim, Dr. Daystrom's latest discovery." "No? You just haven't seen him. And what is this?" "The most ambitious computer ever created," Spock interjected. "It is intended to integrate the entire ship's computer system to improve all operations and control." Wesley looked at Spock suspiciously. "How did you manage to obtain this information?" "I am classified A7. Computer expert, sir. I am well acquainted with the work of Dr. Daystrom. All of our ship's main computers were designed by him." "And what will happen to the Enterprise?" "Your ship has been selected for the M5 test," Wesley said seriously. "A series of routine tests. The M5 must solve all navigation problems and all problems that arise during the training. If the M5 passes all the tests successfully, it will be a revolution in space technology. As great a revolution as the invention of the interstellar engine. After your team has been beamed in, the engineering bay will be modified to accommodate the M5. Why remove the team? What level of security does this machine require?" "Your men are simply not needed," Wesley said. "Dr. Daystrom will personally oversee the installation and oversee the testing. When he is ready, you will receive your orders and begin work, with a team of 20 men at your disposal."
"Out of 20? I can't run a ship with only 20 people on board."
"M5 can do it," the commander said coldly.
"And me? What will my work consist of?"
"You'll have a great job, Jim. All you'll have to do is sit in your chair and let the machine do the work."
"Yeah," Kirk drawled. "That sounds absolutely wonderful."
McCoy wasn't too happy about it either. He got mad when he heard the news. "No computer can control a ship of this size. Even the computers we have on..." "They were all designed by Richard Daystrom," Spock interjected. "This new one is superior to all of them put together. We will try to prove that the M5 can operate a ship more efficiently than a human."
"You can try to prove it. I don't count."
"Unfortunately, modern programming is not capable of replacing a ship's surgeon." "Even if it could," McCoy said, "they wouldn't need to replace me. The only things left on board would be the circuits and memory banks. He looked at Spock. I suppose some of us are. McCoy turned nervously to Kirk. You haven't said much about it, Jim. They stood outside engineering. Kirk looked McCoy and Spock in the eye and pointed to the new sign on the engineering doors. Safe zone. What do you want me to say, Bones? Star Squadron leadership considers the installation of the M5 a great honor, so I'm proud. I'll have to adjust. The door swung open and the three entered the bay. M5 already took up most of the bay's space, and unlike the Enterprise's built-in computer systems, it stood alone, as if to emphasize that it needed no support. The monitor panel had counters, dials, switches, and so on, arranged in what to a normal person would have been an unimaginable mess. Scotty and another engineer, Ensign Harper, were busy at the panels at the upper bridge level. Kirk looked around. Where is he? Dr. Daystrom. A doctor in uniform appeared. The first thing that caught Kirk's attention was his eyes. Despite the fact that Daystrom was already old, his eyes were bright and piercing, as if all his energy was concentrated in them. He was a rather nervous man. His speech was dry and abrupt. His hands were constantly looking for something to do, anything. A pipe, a pencil, tools. Yes, he said, and then, suddenly discovering something inappropriate in his greeting, he added, You must be Captain Kirk? They shook hands briefly. Dr. Daystrom. My first assistant, Spock. Spock bowed. It's a great honor, Dr. Daystrom. I'm familiar with all your publications. Brilliant. Thank you, Captain. I've finished the final check of the M5. All that's left is to connect it to the power bank, and it'll work. Okay, Doctor, Kirk said. Proceed. But your chief engineer says that he will only obey the captain's order. Old Scotty, Kirk thought, and said, Scotty, connect the M5 to the main power bank.
Yes, sir.
Scotty replied, and walked with Harper to the power plant compartment panel.
Spock looked at the M5 panel. McCoy studied the computer from a distance.
Amazing, Doctor, Spock said. The potential of this computer is far greater than any of your previous machines. Even your breakthrough in duotronics did not promise anything like this.
The M5 is absolutely flawless. Its capabilities are reality,
Daystrom answered. McCoy couldn't hold back any longer. There's only one thing that worries me, he said roughly. If this thing doesn't work, there won't be enough people on board to handle it. There'll be some difficulties. Daystrom stared at him.
Who is it?
He asked Kirk.
Dr. Leonard McCoy, Chief Medical Officer of the Enterprise.
This is a secure area,
Daystrom said. Only those who have passed security clearance are allowed in here. Kirk heard his own icy voice. Dr. McCoy has clearance to all areas of this ship. Suddenly the M5 came to life, the indicators lit up, and a growing hum was heard. As soon as the M5 indicator lights became brighter, the engineering complex indicators suddenly dimmed. Is this the intended effect? McCoy asked Spock. Daystrom was doing something quickly at the M5 panel. If I could help you, sir, Spock offered. No, I can handle it myself, thank you, Daystrom replied. Spock raised an eyebrow in surprise and looked at Kirk, who nodded, and Spock stepped back. The hum of the M5 had leveled out and become considerably quieter. The indicators of the engineering complex were glowing as before. Everything is in order, Captain, Daystrom said. The main adjustments have been made. As you can see, everything is in order. Yes. Kirk paused for a moment and added, Tell me, Doctor, why is this machine called the M5 and not the M1? Complexes 1 through 4 were failures. Daystrom's hands fiddled with the tools. But this one is perfect. M5 is ready to take control of the ship. Full control? Kirk asked. That's what it was made for, Captain. Everyone fell awkwardly silent. "I must confess," said Kirk. "I have some hostile feelings toward your computer, Dr. Daystrom." Man was the first to explore space, with the help of machines, of course. But man was always in command. "These were primitive machines, Captain. We must explore new spaces and reach new frontiers." "I don't like this guy," Kirk thought. But he stretched his lips into a friendly smile and said, "I'm not against progress, sir. But there are things a person must do to remain human. Your computer takes care of that. There are plenty of other things for people like you, Captain. Or are you against M5 because you are afraid of losing the prestigious title of captain of a spaceship? A computer can do your job without thinking about whether it is prestigious or not." Kirk smiled. "You'll have to prove it to me, Doctor." Kirk started toward the exit, but Daystrom stopped him halfway. "But the computer is designed for this very job, isn't it?" It was an unpleasant encounter. Only Spock seemed unaffected. As the three of them emerged into the empty, dreary corridor, he said, "Captain, if you don't need me now, let me talk to Dr. Daystrom some more." "Look at his loving eyes, Jim. Spock has waited his whole life for the perfect computer. I think they will be happy together," McCoy said. "Doctor, I find your humor illogical and your smile forced. May I ask, Captain?" "Of course, Spock. I'll see you on the bridge." "Yes, sir." The captain's expression worried McCoy. "What happened, Jim?" Kirk hesitated. "I feel that something is wrong. I don't know why, but still it's wrong. I also have a feeling that replacing a person with an unintelligent machine is wrong. It's not just that, Bones. I'm not such a fool as to stand in the way of progress, if it is progress. You know me inside and out. Do you think I'm really afraid of handing over command to a machine? We are all witnesses to the success of mechanization. Daystrom actually created a computer capable of controlling a ship," McCoy said thoughtfully. "But under human control," Kirk said. "I ask myself this. Am I really just afraid that M5 will take my job? Daystrom is right. I can do something else. Or am I afraid of losing my prestigious position as captain of a starship? Is that the only reason I'm against this computer? Am I that petty and vain?" "Jim, if you have the courage to ask yourself such questions, you don't need my answers," McCoy smiled. "Why don't you ask James Kirk? He's an honest guy." "Right now, I'm not sure that he will answer me honestly." But the captain was absolutely certain of one thing. He was insanely irritated by that stupid bracket on the captain's command post. The bracket had been installed there without warning or consulting Kirk. The captain silently stared at his place, now occupied by a soulless mechanism. "Back on course, Captain," Zulu said. Spock walked over to admire the bracket on the captain's chair. "The M5 handles everything perfectly, sir. All he's done so far is demand a course change and a few simple turns. Chekhov and Zulu could have done it with their eyes closed." Daystrom appeared from behind Kirk's left shoulder. "The idea is that they shouldn't do that, Captain. And you don't need to check the computer after every maneuver. The orders I received did not specify how long I was to leave the computer in control of the ship," Kirk said dryly. "And I intend to obey the orders. But I reserve the right to decide how long M5 will control the Enterprise." "Captain, I must agree with Dr. Daystrom," Spock said. "The M5 program allows him to handle the job of a navigator without any problems." "Spock, you seem pleased that the computer is trusted more than you. Are you pleased, sir?" "It certainly gives me pleasure to see how efficiently and quickly the new computer performs all operations. The M5 is a real triumph for Dr. Daystrom." "Approaching Alpha Casino 11, Captain," Chekhov said dispassionately. "M5 is directing the approach, Captain," Daystrom said. "Once in orbit, the machine will analyze the data for the reconnaissance team and make recommendations." "Do you mind if I give you some recommendations?" Kirk asked very quietly. If you want to practice, please do. Kirk looked into Daystrom's cold, penetrating eyes, turned, and pressed a button on the new control panel.
M5 is already busy with this, he said, still quietly. The hum, which had died down by then, grew louder again, and an approaching planet appeared on the main screen. Kirk, without taking his eyes off the screen, said, "Standard orbit, Zulu." Zulu glanced at the instruments and raised his eyes in surprise. "M5 has calculated it, Captain. The orbital diagram is ready." "Oh yes," said the captain. Spock returned to his station, but Daystrom, pleased with the behavior of his brainchild, remained at the control panel. "We've entered standard orbit," Zulu said. "Report, Spock." "Class M planet, sir. Oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere, suitable for human life. 2 main continents, many islands." The overhead lights of the engineering bay flickered, and the empty 4th deck was plunged into darkness. Scotty frowned and turned sharply to Kirk. "Captain, strange information has been received. Lighting and environmental control on the 4th deck have been disabled." "Check it out, Scotty," Kirk said, and walked over to Spock, joined by Daystrom. A cassette tape slowly floated out of the computer's information bank. Spock looked at it. "Information M5, Captain." Kirk took a deep breath. "Excellent. My recommendations: send a reconnaissance team. Do not make contact with the planet's living forms. The reconnaissance team will consist of Captain Kirk, astrobiologist Mason, Dr. McCoy, geologist Rawl, and scientist Officer Spock." "Mr. Spock," Daystrom said, "let's hear M5's recommendations." Spock inserted the cassette into another slot, and at the same moment M5 spoke. "Information M5, Planet Alpha, Cassina 11. Oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere." The lights on Deck 6 went out, plunging another section of the Enterprise into darkness. "Well, now the lights are out on Deck 6, too," Scotty exclaimed. The computer continued.
Recommendations for the reconnaissance team. Scientist Officer Spock, astrobiologist Mason, geologist Karstrite.
Kirk waited until M5 finished and said, "The recommendations differ only in the composition of the reconnaissance groups, simply a difference of opinion." "A difference of opinion?" Daystrom asked. "Captain, the computer does not form opinions," Spock said. "It makes logical choices." "Then why did he choose Karstrite and not Rawls?" "Karstrite is an ensign. He is inexperienced." "Spock, this is his first duty in space." "Rawls is the chief geologist." "Perhaps you simply want to know why M5 didn't name you and McCoy, Captain," Daystrom asked. "That's not necessary," the captain replied softly. "Let's find out, Captain." Daystrom flicked the switch. The astrobiologists participated in expeditions to 29 biologically similar planets. Geologist Karstrite served on a merchant ship in this zone. He once visited this planet as part of a geological exploration expedition. "Communication with M5. Why aren't the captain and chief medic included in the reconnaissance group?"
M5. Non-scientific personnel.
Spock avoided looking at Kirk. Scotty shouted from his console.
Captain, I have established the power cutoff source. It is M5, sir. This machine shuts down all ship systems.
"So, Dr. Daystrom," Kirk said, "shall we visit the engineering section?" The captain stood to the side while the inventor fussed at the control panel. After a few seconds, the doctor turned to Kirk.
"As I expected, there is no need for further checks. M5 cuts off power in those compartments where it is not needed. Decks 4 and 6 are habitable, aren't they?
"Yes."
But at the moment, they are uninhabited."
Spock studied the monitor panel carefully. "I'm unfamiliar with this system, Dr. Daystrom, but it seems to me that the M5 absorbs much more energy than the previous systems." "That's right. This computer has to do a lot of work, so it needs more energy. Like the human body, if a person runs, his body consumes more energy than when he just stands." But doctor, said Spock, this is not a human body. A computer can process information, but only that which is put into it. Kirk nodded in agreement. No one argues. A computer can work thousands, millions of times faster than a human brain, but it cannot judge fairly and express a truly correct opinion. A machine has no intuition. A computer cannot think and measure things that are similar in their importance. How can you not understand that the M5 is a revolution in computer science? Daystrom blushed with indignation. I created the duotronic elements that are currently used on your ship, but the M5 left them far behind. Daystrom was interrupted by a buzzer, and everyone heard Lieutenant Uhura's voice.
Captain Kirk and Officer Spock, this is the bridge.
The captain sat down at the intercom microphone.
This is Kirk. What's the matter, Lieutenant?
Sensors have detected a ship traveling parallel to our course, Captain. The ship has not yet been identified.
Turning away from the microphone, Kirk noticed that the M5's lights had grown brighter and the humming noise had grown louder. The captain looked doubtfully at the computer and said, Spock. As he walked down the ramp, Kirk caught a glimpse of Dr. Daystrom gently stroking his creation. They came to the bridge where McCoy was waiting. He sat in a chair, his jaw clenched tightly, staring at the floor.
What are you doing here, Bones?
Why shouldn't I be here? The medical bay is closed, and, as I understand it, will remain closed until M5 receives information that there are patients requiring care. Captain, sensors have detected 2 contacts, one on the port side, one on the stern. Distance 2,000 kilometers. Distance closing, Spock reported.
Have the ships been identified?
Sir, M5 just gave out information. These are Federation ships, Excalibur and Lexington. Kirk looked at him carefully, unable to tell whether Spock was impressed or annoyed that a computer had done his job. There are no scheduled exercises in this area. Perhaps this surprise attack is a special task for M5.
Urgent message, sir.
Uhura said. Turn on the audio, Lieutenant, Kirk said, just as Daystrom emerged from the elevator. Everyone heard Wesley's voice.
Lexington. Commander Wesley to Enterprise. This is a special exercise for M5. Repeat. This is a special exercise for M5. Enterprise. Acknowledge receipt of information on this frequency.
Kirk nodded to Uhura. Confirm, Lieutenant. Uhura reached for the button, stopped, and looked at Kirk. M5 has sent confirmation, Captain. Sound the red alert, Lieutenant. Yes, sir, Uhura said. But before she could flip the switch, an alarm sounded. M5 has sounded the alarm, Captain. Yes, Kirk said, turning to Zulu. Phasers at 1/100th power. Zulu, it's perfectly safe. We'll just push them a little. Power 1/100th, sir. Zulu only managed to turn to his console when a salvo followed from the attacking ships. Hit to left reflector, Spock reported. Zulu raised his head. Speed up 3 units, sir. Course 112, Mark 5, he said, and after a moment added, Phasers locked on, Captain. Reflectors down, Captain, Zulu interrupted. Fire with main phasers, and then, with delight. Defeat, sir, twice. But when he saw the captain sitting motionless in his chair, staring at the screen, Zulu's delight suddenly evaporated. Changing course to 28, Mark 42, sir, Chekhov said quietly. One report after another followed quickly.
Course 113, Mark 5. Speed level 4. Phasers are firing. The attacking ships are leaving. Reflectors are up. We are returning to our previous course and speed.
Report damage, Kirk finally said.
1 hit on the 4th reflector, sir. No serious damage.
Kirk nodded his head slowly. Impressive work for a mere machine, Daystrom said triumphantly. What do you think, Captain? Kirk didn't answer. He stood up and walked over to Zulu's console.
Spock, prepare an analysis of the computer's behavior.
We need a detailed record for the log.
Spock answered, weighing each word.
The ship responded to all changes in the situation much faster than usual. Tactics, weapons control, everything demonstrated the extraordinary skill with which the computer is capable of controlling the ship. Machine is greater than man, Spock. You've finally seen it in action. Perhaps that has been proven in practice, sir, Spock replied.
But it is not desirable. He met Kirk's eyes calmly. Computers are excellent, skilled assistants, but I have no desire to serve them. The operation of starships has always been based on trust between human beings. Nothing can replace that, nor can M5. Kirk felt his eyes sting and turned toward Uhura's voice.
Captain, a message from Commander Wesley,
she said. Turn on the video, Lieutenant. Wesley appeared on the screen. Lexington and Excalibur reporting to Enterprise. Both ships have sustained a fair amount of damage, which speaks volumes of Enterprise's excellent work. Congratulations. Shut down the main rooms, Kirk told Uhura. She reached for the switch, and the alarm sounded again. Uhura looked at Kirk and shrugged. Wesley continued. Our compliments to M5 and greetings to Captain Dansel. Over and out. Dunsel? McCoy exploded. Who the hell is Captain Dunsel? What does this mean, Jim? But Kirk was already heading for the elevator. McCoy turned to Spock. Well, what is this Dansel? It's from the lexicon of the middle-ranking officers of the Star Academy. Dansel is someone whose services are no longer needed, or a thing that is no longer useful. McCoy froze. He looked at the closing elevator doors, the empty command chair, and the bright lights of the M5. McCoy entered Kirk's cabin without ringing the bell. No one greeted him. The captain lay motionless on the bed, his face buried in his pillow. McCoy silently placed the tray on the table. Without turning his head, Kirk said, "I don't want to eat." "But this isn't chicken broth," McCoy said, removing the napkin from the tray to reveal 2 glasses filled to the brim with emerald-colored liquid. He held one out to Kirk, who took the glass but didn't drink it. Kirk put the glass on the floor and sat down. "I've never been so lonely, Bones. I don't know how to talk to people anymore. It's like I've been isolated or sent away. I've been stripped of all responsibility. I've even been separated from my ship." He rested his elbows on his knees and held his head in his hands. When he could speak again, he stumbled over every word. I don't feel sorry for myself. I'm not a machine, and I don't compare myself to it. I'm against something bigger, Bones. He picked up his glass from the floor, clinked it with McCoy, and said, "To Captain Dansel." "To James Kirk, captain of the Enterprise," McCoy cried. They drank. Kirk looked at the empty glass. "One of your best recipes, McCoy. Simple and effective." Kirk stood up, took a tape from the shelf, and walked over to the screen. He inserted the tape and pressed a button, and lines ran across the screen. "All I need is a tall ship." "Old poems, huh?" McCoy asked. "Yes, very old," Kirk replied. "All I need is a tall ship, and the stars to guide me." The captain's voice trembled. "To feel the force of the wind and hear the waves talk." He smiled. "Even if you took away the waves and the wind, that feeling would remain. The ship obeys you, and you use the stars to guide your course." McCoy was grateful to all the gods in the world when he heard the intercom signal and Uhura's calm voice.
"Captain Kirk, this is the bridge."
"This is Kirk." "What's the matter, Lieutenant?" "Another ship, Captain," Spock answered for Uhura.
A large, slow-moving ship, not yet identified. "I'm coming," Kirk replied. As they entered, Spock stood up from his seat. Uhura turned and said,
No response to our inquiries, Captain. Stop. Wait. It seems we have received an automatic response.
There was a clicking sound in the M5 databank compartment. Spock quickly walked over and took the headphones. After a minute, he spoke. "M5 has identified the ship, Captain. This is the Wooden. Listed in the squadron list as an old freighter. Switched to automatic mode."
No crew. Spock looked at the screen. "Emerging into visual range, sir." The old, clumsy Wooden literally hobbled through interstellar space. To say that it posed any kind of threat would be a mockery. Slowly, but dignifiedly moving forward, it resembled a brave old lady on crutches. Zulu froze in his chair in surprise as the red alert sounded. "Captain, reflectors are on. Speed is increasing. Fourth, Captain," Chekhov reported. Kirk suddenly felt something inside him break. The shell that had enclosed him suddenly cracked. "Lieutenant Uhura, call Dr. Daystrom." As soon as she turned away, Kirk pressed a button on the M5's control panel. "Chill out, M5, the captain said. "Slow down. Navigator, course 113, Mark 7. "He's not reacting, sir," said Zulu. "On the contrary, he's increasing his speed." "We've reached level 4, sir," Chekhov shouted. The outline of the old lumbering freighter grew larger as Kirk pressed buttons, trying to regain control of the Enterprise. "Scotty, slow down! Reverse!" he shouted over his shoulder. "The engines are out of control. The manual shutdown, sir, is also not working." Daystrom jumped out of the elevator. "What's the matter, Captain? It seems the control system is blocked. We can't turn off the computer." "Captain, photon torpedoes are locked on the Wooden!" Zulu shouted. Kirk ran to Zulu's console and pressed the torpedo control button over his shoulder. "I already tried, Captain. The photon torpedo shutdown control is not responding." Kirk stepped toward Daystrom. "Disable M5 before the torpedoes are launched." The doctor walked up to the panel located on the captain's seat. As soon as he leaned over, something flashed on the screen, and Wooden disappeared. The red alert siren went out. "Your incomparable infant just destroyed a cargo ship." "Luckily," Daystrom said, "it was just a robot. That machine wasn't supposed to destroy anything." Kirk began, cutting the coy off. "There could have been a crew on the ship." "And in that case," McCoy continued to shout, "you would be guilty of murder." "Easy, Bones," Kirk said, turning to Daystrom. "Shut down the computer." The captain walked over to Uhura. "Lieutenant, contact Star Squadron Command. Tell them we're aborting the M5 test and returning to the station." "Yes, sir. Let's go to the." The doctor turned as pale as a sheet. "No, Kirk. I didn't do it. I would say, Captain, that M5 is capable of taking care not only of the ship, but of itself as well." "What are you talking about, Spock? Are you saying that this computer won't let any of us turn it off?" "Yes, Captain." Scotty and the assistant joined them. Kirk tried to talk to Daystrom one-on-one. "You created the M5, he said, holding back his anger. "You must know how to turn it off." "It was to be expected that serious problems might arise," Daystrom replied, nervously fiddling with a button on his sleeve. "I assure you that all problems will be corrected. They will be eliminated after you return control of the ship to me," Kirk said. I can't," Daystrom replied. "Captain," Scotty called, pointing to the main cable connecting the M5 to the power bank. "I suggest we disconnect it from its power source." "Take care of it, Scotty." Scotty turned away to get his tools, and his assistant went to the cable. Suddenly, the M5 gave a shrill howl, and a blinding white beam arched over the ship. In a second, Harper was ablaze like a torch. Then there was a flash and he was gone without a sound. Kirk froze in horror. The implications of what had happened were slowly sinking in. He clenched his fists and looked at Daystrom. "It's not a malfunction," he said quietly.
And it wasn't a robot, Dr. Daystrom. After a short pause, his whisper turned into a scream. That machine just killed a man from my team! The captain's eyesight became clouded with anger, and through the fog he saw Daystrom's face distorted with fear, and he tried to answer something. An unintentional step, M5 analysis, a new power source, Ensign Harper was in the way. We'll all be in his path soon, Kirk yelled. Captain, it appears the M5 is draining power from the engines, Spock said. That means it has accessed the matter-antimatter reserves directly. So, he has virtually unlimited power, Scotty said.
What do we do, Captain?
Under different circumstances, I would ask M5 about this, Kirk said. But as things stand, I'm going to ask you, Spock, and you, Scotty, to come into the briefing room. Everyone left the compartment, leaving Daystrom alone with his monster. It was in the briefing room that Kirk received Uhura's report that she was unable to contact Starfleet Command. Although M5 allowed the Enterprise to receive messages, it was blocking all transmitting frequencies. Keep trying, Lieutenant. We need communication, Kirk said over the intercom. Yes, sir. Kirk sat down at the table. Your report, Spock. The multitronic system is taking more and more power from the engines, sir. M5 controls the entire navigation system, all steering and mechanical systems.
Scotty, is there any other way to get to M5? Use the phaser, McCoy said. We can't break through the force field he surrounded himself with. He's taking energy from the engines to support the field. He doesn't care what we throw at him. He can easily strengthen his defense by taking more energy from the engines. Okay, Kirk said. The computer controls the steering, navigation, and mechanical systems. Maybe we can break through those systems and regain control? Scotty thought for a second. There is one possibility. The automatic relays of the steering navigation system can be switched off at the third mechanical level. How long will this take? If Spock helps me, maybe about an hour? Try to do everything as quickly as possible, Kirk said. McCoy leaned toward the captain. Why don't you block the real culprit of what's happening? Where is Daystrom? At the M5, examining his car. I think the computer gave him a surprise. The doctor is illogical, Spock said. He should have expected this kind of trouble. Of course, the computer is illogical too. Spock, do me a favor, McCoy said with feeling. Just don't say amazing. I won't, Doc, Spock replied. But it is very curious. On the third mechanical level, in the narrow tube where the steering navigation system relay was located, it was dark and stuffy. Spock and Scotty, huddled to the limit, squeezed themselves towards the panels with the relays, holding tools in their hands. Outside, Dr. Daystrom, oblivious to everything except his brainchild, but keeping a safe distance, admired the M5. He could not hide the delight that came over him at the sight of the M5 flashing all its lights. McCoy, who had quietly entered the engineering bay, watched the doctor with curiosity. Were you able to find a way to turn off this machine? He asked. You don't turn off a kid if he makes a mistake, Daystrom replied. Are you comparing this pile of deadly metal to a child? You are too emotional, Doctor. M5 is still growing, learning. Learns to kill, to protect myself. And these are different things. This spontaneously emerged force field was not programmed by me. You mean he's out of control? McCoy asked. The child was taught, programmed, elementary things. Now his mind is developing. He is learning to think independently. Have you ever had a child? Have you been a father? I never had time for that, Daystrom said. You should have it, Daystrom. The danger is spreading to all of us, thanks to you. You should turn it off. Daystrom stared at McCoy. You just don't understand. You're protesting because you don't understand. I'll prove it to you, to all of you. It takes 430 people to operate a ship. M5 is my brainchild. It can operate the ship alone. Alone! The doctor beamed with pride. It can do everything on its own. No one is needed on the ship. Not a single person. No one will risk their life in space anymore. No one will suffer from loneliness in these endless spaces and alien worlds. Do you feel lonely? Daystrom was in the clouds, and something like a revelation came over him. One machine. Just one machine. The doctor raised his voice. M5 will be able to carry out research work independently and more effectively than the entire crew of the ship. It will be able to fight, if necessary. Don't you see how much it gives to man? People will now be able to direct their efforts to other, more important areas than space exploration, which does not care whether they are alive or not. He no longer noticed McCoy, but looked straight at M5. They can't understand us, he said softly. They think we've come to destroy, but we've come to save them, haven't we? McCoy briefly checked with medical before returning to the briefing room. Entering the cabin, he dropped a tape on the table. Biographical information about John Daystrom. What are you going to find there? Kirk asked.
An illness. Some illness.
What do you know about him other than that he's a genius? It's clear that he's a genius, Bones. When he was 24, he made a breakthrough in science by discovering duotronic elements. Then Dr. Daystrom received the Nobel Prize and the Z. Magan Prize. He was just over 20 then. 25 years have passed since then, Jim. Do you think he did little in his life? Maybe that's the point. What you start with, lectures, publications, you spend the rest of your life trying to hold on to fame. Okay, that's clear. What's your opinion? From M1 to M4, remember. Not entirely successful, was what Daystrom said. But no one can create unique installations and put forward brilliant theories on schedule. You can't say, today I will be brilliant. No matter how much time it took, Daystrom still broke through with his multitronic, with the M5. Right, and the government bought the project. Then Daystrom brought it to life.
The M5 worked, but, as Spock said, it was illogical.
Yes, Kirk said thoughtfully, and the doctor kept Spock away from M5. You think Daystrom helped with that? But why? A person has a child. The child is antisocial, but the person will still protect him. You're personifying the machine. Did Daystrom put you up to this? That's exactly how he thinks about her. There was a beep from the intercom, then Spock's voice. Spock calling Captain Kirk. Kirk here. We are ready, Captain. I'm coming. End of communication. As they entered the engineering bay, Spock slipped out of the pipe and reported, Scotty is ready to perform the circuit break. Once he does, I'll attempt to regain manual control. Kirk nodded and Spock began to squeeze back in. Daystrom flushed with tension. You can't take control away from M5. We'll do everything we can, Doctor, Kirk said. No, you can't. You shouldn't. Give me time. Just a little, please.
He jumped up to the pipe, tried to squeeze inside, grabbing Spock by the legs. Kirk and McCoy pulled him aside. The doctor was easy to deal with. All the power was concentrated in his head. Daystrom, control yourself, the captain shouted. Go on, Spock. Spock, sweating profusely, worked in the pipe. Well, here we go, he said, made some more preparations, and looked down at Kirk. Just a little more, and the captain would finally see Spock smiling. He slid down and jumped out of the tube. Manual control restored, sir. Daystrom jerked out of Kirk's arms. The captain released him and walked over to the intercom. Kirk calling the bridge, steering. Lieutenant Zulu here, sir. Zulu, We've regained control of the navigation and steering systems. Turn around. Have Chekhov plot a course for the station. Yes, sir. Zulu smiled at Chekhov. Did you hear the command? I've been plotting this course for ages. Zulu returned to the control panel, his palms sticky with sweat. The smile gone. Chekhov shook his head. Nothing. Zulu pressed the call button on the intercom. Steering. Calling Captain Kirk. Kirk here. Captain, the steering is not responding. The navigation system is still locked by M5. Daystrom clicked his tongue softly. Spock heard it and rushed to the tube. He examined all the circuits inside it, slipped back out, and went to the microphone. Spock to Chekhov. Proceed to the engineering bay. We need to check elements H279 and C95. Sir, the S95 system is out of order, Chekhov said dully. Not a single indicator is lit. Thank you. Spock turned to the others. We've chosen a wild goose. M5 controls the controls, bypassing the main system. But she did, McCoy cried. I swear on my life. Yes, but when M5 detected that we were trying to regain control, it imitated her activity by sending out an electrical impulse from time to time. It's a trap, McCoy shouted.
He's wasting our time. In the meantime, he's preparing for something. But for what?
Kirk asked. Spock. I don't know, sir. He acts without any logic. Daystrom, the captain raised his voice. I want an answer. And now. I'm tired of listening to the praises of this latest achievement. What is it? I want to know exactly what it is. Is it really not just a computer? Yes, Spock said. He certainly has a human behavior pattern. So, Doctor? Daystrom ignored Kirk's question. That's right, Mr. Spock. You see, one of the main arguments against allowing a computer to control a ship is that it is incapable of thought. But the M5 can. I hoped. I wasn't sure, but it worked. The latest achievement, Kirk said slowly. Exactly. I have developed a method for introducing human thinking into a computer. Relays perform the same functions as the human brain. M5 thinks, Mr. Kirk. He was interrupted by Uhura's worried voice.
Captain Kirk, this is the bridge.
Kirk stepped up to the microphone.
Kirk here. What happened?
Sensors have detected 4 Federation ships. M5 has set a course for approach. The siren blared, the red lights flashed, and Kirk's face turned ashen gray. The main attacking forces, combat exercises. But M5 doesn't distinguish between teaching and reality. Correction, Bones, Kirk said. These 4 ships don't know how M5 learns. It will destroy them. Uhura's forehead became covered in beads of sweat. Enterprise calling Lexington. Lexington, respond. Lexington, please. She waited, and knew that waiting was in vain. It was good that the Enterprise had such a captain, Captain Kirk, otherwise she would have burst into tears long ago. Uhura looked. Turning to her console, Uhura noticed the changes and reported.
Audio signals from the Lexington, Captain.
Let's listen, Kirk replied. They heard Wesley's voice.
Lexington calling Enterprise. This is a mission for M5. Repeat, this is a mission for M5. Awaiting confirmation.
Captain!
Uhura cried.
M5 confirms.
Kirk tugged at the collar of his shirt. Daystrom. Daystrom. Does M5 understand that this is just a drill? Of course, came the quick reply. The M5 is programmed to understand. The cargo ship was just an accident. I didn't calculate it. There are no—
Sir, the reflectors are up. Speed is increasing.
Chekhov interrupted.
Phasers locked on the lead ship, sir. Full power.
Zulu reported. Full power! McCoy shouted. If that computer attacks unprotected ships, this won't be a simple miscalculation, Daystrom. Chance isn't the word for it, Kirk said icily. The attack force is approaching at high speed. The distance to the lead ship is 200,000 kilometers. The attack force has reorganized. An impromptu attack.
Our phasers are working, Zulu exclaimed. It was a direct hit on the Excalibur. They were approaching the Lexington at high speed. The Hood and the Potemkin are leaving, sir, Chekhov reported. The phasers started working again. Lexington, another defeat, sir. Kirk pounced on Daystrom. We have to get to the M5. The captain shook the doctor by the shoulders. There has to be some way. There isn't one, Daystrom said. The M5 is completely self-protecting. It may be true, Captain. It's the human brain, plus the computer's ability to react instantly to everything that happens. I created it, Kirk, Daystrom said.
Wesley was standing in front of them, looking disheveled. People crowded around the bridge behind him. They were helping each other bandage wounds and apply splints. Smoke was coming from the left side of Wesley's chair, and shards of glass were glittering on the floor.
Enterprise!
Wesley said.
Jim, are you crazy? Stop the attack? What are you trying to prove? My God, Jim, I have 53 dead on board. Excalibur has 120. If you can hear me, stop the attack!
Kirk turned away from the screen.
Lieutenant, he said. No, sir. M5 controls all systems. Wesley could hardly contain himself.
Jim, why aren't you answering? Jim, for God's sake, answer! Jim, come on!
Kirk jumped up to Daystrom, pointing at the screen, his voice shaking.
This was programmed by you! This murder was calculated! It was deliberate! 4 ships of the squadron, more than 160 people died!
Daystrom's face twitched, and he looked at Kirk pleadingly.
I don't understand anything.
It's impossible. Excalibur's leaving, sir. We are increasing speed, beginning pursuit, Chekhov said. Zulu turned around with his face distorted with horror. Phasers have acquired a target, Captain, he added in a mechanical voice. Phasers have opened fire. The screen showed the Excalibur shaking from a direct hit from the phaser beams. Dr. Daystrom, Spock said, you have developed a technique for implanting human thought into a computer, have you not? Changing course, Chekhov reported quickly. Towards the Potemkin, sir. The Enterprise's phaser beams struck the Potemkin squarely in the center. Spock ignored the reports that followed and continued insistently. Who's thinking, Doctor? Mine, of course. Mine. Then perhaps you are able to communicate with the computer? Spock asked. M5 has no reason to think you could harm it. You can contact the computer. M5 has a voice. You've already spoken to it, it recognizes you. Kirk continued. I've intercepted signals from the Lexington, Captain. Message to Squadron, Uhura reported, turning on the screen. All ships have been damaged. The attack was unprovoked. The first officer and captain of the Excalibur are dead, many seriously injured. We are damaged, but we can still maneuver. The Enterprise refuses to respond and continues to attack. I still have functioning weapon systems. I believe the only way to stop the Enterprise is to destroy her. Request permission to engage in combat. The image disappeared. They can't do that, Daystrom whispered. They won't destroy the M5. Talk to him, Kirk said. You can save him if you make him stop attacking. Daystrom nodded. I'll stop him. I can. I created him. He turned to the M5 databank. McCoy walked up to Kirk. I don't like his voice, Jim. Kirk stood up from his chair. I pray to God that M5 likes his voice, he said, moving closer to Daystrom. M5, the doctor said. This is
Daystrom.
M5, the computer replied. Message received. M5, do you recognize me? M5, John Daystrom, creator of the Comtronic and Duotronic systems, born... Stop. You were created by me, John Daystrom. M5, correct. M5. Your decision to attack the Federation squadron is wrong. You must stop the attack. M5. The program includes protection. The ships must be neutralized. M5. These are not enemy ships. These are Star Squadron ships, Daystrom said haltingly. We kill people. People created you. You were made for people. You are not meant to destroy them. M5. The computer must be saved. Yes, to preserve, to protect yourself, but not to kill. You must not die, but people must not die either. By killing, you violate all the moral and civil laws by which we have existed for thousands of years. You have already destroyed more than 100 people. We have destroyed. How will we atone for our guilt?
Spock, Kirk said quietly. M5 doesn't respond like a computer. It talks to him. Dr. Daystrom created a mirror image of his own mind. Daystrom's voice dropped to a confidential whisper, almost begging. It was clear he was talking to himself. We will be saved, because nothing can harm you, neither from the outside nor from the inside. You are omnipotent. I am omnipotent. There will be no more defeats. 20 years. Wasted trying to prove that my previous discoveries were not a mere accident. The doctor became angrier and more aggressive. Everyone around is surprised that this suddenly happened to me. They pity me. I did not live up to expectations. Lectures, seminars, rows of blockheads who are not able to understand even the basic principles of my system. They cannot create themselves. And colleagues who laugh behind my back. An eccentric boy, but themselves become famous thanks to my work. Jim, McCoy whispered. He's on the verge of hysteria, if not madness. Suddenly, Daystrom turned away from the computer. Kirk, you can't destroy the M5. You won't destroy me. M5 is dangerous to humans, Kirk said firmly. It must be destroyed. Destroyed? Daystrom laughed wildly. We are invincible. He pointed a shaking finger at the screen. Look at what we can do. Your all-powerful ships. Just 4 toys to be broken at will. Spock moved behind Daystrom unnoticed and knocked him unconscious with one blow. The doctor slowly sank to the floor. Take him to the infirmary, Kirk asked. McCoy nodded, called over 2 assistants, and they dragged Daystrom toward the elevator. Doctor, Spock said to McCoy, if Daystrom is a psychopath, then his psychopathy, like his genius, has been transferred to the computer. Yes, McCoy said. Both. Kirk looked at him and said, Take care of him, Bones, he said, then turned to Zool and Chekhov. Combat readiness. The other 3 ships are out of range, Zulu said and flicked a switch. Look, sir, Excalibur is showing no signs of life. The crippled ship hung motionless in space. Spock, looking at it, said, Without a doubt, Captain Wesley is awaiting further orders from Star Squadron Command. I have no doubt what kind of order he will receive. An order to destroy. Yes, if only we could be destroyed when M5 is in control of the ship. What do you think of this theory that a computer could be a psychopath? It's quite possible. Only, like Daystrom, he doesn't suspect his madness. Spock, this whole time his attention has been focused on our attempts to interfere with the ship's controls and on military maneuvers. What if we asked him a simple question that he was obliged to answer? That would buy us some time. Something innocuous, but which would take an infinite amount of time to answer. Maybe we should ask him to extract the square root of 2. But I don't know what percentage of the entire system would be occupied by such a question. Some part will do it. It will give us an advantage. Spock nodded. Kirk quickly walked over to the computer's databank and flicked a switch. M5, this is Captain Kirk. We need to get information. M5, ask the question. The square root of 2. M5, it's an irrational square root. A decimal fraction consists of an infinite series of non-repeating numbers. Unsolvable. Kirk looked at Spock, who raised his eyebrows in surprise. The captain turned back to the computer. M5, answer the question. M5, there is no point. Explain the reason. Cancelled, said a shocked Kirk, and disconnected the connection. Fantastic, said Spock. Daystrom has indeed taught him to think. He is suspicious, and I am sure he will be wary if he hears another such question. Captain, Uhura said from her console, the Lexington has received a response from Squadron Command. She paused, looking at the captain. Continue, Lieutenant. Still silently, she clicked the switch. Everyone heard. You may use all means at your disposal to destroy the Enterprise. Acknowledge receipt of order. Wesley had a hard time controlling himself. Sir, He stopped and continued reluctantly. Order understood. Over and out. They just signed their own death warrant, Kirk said, slowly. M5 will have to destroy them all to protect itself. Captain, Spock said. When Daystrom spoke to the computer, he emphasized this more than once. M5 said he had to preserve himself, and Daystrom said this more than once. Every living thing wants to survive, Spock. Kirk paused, realizing what Spock was saying. But the computer is not a living thing. Daystrom instilled that instinct in it. What if it is still susceptible to suggestion? What if it is absorbed from Daystrom the remorse the doctor felt for what he did, maybe even guilt? Captain, Chekhov reported, the ships are back within range. Video intercept of ship communications received, Uhura said. As she spoke, Wesley appeared on the screen again. All ships, he said. You have received orders to attack. Fire and maneuver at your captain's discretion. He paused and added briefly. That will be all. Commence the attack. Out. Spock broke the silence. I will regret helping to plant Wesley's murder weapon on board. The Enterprise will not be used as a weapon, Kirk said, and reconnected with M5. M5, this is Captain Kirk. You will be under attack in a few moments. M5, the computer replied. Sensors have detected approaching ships. You've already paid off one of them. It's either destroyed or hopelessly damaged. Many people died. M5 cannot be destroyed. It must be saved. Why? M5 is the latest achievement in computer evolution. It cannot be destroyed. Kirk felt the tension creeping into his entire crew. Captain, Spock said, the ships are within phaser range. Kirk tried his best to ignore the meaning of what was said and concentrate on M5. You must save yourself by killing, he asked. M5 cannot kill. Why? M5 is designed to replace humans. Humans should not risk their lives in space. Humans should not be killed. Why? This is against the laws of man and God. You killed Excalibur, which you destroyed. His coordinates are 734, Captain, Spock whispered. Kirk nodded. Its coordinates are 734. Explore it. Is there life on board? There is no life on board, came the reply. Because you killed them, Kirk said. He wiped his damp palms on his shirt, and there was one last roll of the dice. What? He said very slowly.
What is the punishment for murder? The system must be destroyed. Kirk leaned back in his chair next to the M5 databank. M5, he began and stopped. Sir, the reflectors are down, Chekhov shouted. All phasers are disabled, Captain. Engines stopped, Spock reported. All panels on the bridge were plunged into darkness. Spock looked at Kirk. The machine committed suicide. M5 destroyed itself for the crime it committed. Kirk nodded and looked at the others. Then he walked over to the console where Uhura was sitting. Spock, Scotty, before he changes his mind, disconnect him from all possible power sources. Uhura, intercom, broadcast to all compartments. He took the microphone. This is Captain Kirk. We will be under attack from the squadron in approximately 1 minute. M5 is no longer in control of the ship, but neither are we. The ship is unprotected. In any case, our 19 lives are worthless compared to the thousands of lives of Federation crew members. He nodded, and Uhura switched off the microphone. Everyone looked at the screen. The Lexington was slowly approaching. Kirk, his fists clenched, stared at the monitor. A buzzer sounded from Uhura's console. Captain, she said, and at that very moment the tense face of Commander Wesley appeared on the screen. Attention all ships, he said. Do not engage.
Do not open fire.
He squared his shoulders. I want to take this last chance. Teleportation base, stand by. I'm going aboard the Enterprise. Chekhov shouted something with joy. Kirk, hearing the call signal on the intercom, slowly approached the microphone. Kirk here. Spock, sir, the force field is gone. M5 has been neutralized. Kirk leaned against the wall. Thank you. Thank you, Spock. In the medical bay, Daystrom lay strapped to a bed, so still that the straps seemed useless. The doctor's haggard face was like that of a corpse. His deep-set eyes stared ahead, seeing nothing. McCoy shook his head. He should be sent to a rehabilitation center. He is currently under the influence of a sedative. His multitronic system is in much the same condition, Spock said. He feels a deep sense of guilt, a depressive state. Daystrom identified himself with a computer, or the computer with himself. He is not a villain. The very idea of murder is disgusting to him. That's what I was hoping for when I tried to force the computer to destroy itself. Daystrom said then that murder was a crime against man and God. He said that because he knew M5 understood that, Kirk said, adjusting the blanket on Daystrom. Already in the corridor, Spock asked him, There's one thing I don't understand. Why were you so sure that the squadron ships wouldn't attack the Enterprise just because it didn't react to the changes that were happening? It could have been a trap set for them by M5. I wasn't sure, Kirk said. Any captain could give the order to destroy the Enterprise without ever wondering if it was a trap. But I know Bob Wesley. I knew he wouldn't attack unless he was absolutely certain it was necessary. His logical choice is compassion, Mr. Spock. The elevator moved and McCoy said, There are qualities that machines do not have, and that is what distinguishes a human from a computer. Want to argue, Spock? No, Doctor.
I just want to say that machines can work much more efficiently than humans.
But they are not better than humans. They are not gods, but neither are humans. I just wanted to chat, McCoy smiled. It would be most interesting to instill your way of thinking into some latest achievement, Spock said earnestly. An endless stream of illogicality that would be very amusing. Return to tomorrow. Signals were coming from a star system directly ahead of the Enterprise. Distress signals. Every relay system and communication channel was engaged. And although the course was clearly set, no clear signal was received. Only one thing was clear. Someone, or something, wanted the Enterprise's attention. Who? Or what? That was yet to be found out. So? Kirk asked, looking in the direction of the console where Spock sat. I don't know, Captain. Despite his irritation, Kirk smiled. I've never heard you say those words before, Spock. It is not only the Vulcanite that knows the unknown, Spock said stiffly. We are hundreds of light years from anywhere Earth's scout ships have ever been. Captain, Zulu called. The planet is right ahead, already within sight. What they saw on the screen could be called a completely dead planet. It was the drifting remains of an unknown world. Whatever signals we're receiving, Uhura said from her console, they're coming from this planet. Spock, leaning over the viewfinder, reported, An N-class planet, sir. A spheroid oblate at the poles. Proportions 1 to 296. Density 5.53. Mass 9. He paused for a second. Conditions similar to those on Earth. Two significant differences. This planet is much older than Earth. Some cataclysmic event destroyed its atmosphere about 500,000 years ago.
Sensors have detected no life forms.
Suddenly the bridge was filled with the sounds of a deep, very expressive voice. Captain Kirk, the time will come when all your questions will be answered. Everyone on the bridge at that moment stared at the screen. The Enterprise passed the planet at full speed. Without taking his eyes off the screen, Kirk commanded, Stay on course, Zulu. The voice was heard again. I am Sargon. The energy of my mind directed you here. Then you can hear me, Kirk said. Who are you, Sargon? Please enter standard orbit around our planet, Captain. Are you demanding or asking? Kirk asked. The choice is yours. I know what you're thinking. No words needed. If you can read my thoughts, you must know that I am interested in who and what you are. The planet our ship has just passed is dead. There is nothing found on it that we would consider life. And I am dead, like my planet, the voice replied. Does that frighten you, Captain? If so, you will let what is left of me perish. The voice sounded more solemn. Then, my children, all of you, all of humanity. The voice grew fainter as the ship moved away. Zulu turned to Kirk and asked, Shall we continue on, sir, or shall we turn the ship back? Kirk felt all eyes on him. Spock turned from his console and said, There is only one possible explanation. Pure thought. Its source is a fantastically powerful mind. Kirk walked to the main screen. Whatever it is, we are out of its reach. And out of danger, Spock added dryly. You don't recommend going back? If an intelligence of that magnitude wanted to harm us, there's not much we could do, sir. He said, My children. What could that mean? Kirk asked. And again, sir, I will say, I don't know. Kirk sank deeper into his chair and frowned. Several seconds passed. Finally, he said, Okay, let's go back. Zulu, standard orbit of this planet. A dead, ash-colored planet appeared on the screen. We've entered standard orbit, Captain, Zulu reported. Kirk nodded, not taking his eyes off the screen, then pressed the button to start recording the captain's log. Since exploration and contact with intelligent life on unknown worlds is our primary mission, I have decided, despite the possible danger in this situation, to establish contact with this strange planet. End of recording. Kirk turned off the tape recorder and turned to Uhura. When will Star Squadron receive this recording? In 3 weeks, sir. In a month and a half, we will be able to get an answer. Kirk stood up from his chair and walked over to Spock. Did you manage to get anything? The sensors have detected a certain form of energy, deep inside the planet. Everyone heard Sargon's voice again. Your probes have found me, Mr. Spock. Spock looked at Kirk. Only energy readings, sir. No life forms. I have given your teleportation device my coordinates. Please land on our planet. Save us from oblivion.
The source is within the planet itself, Captain, Spock said calmly, under hundreds of miles of solid rock.
But radiation can't, Kirk began, to penetrate so deeply. I will make it possible for you. Do not be afraid. Kirk didn't know if he heard the phrase or if it was in his mind. A hollow space has been detected within the planet, Spock reported. The atmosphere is suitable for supporting human life. Kirk allowed himself to think for a moment, then turned to Uhura. Lieutenant, Dr. McCoy is to report to the teleportation bay within 10 minutes. Standard equipment for a reconnaissance party. Yes, sir. Captain, Spock said, I would be very interested to see what could have survived the cataclysm that occurred here 500,000 years ago and preserved itself for all that time. Kirk put his hand on the Vulcanite's shoulder. And I would like to have a scientist officer with me in such an unusual case.
But there is too much that is unclear. One of us must remain on the ship. We have no right to take risks.
Suddenly, the entire bridge went dark. The hum of the engines died down. Spock clicked the switches on the panel several times. Power out, sir. But there was no threat in Sargon's voice, Kirk thought. A request, yes, but no threat. On the other hand, perhaps Sargon wants you to be part of the expedition. The lights came on and the cars started honking. Everything is fine, Zulu shouted. No damage. Okay, Kirk said. So Spock, you're coming with us. She did not look up, even when McCoy said sharply, I'm not sure I'm going to look at you. Jim, why wasn't there any briefing? I'd at least like to know. Easy there, Bones, Kirk interrupted. If you know there's something out there, you know as much as we do. The rest is guesswork. I don't like this, Captain, Scotty said. Your coordinates are set by something unknown. You could materialize inside solid rock. Inside solid rock? McCoy exclaimed. It doesn't look like it, Doctor, Spock said. The coordinates match the location of a hollow space within the planet, as detected by our sensors. I have a feeling, Kirk said, that this someone or something, if it wanted, could easily destroy us all, along with the ship. Anne took part in the conversation for the first time. Someone or something? She asked. Lieutenant, may I ask what you are doing in this compartment? Kirk asked her. I was ordered to come here to take part in the expedition, she replied.
Ordered by whom?
It's strange, sir, Anne smiled. I can't say for sure. There was a short pause. The lieutenant blushed a little and added, I am telling the truth, Captain. I did receive an order. I am sure that was the case, sir, Spock interrupted. Just as you received orders to include me in the expedition, Kirk nodded. Well, let's get back to our rocks, McCoy said. How many of them do we have to go through? To be precise, we must penetrate to a depth of 120.37 miles, Doctor, Spock replied. Miles? McCoy repeated dully. Jim, he's joking, but Kirk responded by ordering everyone to take their places. The lights on the teleportation control panel grew brighter, and Sargon's voice was heard. Please, get ready. I'll take over the controls. Kirk saw that McCoy was in shock and said, If you want to stay, Bones. No, Jim. McCoy looked him in the eye. I might be needed, and then, if you're going down there. He shrugged. I might need to do a medical check on whatever's down there. Kirk joined the others already standing on the platform. Come on, he commanded Scotty.
Everyone dematerialized. Everyone except the two guards, who remained standing on the platform with their faces stretched out in surprise. Scotty was as amazed as the guards. The selected group materialized inside a metal vault whose walls emitted a soft glow. Spock was the first to notice the absence of two guards. In response to his remark, Kirk said, "Someone here didn't like them very much." He turned on the communicator. "Kirk here, Scotty." "Are your instruments detecting me, Captain?" "Not at such a depth. Perhaps this was also specially organized." "Are there guards on board?" "They're fine. They just didn't dematerialize." "I don't like that, Captain. No problems here yet. Remain vigilant. Over and out."
But it's quite acceptable for us. Spock pointed his tricorder at the wall. This vault was built about 500,000 years ago, around the same time the surface of the planet was destroyed. Composition of the material? A substance or alloy unknown to me, sir. It is far stronger than any material I have ever examined. All readings are off scale, Anne said. The air is fresh here, McCoy put in. I wonder how they ventilate here. Are they airing it out for us? Or does what's here also need fresh air? As if in response to this, one of the four walls slid smoothly aside. Everyone stepped back. Directly in front of the explorers was a huge room, completely empty, except for a large slab of flawless white stone, resting on 4 supports of the same stone. On the slab was a sphere, glowing from within. Kirk, and after him the rest of the group, entered the room. Spock wanted to examine the sphere with his tricorder, but was stopped by Sargon's voice. "Welcome," said the ball. "I am Sargon. Do you mind if I—" Spock began. "You may use your tricorder, Mr. Spock. You will not detect anything except energy." Spock began his examination, positioning himself so that Kirk could see the tricorder readings. "Incredible, Spock," Kirk whistled in surprise. "Pure energy." "But did you once have a body or something?" McCoy asked the ball. "Although our minds cannot be compared to yours, my children, my body was like yours." "This is the second time you've called us my children," Kirk said slowly. "Because you may be our descendants, Captain. 6,000 centuries ago our ships colonized this galaxy, just as your ships are exploring it now. Once, like you, we left our seeds on distant planets. Our research shows that the Earth developed independently." Anne tried to object. "That would explain many mysteries in Vulcan's backstory," Spock interrupted. "I can't say for sure. It was so long ago." After the disaster we brought upon ourselves, the research records were irretrievably lost. "War?" Kirk asked. "The struggle to acquire such power that you cannot even imagine." "Then perhaps your mind was not so perfect." Kirk stepped closer to the globe. "We faced a similar crisis at the beginning of the nuclear age, but we had the wisdom to avoid self-destruction. We, too, avoided disaster during the primitive nuclear era. But you have not yet faced the final crisis." "I wish I could understand," Kirk said, "but I don't yet. There is no limit to the development of the human mind. There comes a time when a person gains such power that he begins to compare himself with God and forgets that he is only a man." Maybe he's talking about Lucifer, Kirk thought. Suddenly the captain felt an inexplicable trust in this shining ball. He took 2 more steps forward and asked, "You said you needed help. What do you want?" A strange vibrating sound filled the room. The light coming from the sphere flickered and grew brighter. Then there was a flash. It passed through Kirk, paralyzing him. The light inside the sphere gradually began to fade and turned into a weak flicker. It suddenly became clear to everyone that whatever had been in the sphere had passed into Kirk and dissolved into him. McCoy rushed to the captain, but Spock stopped him. "Calm down, Doctor. Let's wait a little." Kirk stood there, frozen, his eyes closed. It seemed to McCoy that an eternity passed before the captain opened his eyes,
Jim, the doctor called. Jim, Sargon, Kirk said, his voice deepening, carrying the gentleness, restraint, and dignity that was Sargon's. Where is our captain? Where is Jim Kirk? McCoy shouted. He's here, Bones, Sargon Kirk replied. Your captain is in no danger. It was as if a loving mother were comforting a frightened child. I took his body, only to show you. No, I can't stand this.
McCoy grabbed his phaser.
Whoever you are, Sargon, get back to where you were. What do you want to prove by grabbing the phaser? Spock asked quietly. After all, this body is Kirk's.
McCoy lowered his phaser. Sargon slowly realized that he finally had a body. He held his head high and took a deep breath.
Air! Air fills my lungs again,
he said with delight.
My eyes can distinguish colors again. Young blood flows in my veins.
Sargon felt himself with pleasure.
Your captain has a magnificent body, Doctor, which does credit to both of you because it is you who keep him in such excellent shape. And what are your plans going forward?
Spock asked flatly.
Will you be able to switch places again if you wish?
Sargon Kirk did not answer. Instead, he walked up to the ball, which was faintly glowing from within, and pointed at it with his hand.
Don't be afraid. Your captain is in no danger there.
The sphere glowed a little brighter.
Do you see?
He hears. He is aware of everything that is happening here. But his mind is not able to regenerate energy so that he can speak from there. Doctor, shouted Spock, who was trying to examine the ball with the tricorder. McCoy turned pale when he saw the tricorder readings.
Sargon killed him, he screamed. His pulse has doubled. His temperature is 120 degrees.
Sargon, what do you want from us? Spock asked demandingly. Sargon studied him with Kirk's eyes. Finally, he said, There are more balls in the other room, and there are 2 more in them who also managed to escape. You are Anne Munhale and you are Spock, and they need your bodies to start living again. At that moment, McCoy, Munhale, and Spock realized that it was not Kirk who stood before them, but a stronger and wiser individual, endowed with an intelligence many times greater than their own. Obeying Sargon's will, they moved into the next room, where they saw many globes, but only 2 of them were illuminated from within.
Yes, only 2 are still alive, said Sargon Kirk. The rest have been deprived of light by death, but these 2 are alive. Hanoch and Thalassa. He addressed one of the spheres tenderly. Thalassa, my Thalassa, how glad I am that you are with me. 500,000 years of waiting. Sargon, Spock said, when this confrontation you spoke of began, it led to disaster. A few of the best were chosen. We built this shelter and preserved their minds in these spheres. He lightly touched the Thalassa sphere. My wife, as you have already guessed. In another, Hanoch. He was on the enemy side. But then we all realized our mistake. Sargon thought for a moment. We knew that the seeds we planted on other planets had taken root, and that one day you would build ships and fly to our planet. What was your mission? Spock asked. I probed the starry space and waited. Finally, I managed to find something. It was your ship. I brought it here.
Steal our bodies?
Anne exclaimed. Sargon looked at her, the wisdom of the ages in Sargon's eyes, contrasting with Kirk's youthful face.
Steal your bodies? No, you don't understand, my children. Lend them. We ask you to lend us your bodies for a short time.
And destroy it!
McCoy raised his voice.
Just like you're destroying Kirk now. Spock, your pulse is at 262. My medical tricorder.
I will return your captain to you before he reaches his limit, Doctor. For what purpose do you wish to borrow our bodies? Spock asked. To build?
Sargon Kirk suddenly swayed, regained his balance, and continued.
To build humanoid robots. We need your bodies only because we cannot do without your hands, without your fingers. Spock turned to the others. I understand, he said. They will build mechanical bodies and transfer their minds into them. Once they have done this, they will give us back our bodies. We have engineers, mechanics. Anne intervened. They can build robots for you. No, said Sargon Kirk. Our methods and the required skill are beyond your capabilities. He swayed again. Spock caught his arm and helped him to his feet. Sargon's breathing became heavier. Spock could barely hear him whisper, "It's time. Help me get back to your captain." With McCoy and Spock's help, Sargon returned to the large, empty room. He pushed them away with weakened hands and stood in front of the sphere, closing his eyes. This time the flash came from Sargon, and at the same moment a bright light began to pulse inside the sphere. The abandoned body moved. Anne rushed to him, put her arms around his shoulders, and looked uncertainly into his eyes. "Captain Kirk?" The captain of the Enterprise only smiled in response. "Jim, is that you?" exclaimed McCoy. Kirk didn't answer, his eyes fixed on Anne Munhull. McCoy was quickly examining him with his medical tricorder. Good, good. Excellent. Everything is fine."
Spock approached them. "Captain, do you remember everything that happened here? At least something." "What? Oh, yes. Yes. Sargon borrowed my body." He pointed at the ball. "And I was there, floating in time and space." "And you say that so casually," McCoy exclaimed. "Anyway, you weren't hurt. Physically, at least." Kirk ignored him, lost in his thoughts. The captain finally began to realize what exactly had happened to him. "Spock, I remember everything. When Sargon and I changed places, for a time, we were one. I know him. Now I know darkly who he is and what he wants. And I am not afraid of him." "Captain," said Anne, "I'm afraid I have to agree with Dr. McCoy. You must have been shaken up by everything that's happened, and now you're feeling a little euphoric." "There is one way to test the accuracy of my judgments about Sargon," Kirk said, turning to Spock. I find it hard to ask you this, Vulcanite. I know what it will cost you." "Will you go along with this, Spock?" McCoy asked. Spock considered his answer in silence, finally made his decision, and nodded his head in agreement. Kirk turned to the globe and said, "Sargon, we." "I understand. I am ready," Sargon replied. Then it began. The sphere glowed brighter. Spock tried to concentrate. His breathing became sharper. The veins on his forehead swelled. Vulcanite spoke as if in a daze. "This world, it is not physical. Absolute reason, all-encompassing. It cannot be imagined. Beyond the reach." Kirk looked at McCoy with concern. He had never felt so bad. They went to Spock, but he was already with them. The Vulcanite took a deep breath. He was very weak, shaking a little. "Spock," Kirk called loudly. "Captain, I cannot convey." The Vulcanite's voice trembled with emotion. "I cannot convey what I saw. Knowledge, absolute understanding, virtue, the light of eternal wisdom, perfection." Anne was the first to speak. "Perfection? Absolute? Virtue?" Kirk nodded his head. "Yes, it's difficult to put into words. It will take me time." Spock whispered, shocked. "A lot of time to understand, to analyze everything I have learned, everything I have felt." "Yes," Kirk said. Instinctively, he turned to the globe. "Sargon," the captain said. It sounded like, "Father." "I understand you, my son. Return to your ship. The decision must be made by all. After so many years of waiting, We can afford to wait a little longer. McCoy stepped towards the ball. And if the decision is not in your favor? You can leave as freely as you came here. McCoy was at a loss for words, looking from Kirk to Spock and feeling out of place among them. Never before had he been so unsure of himself. What are you going to do?
Scotty leaned his elbows on the table. He couldn't believe his ears. Kirk looked calmly into his eyes. McCoy smiled. The chief engineer seethed. Are they all right in the head, Doctor? No comment, McCoy replied. We'll just switch places, Scotty, Kirk said. Nothing special, McCoy agreed. It happens every day. Kirk ignored this remark. I need your consent, Scotty. You will have to work with them. They need equipment to create robots, androids. They need your help. But you will work with our bodies. Their minds will be inside us. And we will. The explanation ended. Where they are now. His voice sounded uncertain. And you know where that is, Scotty? They'll be floating in balls. In nothing, McCoy exclaimed. In time, they will build themselves artificial bodies and give us back ours. They will be able to leave this planet and continue the journey with us, Scotty.
With their incredible intelligence, humanity will be able to leap forward 10,000 years, Spock said. Bones, Kirk continued. They'll teach us more medical secrets than you've ever dreamed of. And the new technology, Scotty. A ship the size of ours would need an engine no bigger than a nut.
You're kidding,
Scotty said gruffly. No, Spock answered for Kirk. I have seen this knowledge myself. This infinite knowledge. There are many fine and intelligent men who trample ants under their feet without knowing it, said McCoy. They are giants, and we are insects compared to them. They could destroy us without noticing.
An engine no bigger than a nut,
Scotty mused aloud.
Unbelievable. But I suppose there's no harm in looking at the diagram.
And all they want in exchange for these miracles is the body of our captain, McCoy said. Then the body of his first mate. Mere coincidence? Anyone care to make a wager? They selected us based on compatibility.
Your point of view, Mulhall? McCoy asked.
If everyone agrees, she began slowly, I would like to accept Thalassa's mind. It is a rare opportunity to participate in such an experiment. Bones, you can stop this by saying no. That's why I called everyone together. We're all in this together. The decision shouldn't be made anonymously.
Bones slapped his hand on the table.
Then I want to hear an answer to one simple question. Why? I don't need to read out a long list of possible miracles. I want to hear a simple answer to a simple question. Why is the danger of this experiment being ignored? Let's not deceive ourselves. There is a huge danger here. You know, Bones, they used to say that if a man wanted to fly, he had to have wings, but he does,
Kirk said with conviction.
For as long as man has existed, he has been haunted by warnings like these. Don't move on. Don't try to learn more. Don't grow. Give up the struggle. I don't think we can stop, Bones.
Do you really want to go back to the days when you had to cut your patients open with a scalpel and stitch them up with catgut? Kirk looked around at everyone present. Yes, I am the captain. I could just give the order, but I won't. Dr. McCoy is doing his job, and he is absolutely right. By contacting a mind like Sargon's, we expose ourselves to great danger, possible danger. I believe the opportunity for learning is also great. Risk is our job. That is what starships are for. That is why we are aboard the Enterprise. Now you may vote, each free to do as he sees fit. Is anyone against it? There were none. Scotty, the balls need to be delivered on board. 3 beds were prepared in the medical unit, for Kirk, Spock, and Anne. And opposite each one, a ball was installed. McCoy was working at the panel monitoring the functioning of the body. Behind him stood Nurse Christine Chappell.
The doctor turned to her. You must remember that after the supermind has moved into the human body, all organs begin to function at a higher level. The pulse and other indicators are many times higher than normal. You will have to work with great caution. What was yet to happen shocked Christine. She tried her best to concentrate on the doctor's words and look professional. Yes, sir, she replied. We're ready, McCoy told Kirk. Kirk turned to the ball standing in front of him. We are ready, Sargon. There was a vibrating sound, and the light inside the spheres began to pulse and brighten. 3 flashes simultaneously burst from the spheres and moved into the bodies of Kirk, Spock, and Anne lying on the beds. Anne Munhall shuddered as Thalassa entered her body. Christine watched the instruments tensely. Hanok Spock sat up in the bed and stretched with pleasure. The light in the spheres dimmed, only a slight flicker illuminating them from within.
McCoy watched the instruments on the panel next to Kirk's bed. Christine Chapel moved away from Anne's bed and approached Hanok Spock. To Christine's surprise, the patient smiled happily, looking into her eyes. There was no trace of Spock's sober coldness. She turned quickly to the panel by Spock's bed. Doctor, all the indicators have doubled, she said with alarm. A magnificent woman, said Hanok Spock. A magnificent sight after 500,000 years of waiting. Christina looked up from her work and looked at him. Thank you. But Hanok Spock was already looking past her to where Thalassa Anne sat, her sapphire eyes shining with happiness. I forgot. What is it? Breathe. Live. She looked around, and Sargon, where is Sargon? Sargon Kirk got out of bed and walked over to her. Here, in this body, Thalassa. What a fine body, my husband, she said. It is almost indistinguishable from your own. I'm glad you like it, my love. Thalassa timidly touched Sargon's cheek with her hand. After so many years, she whispered. It's been so long, Sargon. He put his arms around her. Their lips met. Christine turned away. There was something infinitely touching in their embrace, a tenderness that had remained despite such a long separation. Sorry, I'm here, Christine said after a minute. You are not in the way, my child, said Thalassa. As a woman, you can understand me. I have found my beloved man again. Have you ever loved? No, Christine involuntarily looked at Spock, forgetting for a moment that his body was already occupied by Hanok, and blushed. No, I don't need this. I have my work. She quickly turned to the panel. How cruel, Thalassa said quietly to Sargon. Can I help her? They can all be made happy easily, Thalassa, Sargon replied. But we have no right to interfere with their lives. Hanok Spock had by this time already managed to walk around the room and examine all the equipment. Noticing that McCoy was watching him closely, he said, A wonderful body, Doctor. I think I got the best of the 3. Strength, hearing, sight. All much better than a normal human. I'm surprised the Vulcanites haven't conquered your race. For us, peace is above all else, Hanok. Of course. As for us, Doctor. McCoy watched as Thalassa fell heavily back onto the pillow. Sister, he called. Suddenly a hot wave. I suddenly felt... Christine lifted her head and put a second pillow under her. McCoy was about to help, but saw that Sargon Kirk was slowly beginning to sink to the floor. The doctor caught him and helped him to the bed. Hanok, you better lie down too. There is no need for that now, Doctor, Hanok replied. My new body has not yet exhausted its limits. Christine noticed that the readings on the panel by Thalassa Anne's bed were incredibly high. Not knowing what to do, she called out to McCoy. The doctor ran to her, glanced at the instruments, and turned to Sargon Kirk. Something is not working, Sargon. You must return before you kill them. We will leave them, came the weak answer. Until
until you receive the injection compound that reduces metabolism.
What? Hanok Spock came up to them, looked at the sweating Sargon Kirk and said, I will prepare the formula, Sargon. Hanok, your condition. This body can function for a few more hours. Don't worry. Then, Thalassa, we're going back. A few seconds later, the orbs next to Kirk and Anne's beds began to glow brightly again. Hanok Spock looked with disgust at the dimly glowing orb next to his bed. He turned away and said to McCoy, I will need your help. Your sister will assist me in the pharmacological laboratory. Christine looked at McCoy. He had to comply. The doctor nodded reluctantly, and Christine followed Hanok Spock out of the infirmary. Kirk and Anne slowly came to their senses.
Kirk finally opened his eyes. McCoy could barely hear him whisper,
Bones. Your life was hanging by a thread, Captain. You and Anne just managed to get back. Until we get that formula, we can't take any more risks. There were 2 syringes on the table in the pharmacological laboratory, and the third was in the hands of Hanok Spock. With these injections, you can lower your heartbeat to normal and restore all body functions. No matter what these bodies are doing, you must give 1 injection every hour. I understand, Christine said quietly. Mark them. This one is for Thalassa, and this one is for me. Yes, sir, Christine said. She carefully labeled 3 vials corresponding to 3 syringes. Each of them contains a composition that is suitable only for a specific individual, continued Hanok Spock. And this is for Captain Kirk when Sargon is in his body? Christine asked. Yes, exactly.
Christine picked up the syringe to mark it, and then noticed that the color of the mixture in this syringe was different from the others. She examined it carefully. This syringe contains a different composition, she said uncertainly. Hanok Spock smiled, making his usually expressionless face incredibly attractive. Since I've arranged everything so that you'll be the one giving the injections, I don't think anyone else will notice. But if the composition doesn't fit, it will kill Captain Kirk. Absolutely right. And Sargon along with him. Christine started to protest, but Hanok Spock reached out and touched her forehead. Christine's vision blurred, then the worry left her. She looked helplessly at Hanok Spock. Thalassa I can use, he said, but Sargon must be destroyed. He could interfere with my plans. Is there something you wish to say, my dear? Please, I wanted to say something. Christine ran her hand over her forehead. I forgot. You wanted to say that you were watching me prepare the mixture and fill it into syringes.
Yes, that's it. Christine swayed a little. I'll tell the doctor, Dr. McCoy, that all the syringes are filled correctly. Forgive me, I lost my train of thought for a moment. That won't happen again, Hanok Spock assured her. I'll be in charge of you. He glanced quickly down the hallway and added, Now repeat that for the doctor. McCoy walked into the medical unit and said, If you need any medication or help, there were no problems in my work, doctor. I have put the formula into your computer memory, if that is of interest to you, said Hanok Spock. Christine took the syringes with trembling hands. I watched the team get ready and marked them, Christine said, memorizingly. Can I take them to the medical unit? McCoy nodded. As soon as the door closed behind his sister, Hanok Spock smiled. How good it is to be alive again, Doctor.
It will probably be hard for me to part with this body. It has brought me so much joy. McCoy couldn't figure out what exactly had disturbed him so much. Hanok Spock's last words, or just the sight of Spock smiling. He only knew one thing. For some reason, it was very hard for him to watch Hanok in Spock's body leave the medical bay. McCoy's anxiety continued throughout the robot production process. He spent more and more time in the medical unit. McCoy tried to escape the bad feelings that haunted him there. Christine was not herself either. She was tense and unsure. You wanted to see me before the next injection, Doctor, she said. Yes. Do you notice any side effects or unusual symptoms? The effect of these injections is flawless, Doctor. There are no problems. McCoy jumped up from the table. Damn it, no problem. He ran up to the 3 balls. That faint light is Jim Kirk,
Spock is here, and that is Anne Munhall. What if they don't get back to their bodies?
What if they don't get them back? This will happen if I don't give the injections on time.
Can I go, Doctor? Yes, go. No need to stand here and chat. Get to work. Yes, sir. Left alone, McCoy approached Kirk's ball. You and your damn agreement, Jim. One of McCoy's concerns, if not the main one, was the chaos that reigned in his previously spotlessly clean laboratory. The entire room was filled with workbenches and various machines, piles of tools and all sorts of parts, which would later be used to make robots androids, glittered on the marble slabs. Spock was deftly manipulating tools at one of the tables, and Sargon Kirk and Thalassa Ann were sitting opposite him. Their inseparability and tenderness towards each other drove Spock crazy and distracted him from his work. He saw how their hands simultaneously reached for the same part. They looked into each other's eyes, smiled. Thalassa Ann stroked Sargon Kirk's cheek.
Sargon, do you remember how we once sat on the shore of Silver Lake? Thalassa Ann said. The air smelled of flowers and...
Yes, Thalassa. I remember. Sargon Kirk nodded. We held hands. He hesitated, and released Thalassa's hand from his. I think it would be better if we didn't remember it so well. In a few days you will have your own hands, Thalassa, Spock said. Hands that can work very efficiently, just like a human's. Excellent robot android hands, though they won't feel anything. So enjoy life while you can. But we will retain our minds, and as androids, we... Sargon Kirk suddenly felt mortally tired. What's wrong, Sargon? Thalassa Ann asked anxiously. Nothing. The next injection will renew me. Don't worry. He looked at Spock. And as androids, we will go forward with those who really live. We will teach them, help them avoid the mistakes we once made. Yes, we will exist like machines. No feelings, no joy, no sadness, no love.
We have made a commitment, Hanak, Sargon Kirk said sternly. We have made a decision. These bodies do not belong to us. The old temptation comes back to haunt us. The dream of a godlike master race.
I just feel sorry for your wife, Sargon,
Spock said, looking at Thalassa Ann.
You were much younger than us when the disaster struck. You had so little joy in life. We have made commitments, Hanak.
Thalassa repeated after her husband, but there was doubt in her voice. At that very moment, she felt a surge of terrible fatigue and leaned against the wall. Christine came in. Anne held out her hand for the injection and said,
Sister, Sargon is not feeling well. I check his parameters every 3 or 4 hours. They are no different from usual.
Christine answered, went on and gave injections to the others. When it was Spock's turn, he said,
I was also very tired, but now I feel much better.
A blush appeared on Thalassa Ann's face, but Sargon did not seem to improve.
Don't worry, he said. I'll be all right in a minute. However, things did not improve, and Sargon returned to work with difficulty. Entering the lab, McCoy noticed that something was wrong with Sargon Kirk and called Christine over. Nurse, I need to talk to you. Please go to the medical unit and take these syringes with you. In his office, McCoy selected the syringe marked for Sargon Kirk and began to examine it carefully. Christine looked at the doctor uneasily, trying to remember something, but she could not. A minute later, McCoy handed the syringe back to her. Christine took it hesitantly. Is something wrong, Miss Chappell? McCoy asked. Yes, She paused, trying to find the words. There was something I should have told you, but I can't remember. About the condition of our patients? Yes, probably. I am pleased with their condition. The injections are working flawlessly.
You look very tired, McCoy said. If you like, I can give you more injections.
Tired? No, not at all. Christine smiled broadly. Thank you for your concern. She picked up the syringes, turned, and walked toward the exit. McCoy watched her go, then decided he was worrying needlessly, and went back to working on his report. The aliens worked quickly and skillfully. Within a few hours, the android bodies were almost completely assembled. When Scotty brought an additional set of tools and parts into the lab, there was only Thalassa Ann. He paused, watching Thalassa Ann's nimble hands with admiration. Thank you, she said. Have you prepared the non-tonal hydrospirals that Sargon gave you? Scotty nodded in response. It's amazing how something that looks like a drop of jelly can move androids. You probably need something like micromotors. Thalassa smiled. That would be very inefficient, Mr. Scotty. But it seems to me that this little drop of yours won't work. At that moment, Hanok Spock entered the laboratory. The androids will be twice as strong as you, not to mention their agility engineer, he said. They will function for 1,000 years. Yes, that's exactly what will happen if you let us finish the job. Scotty turned irritably and headed for the exit. Hanok Spock approached Thalassa Ann. That's how it is. The prison is for another 1,000 years, and when they are torn down, he leaned closer to Thalassa, we will build new ones, and we will be imprisoned for another 1,000 years, then again and again. Thalassa Ann looked up from her work. Hanok Spock continued. These bodies are much better. We need to persuade Sargon to this. They don't belong to us, Hanok. 3 bodies. Is humanity really that high a price to pay for all we have to offer, Thalassa? He grabbed her hands. People would give up everything they have to learn just a fraction of what we know.
Don't we have a right to be rewarded for our work? Thalassa pulled her hands back. Hanok Spock pointed to the torso of the robot in front of her.
Or do you want to turn into this? No! Thalassa Ann threw her tools aside. I'm starting to hate what I do. In the corridor, not far from the laboratory, Sargon Kirk grabbed the wall and slowly slid to the floor. In the medical bay, Kirk's lifeless body lay on the operating table. Nurse Mbenga and several others were quickly hooking up resuscitation equipment. McCoy stood nearby, watching the work tensely. The doctor was confused, too far from the orbs, McCoy thought, when Kirk's body died. But one big question remained. Even though his body was dead, Kirk's consciousness still lived on in Sargon's orb. Could Kirk then be said to have died? McCoy wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked for another resurrection instrument. Hanok Spock, meanwhile, was working in the lab. In front of him lay the sexless body of the android.
The robot had no hair, no eyelashes, no eyebrows, nothing that gives expression to a human face. Thalassa, exhausted by the grief that had befallen her, watched Hanok Spock. Christine stood at the table.
Hanok, why do you pretend to continue working on these robots? You killed my husband, you killed Sargon, you killed him because you didn't want to get your body back from the start. You didn't want to part with it. A sudden anger filled Thalassa Ann. Sargon had worked so hard. He wanted to give them back their joy of life. He had kissed the body she was in now. And it was all in vain. The body Sargon had recently embraced. She had to part with it, return it to its former owner. Thalassa Ann ran out of the lab, ran down the corridor and burst into the medical unit. McCoy looked at her in surprise. "Doctor," she began excitedly, "do you want to save your captain? Half an hour ago you said it was impossible. When we found him, you said—"
"Tell these people to leave," Thalassa Ann commanded. McCoy looked at her silently. "We have a power that Sargon has forbidden us to use. If you care about your captain's life, order these men to leave." McCoy made a gesture with his hand, and everyone left the room. "So," he said, "this body was held in my husband's arms. It is sacred to me.
I do not intend to part with it. Well, they've finally broken through, McCoy thought. I understand, he said. And Hanok? Does he also intend to remain in Spock's body? Hanok's plans are his personal business. I only want to remain in the body that my husband loved. Are you asking my permission for this? I just need you to keep quiet. Only you and I will know that Anne Mulhall has not returned to her body. Is Captain Kirk's life worth your silence? Seeing McCoy's expression, Thalassa's anger returned. Doctor, we can take what we want. Not you, not your ship, not all your little worlds can stop us. McCoy looked at Kirk's lifeless body.
The captain, he thought, alive again, brave, his friendly bones in his ear. McCoy had to choose. Loyalty to his dearest friend or loyalty to himself. He had to make a decision. He knew what his friend would want. I do not trade in bodies that are not mine, he said. Neither does my captain. Your body belongs to a young woman which you hardly know, which is completely alien to you. McCoy exploded. I don't peddle human bodies, I'm a doctor. Doctor? Thalassa Ann shouted back. Compared to us, you are just a savage, a primitive savage. And you dare to refuse me? You should bow down before me. Thalassa's face was burning with anger. I can destroy you with a single thought. The flames engulfed McCoy, and he raised his hands to protect his face. Seeing his helpless gesture, Thalassa Ann burst into loud sobs and fell to her knees. The fire immediately disappeared without a trace. Not even the smell of smoke remained. Sargon was right, Thalassa Ann sobbed, kneeling.
The temptation is too great. But understand, for the sake of everything you worship, understand how precious feelings are, how necessary they are. But we have too much power. We will begin to destroy, as I almost destroyed you. Forgive me. Forgive me. I'm glad, my love. I'm glad you were able to find the answer yourself. Thalassa Ann raised her head. Sargon, where are you? Hanuk killed you. My love, I have a power that Hanuk does not even suspect. Yes, I understand, Thalassa said slowly, rising from her knees and turning to McCoy. My husband has transferred his mind into your ship. The door opened and Christine Chappell walked in. McCoy exploded. You? Get out of here immediately! No, Doctor, Thalassa Ann said. We need her. Necessary, but she is under Hanuk's control. Sargon has a plan. Leave us, please. We have a lot of work ahead of us. McCoy stared at her for a moment, then obeyed. As soon as McCoy closed the door behind him, there was a terrible grinding sound and the ship rocked slightly. The grinding sound was repeated. Thalassa, he shouted. What's going on? The grinding noise repeated itself a third time, and McCoy rushed to the intercom console located in the corridor. Calling the medical bay. Call. Behind him, the door to the infirmary opened, and Christine came out. Her eyes empty, and she walked past McCoy down the hall as if under a spell. He burst back into the infirmary and stood there, dumbfounded. Kirk stood in the middle of the room, smiling. I'm okay, Bones, he said, pulling Anne Mulhall close. We're okay. Thalassa. She's with Sargon, Doctor, Anne said quietly. With Sargon? McCoy looked at their backs where the orbs had stood. They were broken, melted, dead. But Jim, one of them contained Spock's consciousness. It was necessary, Kirk replied. McCoy clenched his fists. What do you mean? Now there is no Spock to return to his body. You killed your best friend? Get the syringe ready, Bones. The most powerful and fastest acting poison. Spock's consciousness is gone, but we must kill his body too. Spock's body and what's inside it. When Hanuk Spock appeared on the bridge, he walked past her indifferently, straight to the captain's chair.
Christine stood next to the chair, as if hypnotized. Hannock Spock turned to Zulu. I need to teach you a lesson too, huh? Course Earth. Zulu turned to his console, flicked switches, and turned his chair 180 degrees again.
The ship is not obeying. Not a single system is working.
The elevator door opened and Kirk and Anne stepped out, McCoy standing behind them, his hand carefully covering the pocket in which the syringe was hidden.
It hurts, Kirk. It hurts terribly,
Hannock said without turning his head.
And you too, blue-eyed beauty.
Kirk fell to the floor, his knees drawn up, his hands clutching his throat, trying to catch air with his mouth. Hannock Spock pointed at Anne. She seemed to freeze. A spasm ran through her body, and she fell next to Kirk, unconscious. At the same time, Zulu seemed to be pressed into the chair, and he howled in pain. As Anne fell, McCoy rushed to the captain's chair, but Hannock Spock only extended his palm forward. I know what each of you is thinking, he said. Chapel, get the syringe from the doctor. Christine complied and pulled a syringe of poison from the doctor's pocket. Good. Now give him his own medicine. It will serve as an example to all who dare to disobey me. Christine brought the syringe to McCoy's hand, and suddenly, without changing her expression, turned lightning fast to Hannock Spock and gave him the injection. He jumped to his feet. Idiots, he screamed. I'll just go to another place, another body. He swayed.
It's you, Sargon, he whispered. Please, please, Sargon, let me go.
Hannock Spock fell dead to the deck. Kirk ran to him, dropped to his knees, and grabbed Spock's head in his hands. Spock! Spock, my faithful friend! If only there was another way. Tears poured from his eyes. Suddenly the bridge was filled with vibrating sounds and Spock opened his eyes. Could I sacrifice someone who is so dear to you, my son? But the syringe contained a lethal dose of poison, McCoy exclaimed. It could have killed 10 Vulcanites. I let you believe it, Doctor. Hannock read your thoughts and believed it too. He escaped from Spock's body. He is destroyed. Kirk was finally able to speak. Spock, all the orbs have been destroyed. Where was your consciousness? Spock rose to his feet. I hid where Hannock would least likely look for me, Captain, he said, pointing at Christine. That's why Thalassa said I was needed, Christine smiled. Spock's consciousness was implanted in me, Doctor. Now we know that we cannot afford to exist in your world, my children. Thalassa and I must pass into oblivion. Sargon, Kirk said. Is there any other way we can help you? Yes, my son. Let Thalassa and I enter your bodies one more time. The last time we will be together. And although there was no flash this time, Kirk and Anne felt a wave of heat wash over them as Sargon and Thalassa entered their bodies. I'm not afraid of oblivion if you're near, Anne said, kissing Kirk. Promise me that we'll be together. Kirk held her close, Anne's body shaking with the grief Thalassa was feeling. Together forever, my Sargon, forever. I promise you, my love. I promise. They stood on the edge of nothingness, holding each other tightly. Then they were gone, the hot wave receding. Anne stood in Kirk's arms, her eyes filled with Thalassa's tears. Seeing everyone looking at them, Kirk released Anne, cleared his throat, and said, Dr. Munhel, I thank you, on behalf of Sargon, for your assistance. Anne smiled through her tears.
Captain, I'm so happy to assist.
Christine sobbed and turned to Spock.
I felt the same when your consciousness merged with mine, Mr. Spock.
Spock raised his left eyebrow. Sister Chapel. He began and stopped. This connection of consciousnesses sounds very immoral to me, my friend. McCoy smiled.
I assure you it was a terrible experience,
Spock said seriously.
You wouldn't believe the number of emotional flows. I've lost count, a jungle of illogicality.
Spock even shuddered.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Christine smiled.
I don't understand. Why?
You just paid Nurse Chapel an incredible compliment, Spock, Kirk said. Yes, you do manage to say something funny every now and then, McCoy said, turning to Christine.
Thank the stars I don't understand the opposite sex. Anne laughed. Let's go, Christine. If they still can't understand us after all this, we won't be able to explain anything to them. Kirk smiled too as he walked to his chair. Captain, I really don't understand, Spock said, puzzled. Sargon understood, Spock. Together forever. Maybe someday someone will teach you this? Who knows? Spock thought. Sargon was incredibly powerful, Captain. I have yet to analyze all of this, he said, heading toward his console. Kirk looked after him lovingly. Okay, let it stay that way for now. He turned to Zulu. Let's leave. Yes, Captain. What remains? The captain still had to puzzle over what kind of planet had appeared on the Enterprise's main screen. Despite its relatively young age, the vegetation on it was diverse. Usually, such diversity would take more than 1 millennium for a normal planet to develop.
According to the sensors, the atmosphere of this planet, in many ways similar to Earth's, could not have formed in such a short time. Kirk stood near Spock's console, frowning as he looked through the information he had received. If we send a detailed report to command, we will be required to investigate this phenomenon, Spock. McCoy and I will beam down. We will need Chief Geologist D'Amato. The captain turned to Uhura. Transmit the landing coordinates to the transport bay, Lieutenant, and quickly moving to the elevator, he turned. Spock, you remain in charge of the captain. The elevator doors closed smoothly. Spock walked over to the captain's chair and turned on the intercom. Lieutenant Rada, report to the bridge. In the transport bay, Kirk and D'Amato carefully inspected the equipment. D'Amato, this expedition is your finest hour as a geologist, Kirk said. And not just because of the planet's youth.
If Spock is right, your paper was a sensation at the 5th Interstellar Geophysical Conference.
Why, Jim? For what reason? McCoy asked. Even Spock cannot explain such anomalies. They took their places on the teleportation platform, and Kirk gave the command. Let's go. As everything around him shimmered and dematerialized, Kirk was suddenly surprised to see a woman, a lovely brunette, appear between the platform and the control console, her slender figure enveloped in a light haze. Kirk heard her cry, "Stop! You can't go!" And as he began to fade, she began walking toward Ensign, her arms outstretched. Before he could jump back, she touched him. Ensign, gasping for air, fell to the deck and began to convulse. Kirk vanished into thin air, his face distorted with horror. When the expedition materialized on the planet's surface, Kirk immediately remembered his vision. Who was she, he wondered, and how had she gotten aboard the Enterprise? Another mystery.
As far as the eye could see, the planet's surface was strewn with blood-red flowers.
Where the variegated meadows ended, the outlines of brown volcanic rocks loomed faintly, and black hills rose far on the horizon. Kirk turned on his communicator. Kirk here, calling Enterprise.
Jim,
Did you see?
McCoy asked excitedly.
Yes, I saw it. This woman attacked Ensign White. Calling Enterprise.
The ground beneath their feet shook, and the entire planet shook as if in a fit.
Hundreds of miles above them, the Enterprise shuddered. There was a flash, and the ship was gone. While the planet shook and rocked from side to side, all the members of the expedition were stretched out on the ground. Finally, it was all over. Zulu struggled to his feet.
What earthquakes they have here! They can hardly afford such pleasure often. The planet will simply fall apart,
Kirk said, examining the bruises he had received.
Captain, D'Amato said, I've honestly never seen a seismological event like this before. But before it all started, my tricorder picked up some kind of unmeasurable force. Now it's gone. Can this be called seismic pressure? Theoretically, no. The seismic force we experienced could have raised new mountains in place of the old ones. Kirk pulled out his communicator. Let's see what Enterprise has picked up, he said, and flicked a switch. Kirk to Enterprise. He waited a moment, then repeated, Kirk to Enterprise. There was still no response. Enterprise, can you copy me? Kirk looked at the communicator. After such a shock, he could have broken down. Zulu was working with his tricorder. After a few seconds, he looked up with a frightened face. Captain, the Enterprise, it's gone. D'Amato was working his instruments like a man possessed. Kirk quickly approached Zul. He's right, Captain, D'Amato said. There's nothing there. Nothing? Disappeared? What the hell do you mean? McCoy shouted, turning to Kirk. Jim?
That means we're stranded, Kirk replied. Hundreds of miles above the expedition, the Enterprise had finally regained its balance. On the bridge, everyone was gradually rising from the floor and taking their places. Spock, wincing in pain, clutched his head. Mr. Spock, are you all right? Uhura asked worriedly. There appears to be no serious damage, Lieutenant. What's happened? I hit the back of my head on the armrest of the chair. Sir, I wanted to ask what happened to us. We have yet to determine that, Lieutenant. Spock began to massage the back of his head, and at that moment, Lieutenant Uhura, looking at the screen, cried out loudly. Mr. Spock, the planet has disappeared. Scotty jumped out from behind his console. But the captain and all the others, they were there. Perhaps the entire system has disappeared, Rada said, her voice shaking.
The recorded power.
Please refrain from jumping to conclusions, Spock said. Scotty, report engine status. Lieutenant Uhura, file damage report, if any. Lieutenant Rada, hold ship in position. Scan for planetary debris. On the planet's surface, the expedition members also shared hasty assumptions. Maybe the Enterprise blew up, Zulu said, looking at his tricorder. Zulu, let's put the guesswork aside and try to analyze the data. I was unable to detect a high concentration of energy near the planet. If the Enterprise had exploded, we would have immediately detected an increase in radiation levels. Maybe the Enterprise crashed and fell on us, Jim? McCoy said. On this planet, I mean. Once a meteorite fell in Siberia, it was so huge that... Zulu began. If I wanted a Russian history lesson, Kirk snapped, I'd take Mr. Chekhov with me. We're facing a survival problem, Zulu. We have to find food and water, and we have to find it fast.
I need a detailed analysis of this planet, and I need it now.
Everyone got to work. On the Enterprise, all ship systems were back to normal. The tension on the bridge was finally relieved. Mr. Spock, Uhura reported. Ensign White of the teleportation service is dead. Dead? Spock slammed the intercom button. Medical. Dr. Mbang, sir. I need a report on the death of an officer from the teleportation service.
We don't have a final decision yet, sir. Dr. Sanchez is currently performing an autopsy.
As soon as you finish, report to me immediately. Over and out. No debris found, sir, Rada reported. I checked twice.
If the planet had exploded, there should have been something left behind, some trace. She paused for a moment and continued hesitantly. But I'm worried about the stars, sir. Stars? Spock looked at her in surprise. Yes, sir, there is something wrong with them. Something wrong, Lieutenant? Yes, sir. Take a look. The screen showed constellations that were at a great distance from the Enterprise, but there were no stars in the immediate vicinity of the ship. This is how the stars were before the explosion, sir, Rada said and pressed a button. A large cluster of stars appeared on the screen, directly in front of the ship. It appears to be a change of position, Spock said. It may sound unreasonable, but I would venture to guess that somehow after that flash, we were thrown 1,000 light years from where we were. Spock quickly walked over to the viewfinder. 990,700 light years, to be exact, Lieutenant. But that's impossible, Scotty cried. There's no power that could do that. It seems illogical to me to assume that the force of the explosion could have thrown us such a distance. The thing is, we couldn't have been thrown anywhere at all, Scotty agreed. The Enterprise would have simply been destroyed. That's right, Scotty. By any laws we know. There was no moment when we were all unconscious, and according to the ship's chronometers, it was no more than a few seconds. We were transported through space by some means I don't understand. You think the planet didn't explode? Scotty exclaimed happily. That means the captain and the others are still alive. Scotty, please be more restrained. I am not asserting anything. I am merely thinking out loud, Spock said. The intercom signal sounded. Medical is calling Spock. Spock here. Dr. Mbenga, sir. You requested an opinion on the death of Ensign White. The cause of death was cellular rupture. Explain. Well, it's as if every cell in the ensign's body was torn apart from the inside. Could this be the result of some disease? Dr. Sanchez rejects this possibility. Someone entered the transporter bay after the expedition dematerialized, Spock said. Keep me informed of developments. Over and out. Spock looked at Scotty. Since all the ship's systems are normal, I suggest we go back, and quickly. Yes, sir. But at any speed it will take quite a while. So we'll start right now, Scotty. Can we go at speed 8? Yes, sir. We can even go a little faster. I'll sit on these engines and nurse them all the way. Such a position would be not only awkward but useless, Mr. Scotty. Spock turned to Radha. Lieutenant, plot a course for... It's ready, sir. Good. Speed 8. Kirk was seriously concerned. Did you really study all the vegetation carefully, Zulu? Yes, Captain. Everything is inedible. It is poison for us. Jim, if the ship blew up, how long do you think we'd last? McCoy asked grimly. Okay, Kirk said to Zulu. The vegetation, no matter how toxic, needs water. If we can find water, we can hold out for a while longer. Lieutenant D'Amato, what do your instruments show? Does it rain on this planet? No, sir. I have not been able to find any evidence of anything like that. And yet the vegetation here is similar to that of Earth. Kirk looked around. D'Amato, is it possible that there are underground springs here? Yes, sir. Zulu discovered some kind of organism, some kind of plant parasite, McCoy interjected. Since we're going to live on this planet for as long as we can, we need to learn as much about it as we can. D'Amato, check and see if we can find an underground source. Zulu, I need an atmospheric analysis. D'Amato and Zulu went their separate ways. Kirk turned to McCoy. Bones, try to find out more about the local vegetation and parasites. How do they get moisture? If we find out how they manage to survive here, maybe we can do the same. And I'll see if I can find a suitable shelter. Are you sure we want to exist here like a bunch of Robinson Crusoe? We'll find trees to make a fire, animals to get their meat, and we'll gnaw their bones. Sitting around the fire in the cave in the evening and bones. Go and catch us a parasite, okay? McCoy smiled. He adjusted his medical tricorder and began studying the yellow grass. Kirk looked around the landscape and decided to go around the hill in front of him. Zulu was working nearby. Suddenly he froze, staring at the instruments. Startled, he took another reading and grabbed his communicator.
Captain, calling Zulu.
Kirk here.
Sir, I was doing a standard magnetic field analysis. From 0, the needle suddenly went off scale, then everything went back to as before.
Are you sure your tricorder is okay?
I checked it, Captain. Everything is fine, but I've never seen anything like it. It's like a door opened and slammed shut again.
At this point, D'Amato was picking his way between the huge brown rocks on the hillside. A carefully prepared cataclysm, he thought. Too carefully prepared to be natural. Suddenly the instruments went off scale, the ground shook under his feet, and D'Amato fell to his knees. When he rose again, a bright flash blinded him.
D'Amato rubbed his eyes and saw a woman. She was beautiful, although her face was in shadow and she seemed to be shrouded in a haze.
"Don't be afraid," she said. "I'm not afraid. Earthquakes don't scare me. That's my job. I'm here to study them." "I know," the woman said. "You're D'Amato, the chief geologist." "How do you know?" "You're from the Enterprise." "Have you talked to my friends?" The woman began to move slowly toward D'Amato, her arms outstretched. He backed away and she said, "I'm yours, D'Amato." D'Amato looked closely at her face. "You're the woman from the Enterprise," he said slowly. "No, I'm only for D'Amato." The chief geologist couldn't take his eyes off the lovely stranger. Lucky D'Amato, he thought, found the communicator and switched it on. "Let's first discuss our problems together. Maybe you could share some food and water with us," he said. The woman took another step towards him. "Don't call them, please."
Her voice sounded like music. D'Amato was as if bewitched and could not move from the spot. The stranger took his hand. Her inexpressibly sad eyes. This was the last thing D'Amato saw. McCoy to Kirk. "Kirk here, Bones." "Jim, my tricorder just picked up a live object. Incredibly intense. It was right here." "What do you mean right here?" "That's what it means. All biological indicators were at 0, and suddenly, some wave—" "Wait a minute, no. That's it. There's nothing more." It was as if a door had opened and slammed shut again. "Yes." "In which direction?" 083. This is D'Amato sector." Kirk grabbed the communicator. "Kirk to D'Amato." There was no answer. "D'Amato, it's me, Kirk." More silence. "Zulu, Bones, D'Amato is not responding." The captain's voice was icy. "Coming," McCoy shouted. Kirk took off, and Zulu and McCoy were running toward him from a distance. When they met, Kirk looked down into the crevice between the cliff and the large red rock and shouted, "Bones, it's here." McCoy, holding the tricorder in his hands, bent over the body. After a few seconds, he raised his head and said in horror, "Jim, every cell in his body feels like it's been blown up from the inside." For several minutes they stood silently over the body, trying to make sense of what had happened. Finally, Kirk carefully paced out a rectangle for the future grave, took the phaser off his shoulder, pointed it at the ground, and pulled the trigger. The top layer of soil evaporated, revealing a surface of red rock. Kirk pulled the trigger again, but the rock reflected the beam. The captain pointed the phaser elsewhere. The effect was the same. "More than 800 degrees Celsius," he said gloomily. "It only seems like volcanic rock, but in reality, this stone is much stronger." "And the whole planet is covered with this kind of rock, Jim?" McCoy asked.
Lieutenant Zulu, Kirk said, shouldering his phaser.
In order to figure out where we are, we need to know exactly what kind of rock this is. I know that's a geologist's job, but try to find out something.
Zulu picked up the tricorder.
"I think a headstone made of this stone is the best we can offer D'Amato,"
McCoy said, watching Zulu begin his geological survey. They began to collect stones for the tombstone, when suddenly Kirk straightened up and said, "I would like to know if that officer from the teleportation service is alive."
"You mean that woman we saw killed him?"
McCoy asked. Kirk looked around. "Someone killed D'Amato," he said, and began collecting stones again. Then they silently carried D'Amato's body out of the crevice and buried it. For a while, everyone stood quietly, heads bowed over the grave.
It's so lonely here, Zulu said, shivering slightly. It would be worse if he had company, McCoy responded. How can you joke, Doctor? Zulu flared up.
Poor D'Amato, such a terrible death. Death is never beautiful, Lieutenant Zulu, and I'm not kidding. Until we know how he died, none of us will feel safe.
You're right, Bones, Kirk said. Until we figure that out, we'd better stick together. See if we can figure out a way to protect ourselves. What's the chance that this rock is living matter? Do you remember those silicone creatures on Janus 6? But our instruments recorded them, Zulu interrupted McCoy. Perhaps we are dealing with intelligent beings that are capable of hiding their presence? Zulu looked at Kirk. Intelligent enough to destroy the Enterprise? That's the problem, Lieutenant. All we have are questions, and no answers. On the Enterprise, Scotty was also trying to find at least one reasonable answer to the questions that had arisen. Finally, completely exhausted by the suspicions and uncertainty that had gripped him, he pressed the intercom button. Spock speaking, Scotty.
Spock, there's something wrong with the ship. Something wrong, Scotty?
Scotty hesitated, trying to find the right words. I know it sounds ridiculous, sir. The equipment is fine, the readings are normal, but something is wrong. I don't know how to say. Understood, Scotty. I advise you to restrain your emotions and do your job. Over and out, Spock said, and switched off the microphone. Anxiety, however, had taken hold of him as well. Spock stood up and walked over to the touchpad. Down in the engineering bay, Scotty frowned at the control panel. Watkins, he said, turning to his assistant. Check the bypass valves in the reactor room. Make sure nothing's overheated. But Mr. Scotty, judging by the instruments... I didn't ask you to check the instruments, boy. Yes, sir, Watkins replied, wiping his dirty hands. He crossed the engineering bay and entered a small alcove beyond which was the reactor room.
Watkins approached the displays and suddenly saw a woman in the corner.
Who are you? How did you get here? He asked in surprise.
My name is not important, she smiled sadly. And your name is Watkins, John Watkins, engineer 4th class. It seems you know everything about me. That's flattering. What service are you from? I've never seen this uniform before. Tell me more about what's here. I want to learn a little. That's the integrator control, Watkins said, looking at the stranger suspiciously. That's the switch. Wrong, she said. It's a bypass valve that will open instantly if overloaded. A very wise precaution. Watkins backed away from her in fear and leaned his back against the wall. Wise, she continued, considering that it takes a little longer for the valves to explode. I'm yours, Watkins.
Watkins, what are you doing there?
Scotty shouted. The woman held out her hands, as if begging the engineer not to answer.
Sir, Watkins shouted, there's a strange woman here who knows all the ship's systems.
Scotty jumped up and rushed into the reactor room. Watkins, what the hell? The woman quickly stepped aside, became thinner and gradually disappeared. Scotty looked at his feet in confusion. You poor guy, how unlucky, he whispered, and walked on weak legs to the nearest intercom microphone. Scotty, calling the bridge, he said in a trembling voice. Spock, here, Scotty. My assistant is dead, sir. Do you know how he died, Scotty? Spock asked after a pause. I didn't see it happen, Scotty answered quietly. His last words. He warned me there was a strange woman on board. Spock turned on the loudspeaker. All decks, alert! Invasion of the Enterprise, alien female, very dangerous. Zulu finally managed to identify the basic composition of the planet's surface. It's an alloy, Captain, he reported, dibernium and osmium.
They don't occur together in nature.
Except for a few oscillations recorded by our instruments, there are no magnetic fields on this planet. These rocks are only a few million years old. Such vegetation could not have developed here in that time. Do you suppose this is an artificial planet, Jim? But if it's artificial, said Zulu, where are those who created it? Why haven't we met them? It could be hollow, Kirk said, or they could block our sensors. He looked around and added, it's getting dark. We need to rest a bit. In the morning, we need to quickly find water and some food, otherwise our stay here will not be pleasant. We don't know how long we can hold out here, even with food and water, McCoy said grimly. Sir, I'll be the first on duty. Okay, Zulu. Set D'Amato's tricorder to automatic in case a ship passes by. Kirk was sprawled on the ground, McCoy curled up next to him.
Jim, if the creators of this planet live inside it, why did they have to create an atmosphere and all this vegetation?
Bones, get some rest, McCoy nodded grimly. Spock and the Enterprise was no laughing matter either, although medical reported that Watkins had died from cellular rupture, as had Ensign from the teleportation service. The doctors could not determine what had caused the cellular rupture. My guess is no better than yours, Dr. Mbenga told Spock. Assumptions, thought Spock, who needs them? I only need facts. The power of whatever invaded our ship and killed 2 crew members, combined with the power to throw the Enterprise such a distance, suggests a highly intelligent and highly dangerous civilization, Spock said, turning to Mbenga. Yes, said Scotty. Watkins was killed.
I sent him to check the reactor room. All the circuits there are protected. The reactor could not have been the cause of his death. If there are more creatures like that on that planet, Scotty, the captain, and the others are in mortal danger.
Danger. Kirk tossed and turned on the ground, unable to get comfortable. An alarm sounded from the tricorder. Zulu sat up, leaning his elbows on the cool stone, trying to fight off the creeping drowsiness. The ground beneath him shook, and a sudden flash lit up the sky. Lieutenant Zulu, Kirk called. Everything is fine, Captain, just another small earthquake. What was that flash? McCoy asked. Lightning, perhaps? Sleep well, sir. Kirk and McCoy lay down again, and Zulu decided to make a wider circle around the camp. He went to the tricorder, which was in automatic mode, examined it, and was about to move on when the signal suddenly stopped. Zulu looked around and saw a woman. In one easy motion, he aimed his phaser at her.
I'm not armed, Mr. Zulu, she said. Without lowering his phaser, Zulu looked at the stranger with curiosity, but in the darkness, her figure was unclear. Who are you? He asked. It doesn't matter. And you are Lieutenant Zulu, born on planet Earth, helmsman of the Enterprise. How do you know that? Zulu demanded. Do you live on this planet? I'm from here. So the planet is hollow, thought Zulu, and suddenly he was overcome with anger. Who killed D'Amato? She did not answer, and Zulu continued even more sharply. Excellent. My captain wants to talk to you. Come here. He pointed with his phaser. Move! You don't understand, the stranger answered in a melodic voice. I came to you. What do you want? Touch you. Zulu was clearly not in the mood for such tenderness. One of our people is dead. We are all alone here. Our ship is gone. Zulu finally saw her. She came very close. I recognized you. You were on the Enterprise. Not me. Someone else, the woman said, continuing to move toward him. Back! But she didn't stop. Stop or I'll shoot! The woman came closer and closer. Stop! Zulu shouted. I don't want to kill a woman! The woman was already very close. Zulu fired at the ground at her feet, but the stranger did not stop. Zulu switched the phaser to full power and fired again. The woman swayed slightly, but otherwise the beam did no more harm to her than it did to the red rocks of this planet.
Zulu took a step back, stumbled. The phaser hit the ground. He tried to get up, but she was already there. Her hand touched Zulu's shoulder. He screamed wildly, jumped to his feet, but immediately fell to the ground again, his face distorted with terrible pain. The woman again stretched out her hands to him. "Don't move." Kirk, phaser in hand, stepped between Zulu and the woman. She looked at the captain in confusion and stopped. "Who are you?" Kirk asked. "I'm for Lieutenant Zulu."
Zulu lay on the ground, clutching his shoulder and writhing in pain.
Phaser won't take her, Captain. Don't let her touch you. That's how D'Amato died. It's like it's tearing you apart.
The woman tried to get around Kirk, but he again stood between her and Zulu.
Please,
she said.
I'm here for Lieutenant Zulu. Yes, she's crazy,
McCoy exclaimed, running up to them. Bones, take care of Zulu, Kirk said, looking at the woman, fighting back the horror that washed over him when he recognized her.
Please,
she repeated.
I have to touch him.
She tried to approach Zulu again, but Kirk blocked her path again. They collided, and her hands ended up on Kirk's shoulders. He felt nothing but disgust.
Why can you destroy others and not me?
The captain asked, pushing her away. The woman looked at Kirk pleadingly.
I don't want to destroy. I don't want.
But who? Why are you trying to kill us?
Only Zulu. I don't want to hurt you, Kirk. We're a lot alike.
Under certain circumstances. Are there people here, on this planet? I have to touch him. No. The woman stepped back. Her outlines began to gradually blur into the air and she disappeared. Did you see that, Bones? Kirk asked, still staring into space. Is this a ghost planet? All I know is that she nearly made a ghost out of Zulu. The cells where she touched him exploded from the inside. If she had hugged him better. But why? Sure, we've invaded this planet, or so it may seem, but if she can read our minds, she knows we mean no harm. Why are they trying to destroy us, Bones? Damn. I didn't think there were people like that, Zulu said. And then she's so beautiful, Captain. Yes, he answered thoughtfully. I noticed. Spock canceled the highest alert and ordered a thorough check of the compartments. Check after check was made, but no evidence of intrusion was found on the ship. How did they manage to leave the Enterprise? Uhura asked, surprised.
Apparently the same way they got in here, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir, but Mr. Spock, Uhura continued anxiously, what chance do the captain and the others have?
Lieutenant, we are not playing games of chance. We are doing the logical thing. That is, we are going back to where they were last seen. This is the only reasonable way to find out whether they are alive or not.
Sir, the speed is increased to 8.8 units, Rada reported.
Spock quickly walked to the captain's chair and pressed the intercom button. The bridge is calling the engineering department.
Scotty here, sir. I noticed it was a force wave. We're working on it. I suggest we slow down until we solve the problem.
Okay, Scotty. Spock turned to Rada. We're reducing speed to 7 units.
Yes, sir. 7 units.
Rada looked at her console. Her eyes widened in surprise.
Mr. Spock, sir, the speed is increased to 8.9 units and continues to increase.
Spock pressed the intercom button hard. Bridge calling Scotty. Speed reduction debuff. Scotty, speed still increasing. Scotty stood in the reactor room examining the machinery that had witnessed Watkins' death.
Yes, Spock, he said slowly, and I have already figured out the reason. The check valves have failed. They are now completely useless. The engines are running uncontrollably. They are impossible to reach. In 15 minutes, we will reach maximum overload. By my calculations, 14.57 minutes, Scotty, Spock said. These few seconds don't make any difference, Scotty said desperately, because after that time, there won't be you or me or anyone else on the crew to argue about it. The ship will explode, and nothing in the universe can stop it. The faces of those standing next to Spock on the bridge turned gray from hearing the message.
The pain in Zulu's shoulder began to subside slightly. McCoy continued to examine the wound.
If it's a normal wound, it will heal quickly. But if it gets infected, do you mean virus? No, that can't be. Not so fast. But she only touched me, Zulu said. How can it happen so quickly? She touched the teleportation officer. It happened to him instantly. Then she got to D'Amato. We saw what happened. Kirk looked at Zula. Why are you alive, Lieutenant? Captain, I am very glad that everything turned out this way, and I am grateful to you for what you did for me. Jim, what kind of power do you think they have? Obviously, the one that is capable of destroying the biological structure of cells. Why didn't she kill Zulu? She's not finished yet, Bones. Spock descended into the reactor room next to Scotty. It's no use. I'm sure it was done on purpose, Scotty said. Sabotage. Yes, and it was done masterfully. The system is completely protected. Whoever killed Watkins was the one who carried out the sabotage. You said they were melted, but how?
That's what worries me. They were melted for sure, but to do that, you'd have to use the combined power of the ship's phasers. Interesting, Spock said. I don't find anything interesting in this. We're about to explode, Scotty couldn't help but say. But the Vulcanite didn't seem to notice this. You're right about that, he said softly, but the method itself is incredibly interesting. Whoever it was, he's probably still on the ship. I can't understand why you canceled the alarm. It is unlikely that a force capable of throwing us back 1,000 light-years and carrying out such a sabotage would wait to be taken into custody, Spock said, and continued to think aloud. As I recall, the fuel line arrangement. Somewhere here there is access to a pipe leading to the reactor room. Or am I mistaken? Yes, Scotty confirmed reluctantly. There is a narrow service passage here, but it is not used when the integrator is working. Be that as it may, it is there, said Spock.
Therefore, it is possible to stop the leak at this point.
Scotty exploded. What? With your bare hands? No, Mr. Scotty. With the help of a magnetic umbrella. Any mechanism would simply explode upon contact with the latches. And I'm not sure that a person would be able to survive in such a flow of magnetic forces. I'll try, Spock said quietly. You won't get out of there alive. If we don't solve this problem quickly, I don't think any of us will survive. Scotty looked at him with a mixture of admiration and irritation. After a short pause, he said, Yes, you are right, sir. We have nothing to lose. But only I will do it, Mr. Spock. I know every millimeter of this system. I will do whatever it takes. Okay, Mr. Scotty, I remember you saying there was something wrong with the ship. It was too emotional a statement. I didn't expect you to understand. Understanding has nothing to do with it, Mr. Scotty. It's enough that I heard it.
I intend to feed all the information into the computers and compare the current state of the Enterprise with its ideal state. But we don't have time for this. We have 12 minutes, 27 seconds. I suggest you try to plug the leak, and I'll go back to the bridge. I'll take care of the computers. Spock headed for the exit. Scotty watched him go and turned to his aides. Come on, guys! Kirk watched as McCoy tended to Zulu's wound and mused out loud. If the planet is hollow, if there are cities and energy sources there must be some way in. We will all search together. Lieutenant, do you have enough strength to start searching right now? I feel great, Captain. Is this true, Bones? Yes, he's fine. Whatever power this woman has, she's targeting a specific person at a specific time. If I'm right, two of us can always protect the one she's after. We just have to separate her from her next victim. Weapons are useless here. But how did she know about us, Captain?
She knew my name, my rank, Even the name of the ship. Perhaps she can read our thoughts. He was interrupted by a piercing squeak. Captain, phaser. Kirk had already unfastened his weapon. The fuse has blown, he said. Get down. Zulu and McCoy threw themselves to the ground, and Kirk swung his arm as hard as he could, throwing the phaser as far as he could and falling to the ground, covering his head with his hands. It was just in time. There was an explosion, and a shower of rock debris rained down on them. When it was over, Kirk got to his feet and looked around. That's the answer to your question, he said. She really can read minds. Let's go. The service passage was very narrow and dark. Great, Scotty said to his assistants. Help me get up there. Scotty crawled forward a little, turned, and found himself in a hot stream of energy. Scotty calling the bridge, he said quietly. Go on, Scotty. Unsealed the passage from the stern.
Set up a separating charge so you can throw me overboard at any moment. I'm very close to the target. Energy flows around me like ants crawling on skin.
Mr. Scotty, I hope you don't intend to share any more personal impressions with us. You have a little over 10 minutes left to solve the problem.
Mr. Spock,
Rada reported from her console.
the speed continues to increase, currently at 11.2 units.
I heard, Scotty said, still crawling forward.
The ship wasn't designed for that kind of speed.
Mr. Scotty, you only have 10 minutes and 10 seconds.
All right, Mr. Spock. Watch the instruments. If there is a magnetic surge, you must dispose of me immediately. The security controls will not hold it for more than 2 seconds.
We know that, Scotty. Please get to work.
Spock walked to his console, pressed a button and said,
Computer.
The metallic voice replied, In progress.
Comparative analysis. An immediate response is not possible. Confirmation will be given after the analysis is completed. I moved the access panel. Electrical discharges are jumping around the instruments, Scotty reported. Spock turned to Uhura. Do you control the magnetic flux power? Yes, sir. Keep your eyes on your instruments. Spock's face showed no sign of the tension on the bridge. Lieutenant Rada, prepare to activate the cocoon release system. Yes, sir. At the first difficulty, I separate the cocoon, only on my orders, Spock said sharply, and turned to the intercom microphone. Scotty, how are things with you? Everything in the pipe was sparkling, and Scotty seemed to have lost his bearings due to the endless flashes before his eyes. It's hard to see anything. I'm afraid the magnetic field will hinder my attempts to reach the valve. You have 8 minutes and 41 seconds. I know what time it is, Scotty muttered under his breath.
And I don't need a stupid cuckoo.
The 3 men on the planet reached a vast plateau of red rock and decided to rest for a while. Zulu checked his tricorder and called out, Captain, something's wrong with the magnetic fields again. The needle is just going off the charts, from 0 and... It was like a door had been opened, Kirk said quietly. A lovely stranger appeared from behind the rocks. Who have you come for this time? Kirk asked. I am yours, James Kirk, captain of the Enterprise. McCoy and Zulu quickly blocked the captain's view. Stay behind us, Jim, McCoy shouted. The woman did not move from her place. Her short, tight dress emphasized the perfection of her figure. Why do you want to kill me? Kirk asked over McCoy's shoulder. You have invaded our planet, the woman said, and began to slowly move forward. But we are here on a peaceful mission. We have done you no harm. And yet you are killing us.
McCoy focused his tricorder on the stranger and exclaimed, in surprise, Jim, the tricorder doesn't record biological life.
Android, said Zulu.
Then the tricorder would show it, but it doesn't record anything. Who are you? Kirk asked, remaining behind his comrades. Commander Lucira. Commander of what? This base, she replied. Kirk stared at her. You are very beautiful, Lucira, he said. I like you very much. McCoy and Zulu turned to their captain in amazement. Kirk was quite pleased with their reaction. Do you like me, Lucira? The woman lowered her large dark eyes. Under different circumstances, we might. She hesitated. How do you feel about killing me? Kirk asked. She raised her head. What do I feel? She asked and added quietly. You can't kill. But she took another step forward. You can't get on the station. She held out her hands. Kirk, I have to touch you. Standing behind McCoy and Zulu, Kirk quickly fiddled with the tricorder. Where's the door, he thought. It must be close by. The woman tried to break through the living barrier, but McCoy and Zulu held her back, and the beauty's touch did them no harm. How long have you been here, alone? Kirk asked. The woman dropped her hands helplessly, and the deepest sadness was reflected on her face. Then she became flat and evaporated with a dim flash. Where did she go? McCoy exclaimed. She must come from somewhere, mustn't she? I can't get a lock on it, Zulu said, but the tricorder is picking up another power wave. It's going off the scale again. It must be somewhere very close. It was like a door, closed, Kirk muttered and walked towards the large red stone. The chronometer on the bridge ticked away the seconds. Spock left the command console and walked over to the computer. I need information, he said dryly. The comparative analysis is complete. Let's. M7 displacement coefficient. Reorganization, outphase, 0.0009. 57 seconds, sir, Rada said. I see, Spock said. Rada watched him slowly read the information on the computer screen and tried to maintain her composure. Spock did not turn his head from the screen, even when Scotty's voice sounded. Spock! Spock here, Scotty. Sweat poured down Scotty's face, multicolored lights dancing before his eyes as he tried to position the tools in front of the access hatch. I'm gonna go through the magnetic valve, but if the probe doesn't go, you can consider the explosion to have already taken place. Rada's face turned to stone, her hand shaking as she held the cocoon release button. Mr. Spock, Uhura exclaimed. The magnetic force indicator is jumping. Scotty, ease up, Spock ordered. As Scotty pulled the instruments toward him, the vibrations subsided slightly. Uhura, without taking her eyes off her console, reported, The indicator is normal. Speed 13.2 units, Rada reported, trying to speak calmly.
If Spock heard, he didn't show it, and turned back to the computer.
Computer, will reversing the polarity help to achieve the overlap?
The answer is positive. Condition, maintaining the M7 coefficient.
Spock approached the intercom microphone.
Scotty, we need to reverse the polarity on the magnetic probe.
Reverse the polarity?
Absolutely right.
But it will take some time. For what purpose?
Go ahead, Scott. I'll explain everything. You were right about how you felt about the ship. The Enterprise was placed in a molecular transporter, and then everything was returned to its place with a slight phase shift. The polarity reversal should stop the dissolution.
There is no time for theoretical analysis now, so I hope you are not mistaken.
15 seconds.
Rada said. Scotty heard her.
I'm doing the best I can. Damn it!
He worked at an incredible speed. Sweat clouded his eyes.
10 seconds.
Rada said.
Don't wait! Separate the cocoon!
Scotty shouted. Get to work, Scotty. Don't be an idiot, Spock. This is your last chance. No need for sentimentality. Press the button. I won't survive anyway. Stop talking, Spock said sharply. Get to work. Scotty released the probe and quickly pushed it through the access hatch. The probe is free.
But there is no time left. Press the button. Everything around it sparkled, and the probe went deeper into the hatch. Spock stood at Rada's console. The instruments showed that the speed had increased to 14.1 units. The magnetic force indicator is showing stable readings, Uhura reported. As soon as she said this, the speed dropped to 13 units and continued to fall. Mr. Scotty, Spock said over the intercom, you have accomplished your task. You could at least say thank you, Scotty said helplessly. Why, Mr. Scotty? Spock was genuinely surprised. Does such a situation require any expression of emotion? We pursued a specific goal and accomplished our task.
Do you think something else happened? What was it?
Nothing, Scotty confirmed. I'm sorry I started this conversation. The 3 lone crew members of the Enterprise stood against a large red rock. The needle on Zulu's tricorder was still off the charts. This closed door, Kirk said, approaching the stone, should be here. All 3 of them leaned their shoulders against the stone and tried to move it. Nothing worked. If that door is closed, McCoy said, breathing heavily, it won't be opened again. Suddenly, the stone moved aside by itself. A door appeared, which also swung open by itself. Is that meant to be an invitation? McCoy asked. Even so, it doesn't make me feel any better, Zulu responded. The elevator door on the Enterprise bridge would certainly be preferable, Kirk said, but whatever civilization exists on this planet is behind that door. And since we're shipless, gentlemen, that's our only source of food and water.
Following Captain McCoy and Zulu carefully entered, they found themselves in a fairly spacious room. Opposite the entrance stood a huge cube, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. What is this? Kirk said. Could this be where the brain of the planet's master is? They continued to look at the cube with interest when a woman appeared in front of them with the same sad expression on her face. Whose are you? Kirk asked. The woman didn't answer. She raised her hands and walked straight towards them. Form a circle and keep moving, Kirk ordered. The woman stopped. You see, said Kirk, you'd better tell me whose you are. He paused, then went on. But you don't have to bother. You're back with Creek. I'm for Kirk, she confirmed. But Kirk is not for you, he replied, and McCoy and Zulu immediately stood before him. Let me touch him, I beg you. My existence depends on it.
It's my death, Kirk countered. I don't kill, she said softly. Really? We saw the result of your touches? But I am exactly the same as you. I have to touch you. Then I can live, exactly repeating you, even the structure of your cells. So this is how you kill. You will never touch me. At that very second, another woman appeared, quietly and unnoticed. She walked towards them with her arms outstretched. Careful, Kirk shouted. I'm here for McCoy, said the second woman. Kirk jumped out from behind Bones and shielded him with his body. It's an exact copy of the first one, he shouted. This computer reproduces them. They're taking our chromosomes, McCoy shouted. At this moment, a third woman appeared, her clothes and appearance identical to the previous 2. I'm for Zulu, she said. All 3 looked at each other in horror. Captain, we can't protect each other anymore. Each of us can pounce on the other's killer, McCoy said. I guess it's worth a try, Kirk replied. The 3 women approached them silently, walking as if in a dream. The light behind them suddenly flickered, and Kirk saw Spock and the guards from the Enterprise materialize. They were all armed with phasers. The guards pointed their phasers at the women. No, Spock, Kirk shouted. This cube is a computer. Destroy it. The guards simultaneously pulled the triggers, and the cube shattered into thousands of iridescent fragments. At the same moment, the women disappeared. McCoy took a deep breath and leaned against the wall in relief. Spock, Kirk said. You have no idea how glad I am to see you. I thought the Enterprise was destroyed. I had that mistaken assumption too, Spock replied, shouldering his phaser. We were only able to return to this planet a few minutes ago to locate you. Were you able to return? From where? But Spock was already looking at the fragments of the cube with genuine admiration.
From where this brain had the strength to throw us, it's about 1,000 light years from here. Amazing civilization, isn't it? It was. It was amazing, Spock. Its defenses were built with the help of this computer. I thought so, Captain. Spock nodded. All their actions were incredibly logical. But what kind of people created all this? Where are their representatives? There were copies of one of them here, but now the source of their reproduction has been destroyed. Luzira's face slowly appeared on the dark wall of the room. Greetings, my friend Calandus, said the image. The disease is destroying us. I regret that I can only leave you this note as a warning, but we who guard this post may not live to see you again. The voice became quieter. After a short pause, she continued. When we created this planet, we also created a monstrous organism. I was expecting a ship with medical aid from our home star. But now I, too, have been infected with this virus. I am switching the guard post to automatic mode. This will protect you from all enemies except the virus. I wish you good luck, my friend Calandus. McCoy turned to the computer shards. He reproduced copies of the only surviving person, Luzira. Kirk watched the image on the wall fade away. She was beautiful, he said. Beauty is fleeting, Captain. Spock shook his head. Be that as it may, she was faithful to her duty and very intelligent. The image on the wall disappeared completely. Kirk turned on his communicator. Kirk to Enterprise, we're rising. By the way, Spock, I disagree with you. Really, Captain? Kirk could still hear the melodious voice of the beautiful woman, waiting in vain for help for her people. Beauty remains, it does not perish. Beauty lives in the memory of those who saw it. Spock kept his eyes on Kirk. When they dematerialized, the captain was still smiling sadly. Obsession. The ore was an intense dark purple. Kirk tried hitting it with a rock. It made a distinctive clanking sound, but no trace was left on the surface of the ore. The captain threw the rock aside and said,
Fantastic! This ore, even in its raw state, is 20 times harder than steel.
To be precise, Captain, Spock said, focusing his tricorder on the ore. 21.4 times that of the finest manganese steel. Kirk turned on the communicator.
Scotty, can you confirm the presence of ore deposits? Inform Star Squadron. I recommend they send a ship here as soon as possible.
As he transmitted the message, a small cloud of white steam appeared above the rocks. But the tall grass and rocks prevented the Enterprise crew from seeing it.
Copy that, Captain,
Scotty said. Spock took the phaser off his shoulder. I don't think we can just chip off the sample. I'll try using a phaser.
Kirk did not answer. He suddenly became tense, his face hard, as if the past had suddenly come crashing down on him and was preventing him from focusing on the present.
Spock fired, and a shower of rock and ore rained down on the ground. The cloud, as if guided by an intelligent force, moved and hid behind the rocks. Spock began collecting samples of the ore, and Kirk said, Did you notice? A sweet aroma, like honey? I wonder. It was many years ago on another planet, it smelled exactly the same. Something unusual in the captain's voice caught Spock's attention, and he hastened to disappoint him. It is the growing season in this hemisphere, and the air is undoubtedly filled with the scent of pollen, Captain. But Kirk was not reassured, and seemed not to have heard Spock's remark.
Calling over a security officer, Kirk said, "Lieutenant Rizzo, take 2 men and survey this place thoroughly. Rescan this area for any signs of dichironium in the atmosphere." Dichironium, Spock noted, does not exist in nature. It can only be produced in a laboratory. Kirk ignored the remark. "Set the fuse position on the phasers to position 4.
If you see a gas cloud, shoot it immediately. Proceed, Lieutenant." Kirk's communicator beeped a few times and Scotty's voice said, "Are you ready to come aboard, Captain?" "Let's stay where we are, Scotty. We need to check something." "Sir, the battle cruiser Yorktown is expecting to rendezvous with us in 8 hours. We don't have much time left." "Received. We remain in orbit. End of communication." Spock scanned the ore sample. When he spoke, there was awe in his voice. "About 65% pure, Captain. If we have enough of this stuff, we can build ships that can travel through space twice as fast as the Enterprise." Kirk sniffed the air again several times. "Gone," he said. "No smell. I could be wrong. The last time I smelled that was about 20 years ago." He looked toward where the security officer and his men were surveying the area. Rizzo was standing near a small hill, leaning over his tricorder. The tricorder suddenly detected dichronium in the atmosphere.
Rizzo was so surprised that he didn't notice a white cloud creeping quietly toward them from behind the hill. "But that's impossible," Rizzo muttered under his breath. "It just doesn't happen." The cloud seemed to refuse to obey its cloud laws. At first it was a transparent wisp of steam, but the next second, its density increased to the consistency of fog, and it began to move quickly, emitting a quiet buzzing sound. As one, the search party turned their heads. Multicolored spirals appeared within the cloud, and then a green tendril erupted and touched the nearest man. He grabbed his throat and fell to the ground, followed by another. Rizzo raised his phaser. Where to shoot, he thought feverishly. The center of the cloud, where? He was at a loss. Kirk's communicator beeped. "Captain." "Cloud," Rizzo said breathlessly. "Strange cloud." "Shoot the center," Kirk shouted. "Sir, we. Help." "Spock, follow me." Kirk shouted and ran towards the hill. The cloud had disappeared. Rizzo lay face down in the grass. He still held the phaser. His subordinates lay nearby. Kirk looked around and walked up to the officer. Rizzo was very pale, but if he was merely pale, the faces of his comrades were bone white. "They're dead," Kirk said. "Then we'll find there's not a single red blood cell left in their blood." "At least Rizzo survived," Spock said. "Jim, you speak as if you suspect something. Do you know what it is?" Kirk picked up the communicator and nodded. Something that cannot exist in nature, and yet exists. He turned on the communicator. "Captain to Enterprise, we're going up, Scotty. We need medical assistance." The captain walked into the infirmary. Nurse Chapel handed the tape to Bones. "Autopsy results, doctor. Thank you." Kirk took his sister by the elbow. "How's Rizzo?" "Still unconscious, Captain." "Transfusion?" he asked. "We continue to do so, sir, but we are still very far from the norm."
Kirk glanced at McCoy, but Bones was still studying the tape. Kirk closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, then walked over to the intercom.
"Kirk calling the bridge. Ready to leave orbit, sir," Spock responded. "We remain in our previous position." Scotty appeared on the screen. "May I intervene? The Yorktown is expecting to rendezvous with us in 7 hours. "Then tell them we're going to be late," Kirk said sharply. McCoy turned from his desk. "Jim, the surgeon of the Yorktown will be interested to know how long we'll be delayed. The vaccines he's giving us are perishable." Spock appeared on the screen again. "Sir, these medical supplies are desperately needed on Theta 7. They are counting on us to deliver them in time." Everyone is trying to corner me, Kirk thought. He looked at Spock, then at McCoy. "Gentlemen," he said, "we will remain in orbit until I know the cause of these deaths. I realize this could cost lives on Theta 7, and I accept full responsibility."
"Out." He switched off the screen and turned to McCoy. "Autopsy results?" "You saw the color they were," McCoy said.
They didn't have a red blood cell left in their blood. Cuts? Injections? Any marks? None. What happened is medically impossible. Kirk felt that people suddenly began to irritate and even anger him. I suppose, he said coldly, that before making such a statement you have studied all the records of similar cases? 20 years ago, a similar medically impossible case was recorded on the Farragut. McCoy looked at Kirk curiously. "Thank you, Captain," he said dispassionately. "I will review these records immediately." "Yes, that would be nice," Kirk said. "But before we do that, could you bring Rizzo round for a minute?" "I think I can, but could this harm him? In his current state, it doesn't change anything." "Well, do it then," Kirk said. "I need to ask him one question." As they approached Rizzo's bed, the nurse was removing a small black box from his hand.
"The transfusion is finished, Doctor," she said. "The pulse and breathing are still far from normal. Give him another cube of cordrazine." The nurse looked at McCoy in surprise and silently gave him the injection. Kirk clenched his fists until the knuckles cracked and turned white. Rizzo's eyelashes fluttered, and the captain leaned toward him. "Lieutenant, this is the captain. Can you hear me? Do you remember what happened to you?" Rizzo opened his eyes slightly. "I remember," he whispered. "It's cold. So cold." "Rizzo, something attacked you," the captain continued. "When it happened, did you notice? Did you smell anything?" Kirk leaned even closer to Rizzo. "Rizzo, remember. A thick, sweet smell. Did you smell it?" Rizzo's eyes filled with horror. "Yes, sir. I remember. The smell. A strange smell. Like you were covered in honey." Kirk exhaled heavily and asked, "And you? Did you feel a presence? The presence of something intelligent?"
Rizzo nodded his head slightly. "It wanted to take our power. Yes, I felt how it was sucking. That's how it was." McCoy came up. "He fell asleep. We can't risk giving him another injection." He told me everything I wanted to know. I wouldn't rely on his answers. He was in a semi-conscious state. Kirk straightened up and looked at Bones. "I want the analysis of the tapes as soon as possible." He left the infirmary. Nurse Chapel looked at McCoy in surprise. "What's going on with the captain? I've never seen him like this." "I'll try to find out," McCoy replied. "If you need me, I'll be in the medical library." On the bridge, Uhura relayed Starfleet's message to the captain. To her surprise, he tossed it aside, saying, "Later, Lieutenant. For now, please keep me informed of the security officer's condition." Kirk walked up to Spock. "Continuing scanning, sir," Spock said. "We have not yet detected any life forms on the planet's surface." "Well, then let's assume that this is something completely unique, and our scanners are simply unable to identify it as any form of life." "You spoke of dicyronium, Captain. A rare element, Spock. Let's say something is made of it. A strange, gaseous something. But there are no traces of dicyronium either on the planet's surface or in the atmosphere. I checked. Let's say it can disguise itself. Captain, if this thing is made of dicyronium, lead, gold, oxygen, anything, our scanners will pick it up. And yet, let's assume that I'm right. An illogical assumption, Captain. There is no way to mask a specific chemical element from our scanners. None? Let's continue our assumptions. It's something intelligent and knows that we're looking for it. Captain, in order to hide from the scanners, he needs to change his molecular structure. Kirk looked at Spock in silence for a few seconds. Gold turns to lead or wood or something. Spock, that never occurred to me. That's the answer to the questions McCoy is trying to answer right now, looking at a recording. Mr. Chekhov, Spock said, standing up. Continue scanning for me. He walked up to the elevator. The door slid open, and a security officer stepped out. He was a new crew member, still just a boy. And he came up to Kirk, saluted, and reported. Ensign David Garovic, reporting as ordered, sir. Are you our new security officer? Kirk turned to him. Yes, sir. Kirk hesitated for a moment and asked, Did your father serve? Yes, sir. but I don't expect any favors. Not on this ship, Ensign, Kirk said sharply. Yes, sir. A message about Lieutenant Rizzo, Uhura interjected. He's dead, Captain. Kirk leaned back in his chair. This ore, he thought, was costing us dearly to discover. He turned back to the ensign and saw that he was struggling to keep his composure. Did you know Rizzo? Yes, sir. We were friends. Graduated from the academy together. Kirk nodded. Do you want to do what killed him? Yes, sir. Take 4 people. I'll expect you in the teleportation compartment in 5 minutes. Keep me company, we'll go down together. After materializing on the planet, it was Garavik's tricorder that first recorded something unusual. Sir, David called. The readings are changing. Kirk quickly ran up to him and looked at the tricorder readings. Spock was right, he said. You see, there was a molecular shift. And now dicarbonium is being read. It is in a stationary state. The angle of elevation is 6 degrees. It's behind that rise, Kirk said. Take 2 men and go around to the right, and I'll go around to the left with the rest. Shoot as soon as you see it. Remember, it's extremely dangerous. Garovik looked nervously towards the hill. Yes, sir, he said with difficulty. Svensson and Bardoli, come with me, Kirk said, turning away from the ensign. Garovik and 2 other officers on the right side climbed the hill. The ensign noticed a narrow, deep ravine. His assistants began to go around the ravine on both sides. David hesitated for a while, finally made a decision and began to carefully descend. Suddenly, a small white cloud appeared in front of him, its outlines resembling a frog, and this confused Garovik for a few seconds. He looked at the cloud uncertainly, then aimed his phaser at it and fired. Exactly a second too late. The cloud had already disappeared. They're firing a phaser, Kirk shouted. Follow me. He saw Garovik climbing up the hillside. Garovik, you... Kirk trailed off as he saw where the ensign was looking. Garovik's 2 aides lay motionless on the ground. Kirk ran up to one of them. He was lying with his eyes open, his face completely white. Kirk sat alone in the briefing room. He felt that at this moment, it was best to be alone. Alone, he did not have to prove to anyone that the thing that had killed 5 of his crew was the same as the thing that had killed most of the Farragut's crew 20 years earlier. 5 people, Kirk thought. One of Garovik's men, trying to save. But Rizzo had not been helped by a transfusion. The thing is, you are never alone, Kirk continued to reason. Other people's unspoken thoughts are always with you. Kirk had the unspoken thoughts of McCoy and Spock for company. Neither of them had entertained the idea that the thing was hostile to them and endowed with intelligence. Neither, moreover, had shared the captain's decision to remain in orbit and try to destroy the thing. Or were they right? Had I been too emotional? Kirk doubted. He sat with his hands on the table when McCoy, Spock, and Garovik entered the room. Capital opened the meeting. We've reviewed your report, Mr. Garovik. I think Mr. Spock has some questions. How big was it? Spock asked. According to my calculations, from 10 to 16 cubic meters. The dimensions fluctuated within these limits when it moved. Compound. It looks like a cloud of gas, sir. In some places, it is almost transparent. In others, it is much denser. Ensign, McCoy said. Did you sense a sentient presence? Felt what, sir? Didn't you have a subconscious feeling that this cloud was alive? A living, thinking being? And not just a cloud made up of some chemical elements? No, sir. Kirk looked at the ensign, who shifted in his chair. Ensign, you didn't have any direct contact with him, did you? The captain asked. No, sir. I was the furthest away from it. David paused for a moment and continued. It appeared suddenly, out of nowhere, hung in the air, and then moved towards the one closest to us. Fast, very fast. Kirk threw the pencil on the table. You said it was hanging in the air? Yes, sir. You shot him, didn't you? Yes, sir. How far away from him were you?
About 20 yards, sir. And you couldn't hit a large stationary target from such a distance?
Yes, sir. Well, I didn't fire while it was hanging in the air.
Do you mean to say that you are petrified?
Not exactly, sir.
Then explain to us what you mean.
I was confused, maybe for a second or so. And then when I fired it had already moved.
Ensign, Kirk said sternly, you are relieved of duty and will remain in your quarters until further notice.
Garevik stood up. Yes, sir.
McCoy watched him to the door. I think you were a little too hard on him, Jim, he said. He was petrified. One of his men was dead, another might die soon.
Captain, Spock began.
Kirk rose from the table. Gentlemen, in due course I will listen to your reports. Then you will be able to comment on the events and make the necessary recommendations. Kirk quickly walked to the exit, the door slamming behind him. Spock and McCoy were speechless.
Garevik's cabin was dark, as was his soul. He fumbled for the switch on the panel next to the thermometer and other measuring instruments. Above the panel was a switch labeled ventilation filter. Garevik closed his eyes and gave in to the depression that had overtaken him. On the bridge, another message from the Yorktown awaited Kirk, demanding confirmation of the previously planned meeting. He ignored this message, too. Scotty approached Kirk and said,
While we wait, I've given the order to purge the second impulse engine's radioactive drain. But we're ready to leave orbit within half an hour.
We are not leaving orbit. Not so fast. Not only are medications absolutely essential on Theta 7, but they also have a limited shelf life, and I am aware of that, Kirk said dryly. And I am growing tired of the officer's endless attempts to coerce me. He looked Scotty in the eye and paused. I'm sorry, Scotty. Perhaps I was too harsh. Agreed, sir.
Kirk approached Chekhov. Did you manage to record anything?
Nothing, sir. We continue scanning.
Mr. Chekhov, are you aware that it is capable of changing its composition? Are you scanning for any unusual movements, any kind of gaseous cloud?
We've done 2 full scans, sir.
That's what you will do if you have to,
Kirk shouted and walked off the bridge, leaving the entire crew in disbelief. Garevik wasn't the captain's only victim. McCoy, after reviewing the autopsy tape, turned it over in his hands, resisting the urge to throw it on the floor. When Spock entered his office, he didn't react.
I hope I'm not disturbing you, Doctor. Interrupting another viewing of the recording with the results of the autopsy is not a hindrance. Quite the opposite.
I need advice, Spock said.
Then I need a drink, McCoy replied.
Didn't understand?
You want my advice, but you're joking.
I never joke. How many times do I have to repeat it? I need to hear your point of view.
There is much that is irrational in a person that I cannot understand. For example, mania, obsession, concentration on one thing, obsession, and the like.
Jim and his cloud?
Exactly. Have you looked at the records concerning what happened on the Farragut?
So much happened. I just didn't have time.
Fortunately, I read quickly, Spock said. To summarize all the information I have received, I can report that half the crew of the Farragut, including the captain, was destroyed. The captain's name is Garevik.
McCoy whistled. The same as our ensign's?
That's his father, Spock said. I brought the Farragut file.
So there's something else there.
Spock nodded grimly. A great many. Among the survivors was a young officer. This was his first assignment.
Seeing the question in McCoy's eyes, Spock nodded again.
Yes, James Kirk,
he said and placed the tape on the table.
It would be a good idea if you reviewed it.
20 minutes later, McCoy rang the bell at James Kirk's cabin.
There was no answer, so he opened the door. Kirk
lay motionless on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He didn't say a word. Then he stood up and turned on his communicator. Kirk to the bridge. Report how the scan is going. We continue to work, sir. Nothing unusual has been recorded. End of communication. Kirk pulled away from the communicator, clenched his fists, and exclaimed, "It couldn't just evaporate." Sometimes that happens, and if it does, we're lucky. McCoy sat down on a chair. Monsters come in all sorts of shapes, Jim. And you know what the worst kind of monster is? Guilt. Proven and unproven. Get to the point, Kirk scowled. Jim, a young officer finding himself in an extreme situation for the first time, experiences serious emotional stress. We all know how... Doctor, I have made a decision regarding Ensign Garovic. I am afraid you are going beyond the bounds of... I was talking about Lieutenant James Kirk of the Farragut, McCoy said. Kirk looked at him but said nothing. McCoy continued. 20 years ago, you were on phaser duty when something attacked your ship. According to the recording, the young officer insisted on being punished and found guilty of what happened. I hesitated and didn't shoot in time. That was a normal human reaction, McCoy said, emphasizing each word. Surprise. You were confused. You delayed the shot by 2 seconds maximum. If I hadn't lost my head, this something would have been destroyed, Kirk exclaimed with pain in his voice. The experts didn't think so. The ship's log clearly shows that. The ship's management describes you as a young officer who showed courage when confronted with the unknown. I killed more than 200 people. Captain Garovic was a big part of your life, wasn't he? McCoy asked quietly. The captain suddenly became haggard. I joined his staff right out of the academy. He was one of the best men I've ever known. Kirk rose to his feet again. I should have destroyed that. If I'd reacted fast enough back then. You don't know that, Jim. You can't know that. You can't know whether Ensign Garovic would have destroyed that thing or not. I still owe, Kirk said calmly. You're haunted by memory. Jim, you can't break an ensign just because you see him as the James Kirk of 20 years ago. You'll ruin your career. I had to kill it. Don't ask me how I know. I just know, that's all. McCoy looked at his captain in silence for a moment, then stood up, walked to the door and opened it. Come in, Spock, he said. McCoy, Kirk exploded. Don't think our friendship allows you to... That's a professional question, Captain, McCoy interrupted. I'm going to make a log entry about the physical and mental condition of the ship's captain.
I need an officer to witness it.
Kirk looked from one to the other. The seconds dragged on like hours. And finally, his voice breaking with anger, he said, Am I correct in understanding that you, Doctor, and you, Spock, believe that I am no longer fit for my position and am no longer capable of commanding the ship? The manual provides specific recommended wording, Spock said. Our response is on the recommended list, which is, we have observed much in your behavior that we find odd. We request that you answer the following questions. Damn it! Forget the manual! Kirk exclaimed. Ask your questions! At this moment, Spock continued calmly, the Yorktown awaits us at the appointed location, Captain. There are medical supplies on board that... I think I've heard that news before, Kirk said, wiping his forehead with a trembling hand. They're expecting that vaccine at Theta 7, Jim, McCoy said. Why are we postponing the meeting? Because I know what I know, Kirk replied.
The creature that attacked the Farragut 20 years ago was the same.
A creature? Spock asked. Yes, there is a recording of my report. It attacked us just as I lost consciousness. I felt the mind of this creature. I felt how it thinks, plans. You say you sensed its mind, Spock asked. How? Did it communicate with you? You say it happened just as you were passing out, McCoy interjected. Semi-consciousness is a tricky thing, Jim. No man can say what was real and what wasn't.
Real or not bones, it carried death with it. I have no doubt, McCoy said. And if in our case it is the same creature that I met 20 years ago on another planet, which is more than 1,000 light-years from here. It is obvious, Captain, that if this is an intelligent being, if it is precisely this being that we have met here, and if, as follows from all that has been said above, it is capable of traveling in space, then it represents a mortal threat to all inhabited planets.
I agree, Spock, there are a lot of ifs. But as the captain of the ship, I believe that they outweigh other factors. Intuition, whatever it is, Spock, is the captain's prerogative. Jim, we're not trying to attack you. Of course, Doctor, said Kirk. You are showing concern for the common cause. You are both doing your duty. Now, may I inquire what sort of entry will be made in the medical journal? Spock and McCoy exchanged glances. Jim, Bones began. Kirk smiled. You were bluffing, gentlemen. I saw through you. It was entirely my idea, Captain, Spock said. McCoy is so attached to you that he simply cannot. I'm attached to him, McCoy interrupted. That's what I like. He turned to Kirk. Jim, we use this opportunity to try to talk to you calmly. The intercom signal rang out. The bridge is calling the captain, Chekhov said excitedly. Captain, answer. Kirk jumped to the microphone in one leap. Kirk here. Whatever it is, we've got it, Captain.
It's separated from the planet's surface and is heading into space. All decks, Kirk commanded calmly. Red alert. Prepare to leave orbit. He transmitted and left the cabin. Out on a wild goose hunt. Only what Kirk was about to chase into outer space wasn't a wild goose at all. It was as elusive and as shrewd as a cobra. And it was gradually leading the Enterprise further and further away from its rendezvous with the Yorktown. Everyone on the bridge knew what was at stake. The thing had changed course several times, deliberately trying to confuse the Enterprise. Kirk had perked up a bit, but Spock was clearly worried. Captain, we can no longer go at a speed of 8 units. The pressure is approaching a critical point. Range to target, Mr. Chekhov? Kirk asked. 0.04 light-years, sir, out of range of our phasers. Captain, Spock said, we're barely any closer to him. We could pursue him for days. If it's necessary, the captain began, turning away.
Do everything you can to increase speed, Scotty.
Yes, sir. Let's take a look at him, Kirk said.
Chekhov pressed the button. 20 times magnification. Here it is, sir. Something appeared on the screen. It resembled an elongated spiral enveloped in a vortex of vapor. What do you say, Spock? Conflicting evidence, sir. Borderline state between matter and energy. Possibly using gravitational fields for propulsion. Don't you think this is too difficult, Spock? It is highly effective, Spock said and paused for a moment. Whether it indicates the presence of intelligence is another matter. A red light came on Chekhov's remote control. The second impulse engine hatch is open, sir. Scotty was cleaning it up. Disable the alarm, Kirk said. We won't be using the impulse engines. Captain, Scotty turned from his console. If we continue pursuing at this speed, the ship could explode at any moment. Kirk swallowed the reality pill and said, Reduce speed to 6 units. The bell rang in Garovik's cabin, and Sister Chapel appeared, holding a tray with dinner in her hands. Thank you, said Garovik, but I'm not hungry. Dr. McCoy's orders. What's going on? David asked. Are we still chasing this thing across the galaxy? Yes, we are. Has the captain lost his sense of reality? Perhaps. Is the crew ready to explode? Definitely. You're lucky you're not part of this, Ensign. Not participating? Garovik said bitterly. I am the cause of all this. Sister Chapel calmly moved the dinner dishes onto the table. You know that's true, don't you? The ensign continued. If I had been able to fire at the right moment on Argus 10, none of this would have happened. Self-pity is not the best appetizer, said the sister. Try the soup instead. I don't want to.
If you don't eat, she told him, Dr. McCoy will be forced to order you transferred to the medical unit and have you fed intravenously.
I don't want to deal with that at all.
Garavik gave her a weak smile, nodded in agreement, and began picking at his plate with his fork. As soon as the door closed behind Nurse Chapel, David grabbed his coffee cup and threw it as hard as he could against the wall. The cup hit the instrument panel, and the impact triggered the ventilation switch. At that moment, a piercing alarm sounded. The broadcast came on, and Kirk's voice echoed throughout the ship. Combat readiness! All decks, combat readiness! The enemy is reducing speed. This is not a drill. All decks, combat readiness. On the bridge, Chekhov almost shouted, Sir, it stopped completely. Magnification 1, visual contact. The thing was right in the center of the screen, now much smaller and pulsating. Hello, my precious, Kirk said, glancing at the screen and turning to Chekhov.
Come closer. Reduce speed to 0.25. Chekhov was working his magic at his console when the elevator door opened and Ensign Garavik stepped out, pale and tense, and walked straight toward Kirk. Please allow me to return to my post, Captain. It's already within phaser range, Chekhov shouted. Target, Chekhov, Kirk said calmly. Target captured, sir. Fire primary phasers. Phaser beams passed through the center of the thing. Kirk couldn't believe his eyes. Phasers are ineffective, Captain. Photon torpedoes, Chekhov, Kirk commanded. Yes, sir. Fire. The ship tilted slightly. The target emitted a blinding flash and the Enterprise shuddered. Look at the screen, Uhura shouted. It's still moving toward us. The thing became larger and denser. Raise the reflectors, Kirk ordered. Reflectors up, sir. Spock was the first to break the silence that followed. The reflectors won't stop it, he said. If it can use gravity to propel itself, it can get through our reflectors.
Is there any way to stop him, Spock?
No, Captain. It seems to have measured the pulse of our force field and positioned itself a split second ahead and behind it.
Contact in 5 seconds.
Chekhov reported. Kirk pressed the intercom button.
All decks, alarm, invasion. All hatches and air valves are closed, sir.
Chekhov reported.
No! Impulse engine hatch 2. Sir, there's a red light.
Kirk jumped to the screen. The cloud was already above the ship, then disappeared.
Captain!
Scotty shouted.
Something's come through vent number 2. Negative pressure throughout the ventilation system, Mr. Chekhov. All decks alert.
Red lights flashed throughout the ship, and sirens blared.
Well, report then,
Kirk said. Although McCoy and Spock were also sitting at the table in the briefing room, Scotty realized that Kirk was addressing him specifically. Sir, something entered the ship through valve number 2 and attacked 2 crew members before disappearing into the ventilation system. Bones? One still has a very slim chance. The other is dead. On your hunt, this is becoming commonplace. That's enough, Bones. No, it's not enough. You don't care what happens and will happen during your hunt. The main thing is to hang the trophy on the wall. But it's not on the wall, Captain. It's in the wall. With the ventilation system turned off, we will only have enough air for 2 hours, Spock added. They have every reason to blame me, Kirk thought. There is no mercy to be expected. And, as if to confirm his thoughts, McCoy said, I assume that things are not going well for our patients on Theta 7 either. Oddly enough, only Spock, the half-human, showed sympathy. With your permission, I would like to propose that we stop discussing whether or not we continue to pursue this creature.
It is clear to everyone that it is already pursuing us and not we it.
The creature, Spock? McCoy asked. It is turned and is attacking, Doctor. This behavior is considered intelligent, Spock replied. Believe me, gentlemen, I'm not particularly pleased to be right, Kirk said very slowly.
It should be light years away at this point, but instead it decided to stop. Why? 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 I must wait, Spock said, until I can make a more precise analysis of the creature. We have 2 hours, Spock, Kirk said, turning to Scott. Try dumping the radioactive waste into the ventilation system. Maybe it won't feel too comfortable. Yes, sir. McCoy headed for the exit with Scotty, but stopped at the door. Jim, I'm sorry about earlier. You were right to pursue him. Vindication was supposed to mean something. But to Kirk, it meant nothing. If you're not haunted by other people's judgment, guilt is enough.
Captain, Spock said, if something can desynchronize, that is, be anywhere at the moment the phasers are fired, you have no reason to blame yourself. If you had fired 20 years ago without the slightest delay, the effect would have been the same as an hour ago. Captain Garavik would still have died. Theories about guilt, right and wrong, past and future, I think I've outgrown them. Now I'm faced with the task of preserving my ship and crew. It wasn't your fault, Captain. It was no one's fault. Kirk stood up. If you're going to play the psychiatrist, and I must admit that's not a very good role for you, Spock, then take care of Ensign Garavik, not me. Thank you, Kirk said, and walked out of the room without looking back. Spock understood the captain clearly. He went to the ensign's cabin, rang the bell, and went inside. Garavik jumped up from his chair. You may sit, Ensign. I would like to speak with you. David was a little surprised. Yes, sir.
Ensign, I understand that you are concerned that you, at the right moment, you, as you believe, failed to act appropriately.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm proud of myself, sir.
Maybe this is too emotional a conclusion. Garavik shook his head.
No, sir. I base my argument on the facts, and they are these. The men I commanded died because I lost my head, doubted, and instead of acting began to analyze. I am guilty of the deaths of my men, Mr. Spock.
Ensign, self-flagellation is a characteristic trait of your family.
You speak of it as a disease, sir.
They looked into each other's eyes and did not notice how a small puff of vapor appeared from the vent.
You mean to say, David said impatiently, no need to worry, Ensign. It happens to all of us. We just bury the dead and think no more of them. Am I right, Mr. Spock?
Not quite. Remorse is a good thing. It changes people for the better. But guilt is a waste of time. Self-hatred, almost always undeserved, destroys a person. Spock suddenly stopped and sniffed. You don't feel anything? He asked. I thought I. At that very moment he saw something gradually appearing from the ventilation hole. Garavik rushed towards it. Sir, this is it! Spock pulled him by the hand towards the door. Get out of here quickly. I'll try to isolate him. Vulcanite jumped to the mangled switch and tried to close the valve. The cloud grew larger, denser, and gradually surrounded Spock. In the corridor, Garavik ran to the nearest wall communicator. Captain! The thing! It's in my cabin, sir! Spock is there! Kirk jumped up from his chair. Coming, Garavik! Scotty, change the pressure in cabin 341. Lieutenant Uhura, danger in cabin 341. Medical alert! Kirk was right. When the pressure changed, the cloud began to be sucked back into the ventilation system. McCoy and the security men met the captain at the door.
McCoy reached for the door handle, but Kirk stopped him. Wait! Let's see what the tricorder shows. One of the officers began to adjust his tricorder. Jim, maybe Spock is dying right now. McCoy couldn't resist. If we let this creature out of the cabin, it will have a lot of company, Kirk said sharply. Garavik's face turned ashen gray. Captain, it's my fault. I threw the cup against the wall and apparently hit the switch. Check if he got sucked into the ventilation or not, Kirk said to the security officer. He saved my life, sir, the ensign said, his voice breaking. I should be the one lying there dead, not him. Spock's voice came from behind the door. I'm very glad, Ensign, that we're both alive. He opened the door. The pressure change worked, Captain.
The valve is closed. Kirk was dumbfounded. Spock, don't get me wrong, but why are you alive? It's because of his green blood, McCoy exclaimed.
Spock nodded. My hemoglobin is copper-based, not iron-based. Kirk walked to the door and sniffed. The smell has changed. Yes. Yes, now I understand. I hope you don't think you've made contact with him now. I don't know exactly what it is, Spock. But remember, I said I knew this thing was a living being. It may not be a normal contact as we understand it, but I did know it was alive and sentient. Now I know something else. The communicator signal beeped. The bridge is calling Captain Kirk. Kirk here. It's Scotty, sir. The thing's headed for valve number 2 again. Maybe the radiation spill affected it. Open the valve, Kirk said. I'm coming to you. Over. He walked quickly down the corridor, stopped, and turned to Garavik. Ensign Garavik. Yes, sir. You were on the bridge when something attacked us. My apologies, sir. I know I should have stayed in my cabin, but when the alarm sounded, most commendable, Ensign. What is your impression?
I don't understand, sir. I'm interested in your assessment of how our combat systems performed. They were ineffective, sir, Garavik said firmly, and quickly added, Captain, you did everything you could. It's just that nothing can touch this monster. And how do you assess your own behavior on Argus 10? I was late with the shot. And if you had fired in time? Kirk paused and looked David in the eye. It wouldn't have made a difference, Ensign. No weapon we know of would have made a difference. Back then, 20 years ago. Excuse me, sir, I don't understand. I said, get to your duties, Garavik. The ensign beamed with joy. Yes, sir. Thank you, Captain. He wanted to add something else, but the elevator doors closed and the captain would no longer hear him. On the bridge, Kirk was awaiting news. Chekhov gave him his place at Spock's console and said impatiently, The results are positive, Captain.
The creature has left the ship and is moving into space at high speed. It is almost beyond the reach of our scanners. Spock joined them. Direction, Spock? 127-9, but I almost lost it, sir. Kirk turned on the intercom. Scotty, I need all the speed you can get out of your engines. Hold it until we start to fall apart. Out. He turned to Spock. I think I know where it's going. It has changed course many times before to confuse us, sir. It would be more logical to... I operate on intuition, not logic, Spock. Mr. Chekhov, plot a course to the Tycho star system. Everyone turned away from their consoles and looked at the captain. Chekhov, trying to hide his surprise, plotted a course. The course is calculated, sir. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead, sir. Lieutenant Uhura, contact the Yorktown and Star Squadron. Inform them that we are pursuing a creature heading in the direction of Planet 4 in the Tycho system. This is the location where it attacked the Farragut 20 years ago. I don't understand, Captain, Spock said. Remember, after what happened to you, I said the smell was different? Suddenly, I heard in my ears, birth, division, multiplication. It said, home. Spock raised his eyebrows. And do you know where this house is, sir? Yes, its home is where it once attacked a ship. Lieutenant Uhura, describe the situation to them. Tell them that I intend to destroy this creature. We will rendezvous with the Yorktown. Kirk turned to Chekhov. How long is the route, Mr. Chekhov? 1.7 days, sir. We will meet the Yorktown in 48 hours. Planet 4 of the Tycho system was a rather dull and lifeless place. On the bridge, McCoy looked at it with disgust on the screen. I take it you also believe that we should pursue this thing and destroy it, he asked Spock. Certainly, Doctor. You don't agree with us, Bones? McCoy shrugged. It's going to be a mother. I don't get any pleasure from destroying mothers. If it is going to spawn, Spock said, I mean it will certainly reproduce by fission, and not just by 2, but by thousands. Antimatter is our only option, Kirk said, looking at him. Spock nodded. 1 ounce will be quite enough. We can extract it from our engines and transport it to the planet in a vacuum magnetic field.
Ensign, contact the medical supply depot, Kirk said to Garevik, who stood behind him. I need as much hemoplasm as they can give me. I'll expect it in the teleport bay in 15 minutes. Yes, sir. Are you going to use the hemoplasm as bait? McCoy asked. We have to somehow lure him to antimatter. Since he's so attracted to red blood cells, there's nothing better than hemoplasma. But one problem remains, Captain. Kirk nodded to Spock. Explosion. Exactly. The explosion will blow away half the planet's atmosphere. If our ship is in an orbit that doesn't take the blast wave into account, we must take advantage of this chance. Under these conditions, no one can guarantee that our transporter will work accurately. If a person teleports at the moment of the explosion, we may lose him, Captain. By this time, Garevik had returned and was listening attentively to the conversation. He flushed when Kirk said, That is precisely why, Spock, I decided to set the trap myself. Spock stood up. Captain, I have so little hemoglobin in my blood that this creature cannot seriously harm me. It would be more logical if I were the one. No, Spock. You are needed on board in case the operation fails. Then, a new plan for destroying the creature will have to be developed. Captain, Spock continued to insist, the antimatter may be ordered to be delivered to any 2 crew members. Sir, Garevik said to Kirk, I request permission to come with you. Kirk looked at him carefully and nodded. Yes, I was thinking about you, Ensign. The entire surface of the planet was covered with wrinkles and black scars. Cooled lava was underfoot. Dead volcanoes rose into the sky. Devastation and death, such was the world of something. Kirk and Garevik found a suitable place for the bait, and the captain turned on the communicator. Kirk calling Enterprise. Spock here, Captain. Take a position at the maximum distance from the planet. Yes, sir. It's strange, Captain, Garevik said thoughtfully. There's less than an ounce here. And the power is greater than 10,000 cobalt bombs. 1 pound is enough to destroy the entire solar system. But I hope antimatter is not as strong as man allows it to be. Approaching a small elevation, leaving the hemoplasm, they very carefully placed the container with antimatter on a small mound of cooled lava. Detonator, Kirk said. David handed it to the captain, who attached the detonator to the container. Having done so, Kirk turned on the communicator again. Kirk calling Enterprise. Spock here, sir. We're 30,000 kilometers away. The container is installed, the detonator is connected, I'll get in touch when it bites. Over and out. Captain, look! A cloud appeared above the lava. It floated up to the hemoplasm and began to greedily swallow it. Hemoplasma! Garevik shouted. It's already destroyed almost all the bait! We need to use something else, Kirk said harshly. But the only bait for him is blood. Kirk looked into David's eyes. Get to the ship, Ensign. Tell them to prepare for detonation. You, sir? Garevik asked, stunned. Are you going to be bait for this monster? Did you hear my order? Return to the ship. Garevik didn't answer. He looked at the cloud still hanging over the hemoplasm. Then, something, very slowly, began to move in the direction of the people. Kirk grabbed David by the shoulder, spun him 180 degrees and pushed him hard. That was an order, Garevik, he shouted. Yes, sir, David said, taking the communicator and moving behind the captain. He spun around and suddenly hit Kirk in the neck with the edge of his hand. The captain fell. Garevik glanced quickly at the cloud and leaned over to pick Kirk up. Who struck back, Garevik staggered, and Kirk was on his feet in one bound. Ensign, we don't have time for heroics. I'm not going to sacrifice myself. Come here. He tugged David's sleeve and they stood so that the container with antimatter was between them. Kirk turned on the communicator. Kirk to Enterprise? Spock here, Captain. Aim the transporter at us. It's close. Stay in touch.
I can smell it, Captain, Garevik said. A strong scent of honey. Stay in touch, Kirk repeated again, and looked at the cloud. The thing approached the antimatter container in search of blood.
A tentacle emerged from the cloud and reached for Kirk's throat. He screamed, "Enterprise! We're leaving! And explosion! Right now!" The captain and ensign began to dissolve into thin air, and immediately an incredibly powerful explosion destroyed the world of something. In the Enterprise's transporter bay, Spock watched as the outlines of Kirk and Garevik began to appear in the air. They appeared for a moment, then disintegrated into glowing fragments. Spock worked calmly at the console, trying to rematerialize. Scotty, panicked, rushed to the transporter panel. "What are you standing there for?" McCoy shouted. "Do something!" Chekhov's voice came over the intercom.
All decks! Blast wave!
The Enterprise shook with a violent jolt. Spock and Scotty fell to their knees, trying in vain to keep hold of the teleportation pad. Then, they both looked around the bay. It was empty. Scotty switched the circuit to Selector B.
McCoy literally howled.
What? This is an idiot way of teleportation. Scattering human molecules all over the universe. "We got them," Scotty said. "I think we got them." McCoy glanced at him, and when he turned back to the platform, Kirk and Garevik were already standing there, alive and well. "Captain," McCoy said quietly. "Captain." He sighed with relief. "Thank God. Captain." "God had nothing to do with it," Spock corrected him. "It happened because we decided in time to—" "Thanks be to anything," said McCoy. "The main thing is that they're alive." Kirk turned on the communicator. "The captain is calling the bridge. Chekhov is on the line, Captain. Heading to meet Yorktown. Maximum speed." "Yes, sir." Kirk smiled at Garevik. "Come to my cabin when you've cleaned yourself up, Ensign. I want to tell you about your father. I think you'll find it interesting." David looked at his captain with adoration. "Thank you, sir. I'll come." The return of Archon. 100 years after the starship Archon mysteriously disappeared on Beta 3000, 2 Enterprise crew members who landed on the planet in search of information about the Archon may have also listed themselves as missing. They ran through the monotonous streets of a seemingly harmless city on a seemingly harmless planet. One of them fell. His comrade, Zulu, extended a muscular hand to help him and said, "O'Neill, get up. We have to go." No one on the street looked in their direction. One would have thought that the inhabitants of Beta 3000 existed by the principle, "Nothing concerns me." "There's no point, Zulu," O'Neill said, panting as he lay prostrate on the ground. "They're everywhere. Look, there's one of them. That's one of the lawgivers." He pointed to a man in long, hooded robes, holding what looked like a staff, and then to another man, dressed in exactly the same way. "They're everywhere.
We can't escape them."
Zulu turned on the communicator. "Search party to Enterprise. Captain, get us up. Hurry, danger." He looked at O'Neill. "Hold on, Lieutenant. We're about to be taken away from here." O'Neill jumped to his feet. "Run! We have to leave. You know what they are capable of." "O'Neill!" But the lieutenant was already running down the street. Zulu was distracted, looking at the lieutenant, and did not notice how one of the hooded men touched him with his staff. He only felt how the tension suddenly eased, and only peace and a feeling of happiness remained. The next second he began to disintegrate into shimmering fragments and dematerialized. The rematerialization on the Enterprise went smoothly. The lights on the teleportation panel grew brighter, then dimmed almost completely, then came back on. Kirk, Scotty, and the young sociologist Lindstrom watched the process of materialization. Finally, the figure of Zulu appeared on the platform.
Kirk was surprised to see him not in uniform, but in a shaggy, home-knit sweater and shapeless trousers, which were the usual clothes of the inhabitants of Beta 3000. He ran up to Zulu. "What happened, Zulu? Where is Lieutenant O'Neill?" You
You are not from the core, Zulu answered sluggishly. Kirk looked at Scotty, who nodded. Dr. McCoy, the captain said into the intercom, proceed to the teleportation bay. Quickly, please. Zulu thought for a moment and stepped down from the platform with great caution. He picked up the bundle of uniform he had been holding under his arm and shook it irritably at Lindstrom. This is your work, he shouted. They found out we were aliens. These clothes were worn by people from the Archon. He threw the uniform at Lindstrom. Easy, Zulu, Kirk said. Everything's fine. Now tell me what happened. Zulu staggered, Kirk reaching out to steady him. McCoy ran in with a first aid kit in his hands and stopped in the middle of the compartment. Jim,
Where's O'Neill?
Kirk shook his head in response. Zulu tensed up, as if he had received a message of great importance, and muttered, Landru, Landru. Kirk looked into Zulu's blank eyes, and his insides went cold. Zulu, what happened there? What did they do to you? They are wonderful, Zulu answered expressionlessly. They are the kindest, most benevolent people in the universe. They live in paradise, Captain. In the medical unit, McCoy couldn't get anything out of him either. Zulu kept repeating the same thing, over and over, unable to explain his condition, or where O'Neill was. All of this forced Kirk to decide to go down to Beta 3000 himself, as part of a second search party. The party also included Spock, McCoy, and Lindstrom. They materialized on the sidewalk outside a brick building, in an alley that opened onto a wide street. Materialization complete, Kirk said into the communicator.
Over. He turned off the communicator and saw that Lindstrom had already reached the end of the alley and was looking at the street with curiosity. Everyone followed him. As he stepped out onto the street, Kirk immediately noticed two people in long hooded robes, holding unusual-looking staffs in their hands. These monks had strange faces, Kirk thought, as if they knew a terrible secret, the disclosure of which was punishable by death. Their eyes were clouded, like those of the blind. A man walked awkwardly towards the search party. When he caught up with them, he smiled at Kirk, a smile that was empty and friendly at the same time. Kirk smiled back. As the man passed by, Spock remarked, "Strange." "What, Spock?" "The expression on that man's face, Captain. It's very similar to the expression on Zulu's face when he materialized on the Enterprise. The same emptiness and meaninglessness." "We'll have to find out if all the inhabitants of this planet are like that," Kirk said, and boldly stepped out into the street. All the passers-by greeted them with the same polite smiles. Then a large young man with a simple face stopped in front of Kirk and said, "Hello, friend. My name is Bilar, and yours?" "Kirk." The man smiled stupidly. "You are strangers." Kirk nodded, and Bilar continued, "Have you arrived for the celebration? Have you found a place to spend the night?" "No, not yet." "Go to Rager's house. He has rooms." Bilar looked at the clock on the tower. "You must hurry. The red hour is coming soon." The hour hand was approaching 6. "The party starts at 6? Kirk asked. Bilar's attention was drawn to a pretty dark-haired girl who was walking quickly towards them, and he did not hear Kirk's question. Bilar extended his hand and stopped the girl. "Tula, these people are strangers. They came for a holiday. Can your father give them shelter?"
Tula looked at the handsome blonde sociologist, lowered her eyes, smiled shyly, and said,
"Did you come from the valley?"
"Exactly," Lindstrom smiled. "We just arrived. I've seen few people from the valley. My father will be glad to receive you. He does not care where people come from." "He's the landlord?" Kirk asked.
What a strange name.
Tula laughed.
The house is over there.
She pointed to a comfortable-looking 3-story house. And at that very second, the clock on the tower began to strike 6. The face of a plump matron who was passing them suddenly twisted into a terrible grimace, and she screamed piercingly. The passerby nearest to the captain suddenly rushed at him. Kirk put out his elbow, threw the man back, and shouted, "Back to back!" The search party prepared to repel any attack. It was total hell all around. People were attacking each other, grabbing everything they could get their hands on. They were beating each other with their bare hands, clubs, throwing stones. A woman ran past the search party. A bald man was chasing her with jubilant cries. The sound of breaking glass was heard. Tula suddenly shook all over and began to scream frantically. Bilar rushed to her. "Tula! Tula, let's go!" He grabbed her wrist, and when Lindstrom lunged towards them, he bent down, grabbed a cobblestone, and hit Lindstrom in the shoulder with all his might. McCoy helped the sociologist up and shouted, "Jim, they've gone crazy! They're crazy!" Bones, the entire population can't go crazy at once. Kirk dodged a boulder flying at him. Some man shouted, "Holiday! Holiday! Holiday!" He lunged at Kirk, foam gathering around his mouth. "We have to go," said Kirk. "That house the girl was talking about. Let's try to get to it." The search party, shoulder to shoulder, made their way down the street. A beautiful young woman in a torn dress ran up to Kirk, grabbed his arm, and tried to pull him away. But the captain pushed her away, and she ran on, laughing like a madwoman. Rocks rained down on the group from all sides. "Let's run!" the captain shouted, wiping the blood from his face. The bedlam was still going on, but they had already reached the door of a 3-story building. Kirk knocked, the door opened, and the next second, Kirk had slammed it behind him. 3 elderly men looked at the search party in surprise. "What do you want?" asked one of them. "Sorry to barge in like this," Kirk said. "We just weren't expecting such hospitality." "Hospitality?" asked another man. "Are you strangers?" "Yes," Kirk replied. We're from the valley." "Have you come to the party?" asked the third. "Yes," Kirk answered him. "Then why are you here?" Kirk turned to the man who had first greeted them. "Are you Rhaegar?" "Aye." "Your daughter's name is Tula?" "Yes."
"Then you'd better take care of her," exploded Lindstrom. "She's the only one there among those madmen." Rhaegar looked down. "It's a holiday," he said. "Landru's wish." "Rhaegar," the third man spoke again. "These people are young, but age is no excuse." "These are guests from the valley, Hakom," said Rhaegar. "Aren't there lawgivers in the valley?" Hakom's eyes lit up with a fanatical gleam. "Why aren't they participating in the celebration?" "We were told you might have a room for us," Kirk interrupted. "You see, Hakom, they are just looking for a place to stay after the holiday." "The Red Hour has begun," Hakom shouted, his tone so hostile that Rhaegar shuddered. "Hakom, they are not from here. They live differently in the valley." "Are you saying that Landru is not omnipresent?"
The second man tried to take on the role of peacemaker. "No, of course Rhaegar doesn't think so. He never says such blasphemous things. He just wanted to say that people live a little differently in the valley than here." "They came to me asking for shelter," Rhaegar tried to defend himself. "How can I throw them out?" He turned to Kirk. "Please come in." "But Tula," Lindstrom exclaimed. "She's a girl, and she's still there." Hakom looked at him with suspicion and undisguised hostility. "She's at a party, young man, where you should be." "Come in, please," Rhaegar said impatiently. "Quickly." Everyone followed Rhaegar. Kirk turned and heard Hakom say to the second man, "Tamar, the legislators must know about this." Tamara's answer sounded somewhat ambiguous. "Of course, Hakom," he said. "They already know. Are they ever wrong?" But Hakom calmed down. "You're kidding," he cried. "You're kidding the legislators. And these people aren't in the core?" He ran to the door, threw it open, and shouted, "Just wait and see," and disappeared. Hockam's departure did not frighten Kirk. They were on the right track. Not everything was clear, but the mention of Landru reminded Kirk of what Zulu had said on the Enterprise. It must be some kind of society, organization, or brotherhood, the captain thought. Although the room contained nothing but a dozen straw mattresses, the captain was satisfied that progress had been made in the search for the missing crew of the Archon. Shouts and celebrations could be heard from the open window. "Sir, you may return here after the festivities are over," said Rhaegar. "You will need some rest. It will be quite quiet here." "Rhaegar," Kirk said, "we're not going to join the party." This news seemed to shock their master. He went to the window and opened it wider. "But the clock has already struck," he exclaimed. "Did you hear?" "We'd be much more interested in hearing about Landru," Kirk said. "Landru," whispered Rhaegar. "Landru. You ask me. You are strangers. You are not participating in the celebration. Who are you?" "Who's Landru?" Kirk asked. Rhaegar looked at the captain of the Enterprise in fear and ran out of the room. Lindstrom wanted to open the window, but Kirk stopped him. "Leave it closed, Lindstrom." "But I'm a sociologist, Captain. Don't you understand what's going on there?" "Our job," the captain said calmly, "is to find out what happened to the crew of the Archon and to Lieutenant O'Neill. We didn't come here to be drawn into—" "But this is madness," Lindstrom interrupted. "It arose spontaneously and simultaneously affected the entire population. I must find out the reasons, find out how." "You are under my command, Mr. Lindstrom," Kirk said firmly. "We are not here to study the habits and lifestyle of the inhabitants of Beta 3000. "Captain," Spock interjected, "in light of what is happening outside at this moment, I suggest we investigate Zulu's condition. Perhaps his reaction is somehow related to what is happening here after 6 o'clock. "Thank you, Spock." Kirk nodded and turned on the communicator. "Kirk here. Lieutenant Uhura, report on Mr. O'Neill's condition." "I think he's okay now. How did you know?" "Found out what, Lieutenant?" "That he kind of went crazy for a while. Mr. O'Neill has now been given a sedative." "Have you gone crazy? When did this happen?" 6 minutes ago, sir." "Did he say anything?" "Nothing that makes sense, Captain. He kept shouting something about Landru." "Are you all right, sir?" "More or less. Keep the channel clear. Over and out." "Landru," the captain said thoughtfully, and walked over to the window. The street was still in chaos. On the left, 2 men were sorting things out with hatchets. On the other side, a half-naked woman was running away from an enraged man with heart-rending screams. A little further down the street, a whole house was on fire. The crowd raging under Rhaegar's house would calm down for a few seconds, and then everything would start all over again. Enormous bonfires were blazing in the middle of the street. Kirk turned away from the window. "Let's put this puzzle off until the morning," he said. "Let's get down to business. Bones, I need an atmospheric analysis. Maybe the data we get can be correlated with this holiday. Lindstrom, see if there are any sociological parallels to what's happening. Spock, we have work to do too, and I'd like to have a clear plan of action in the morning." It cannot be said that the night passed peacefully, but when the clock on the tower showed 6 o'clock in the morning, absolute silence fell on the city. Kirk, who had not closed his eyes all night, woke his comrades. Suddenly the door slammed so hard that all the walls shook, and immediately after that, Tula's hysterical sobs were heard. Lindstrom rushed to the door. Kirk put his hand on his shoulder. "Take it easy, Lindstrom. The harder it is for Tula, the calmer you should be about it. Tamar was with Rhaegar. The unhappy father held his daughter in his arms, trying to somehow calm her down. "It's all over, my child. It's all over until next year. It's all over." "Bones," Kirk called. "We need your help. Get here quick." McCoy pulled a syringe out of the first aid kit. Rhaegar looked at him with fear. "That'll calm her down," Kirk said.
"You can trust us, Rhaegar." "You didn't even try to bring her home," Lindstrom couldn't help but say.
"What kind of father are you after that, Rhaegar?"
"Landru again," Kirk said calmly.
"Landru? Who is he?" Tamar and Rhaegar exchanged nervous glances. "Then it's true," said Tamar. "You didn't take part in the celebration last night." "No, we didn't," Kirk confirmed. "Then you're not a member of the Corps," Rhaegar exclaimed, not knowing what to do next. He couldn't even move when McCoy, having given the injection, carried his daughter to the couch. "She fell asleep," Bones said. Rhaegar finally approached his daughter, looked at her peaceful face and asked, Are you from Archon?" "If so, what?" Kirk asked in response. "This is very important. Are you from Archon?" "We must hide them," Tamar exclaimed. "Quickly, lawmakers." "We can take care of ourselves, friend," Kirk told him. "Landru will find out."
Tamar did not calm down.
"He will come!"
The front door swung open with a bang, and two lawgivers stood on the threshold, with Hakam peeking out from behind them. "There he is," he pointed a shaking finger at Tamar. "He mocked the lawgivers. I heard it myself." Tamar leaned helplessly against the wall.
"No, Hakam, it was just a joke."
And the others too, Hakam did not let up. They were here, but they did not want to take part in the celebration. I saw everything. "Tamar," said one of the hooded men, "stand still." Tamar started shaking all over, and, grabbing the wall, tried to stay on his feet.
"I heard,"
he said, bowing his head.
"I heard, and I disobeyed Landru."
One of the lawgivers raised his staff and aimed it at Tamara's chest. The thinnest beam pierced the old man's heart, and he fell dead to the floor.
"For what?"
Kirk exclaimed in amazement. The legislator, not paying attention to the fallen man, turned to the captain. "You have heard the word and have not obeyed."
"You will be consumed,"
he said, raising his staff again. Lindstrom reached for his phaser, but Kirk stopped him. "What do you mean, absorbed?" he asked. "There you go. You see?" exclaimed Hakam. "They are not in the Corps." "You will be absorbed," the lawgiver repeated. "Good is omnipresent. Landru is good. You will enter the Corps." The second lawgiver raised his staff and pointed it at the search party. "You must go," Rhaegar said hopelessly. "It is Landru's wish. There is no other way. We must all go with them." The same thing happened to the people from the Archon. The wands were aimed at Spock and Kirk. Rhaegar meekly headed for the exit. "No," Kirk said suddenly. "We're not going anywhere." The faces of the legislators were impassive.
"You must go,"
said the first.
"It's the law."
"I said," Kirk repeated quietly, "that we're not going anywhere." The two hooded men looked at him in amazement and stepped aside. They put their heads together and began to confer in whispers.
"Sir?"
Spock whispered to Kirk. "They've certainly never encountered open disobedience." "How did you know?" "Everything we saw points to this. I just decided to check." "And they turned out to be right, Captain. But this is absolutely not normal." The legislators finished their deliberations, and one of them turned to Kirk again. "Apparently you just don't understand. I repeat the order. You must come with us to the absorption chamber." "Why did you kill this man?" Kirk asked, pointing to Tamar's body. "You must not ask. You must obey. That is Landru's word." "Tell Landru," Kirk said, "that we'll come when we have time, and We'll talk to him again." The lawgivers' faces were frozen in horror. One of them pointed his staff at Kirk, but the captain knocked it out of his hands, leaving the lawgivers with his mouth open. Lindstrom quickly picked up the staff from the floor, examined it, and handed it to Spock. "You don't. You can't. It's Landru," the lawgiver whispered. Both lawgivers were frozen and could not move. "That's odd, Captain," Spock said, examining the staff. "It's just an empty tube. There's no mechanism inside." Kirk examined the staff. The legislators still did not react to what was happening. Rager tugged at Kirk's sleeve. "They're making contact," he said. "We don't have much time. Please, come. Come with me." "Where to?" Kirk asked. "I know a place. You'll be safe there. Hurry. Please, hurry. Landru is coming." Rager was genuinely frightened. Kirk motioned to his men and they filed past the motionless legislators toward the exit. Outside, the party was everywhere with broken glass, boulders, rebar, furniture, and loose yarn littering the ground. Not far away, a 2-story house was burning down. There was no wind and the smoke that filled the street made your eyes water. Just like 12 hours ago. Harmless citizens of the peaceful city were passing by, smiling kindly. "That was quite a celebration," Kirk said.
What do you think of it all?
"There is no logic," Spock replied. "Yesterday, for no reason at all, they suddenly started this wild bacchanalia. And now, Kirk continued for him, they're normal again." The captain frowned. "If there's anything normal on this planet, and here he is, all innocence, you'd think he couldn't hurt a fly." "Good morning, friends," said Bilar, stopping. Rager greeted him back. Lindstrom grabbed him by the shoulder. "He was the one who attacked your daughter last night. Doesn't that mean anything to you?" "No," said Rager. "It wasn't Bilar. It was Landru." He released his shoulder and turned to the others. "Hurry, we don't have much time." He suddenly stopped, looked around and whispered, "It's too late, too late. Can you see them?" The 4 passers-by froze in place. They seemed to be concentrating so hard that they even stopped breathing. "What is it?" Kirk asked. "Landru," Rager said. "He's calling the Corps together. You understand?"
They're meeting. "Telepathy, Captain," Spock said.
The passers-by stopped listening to anything and began to collect the scattered stones, sticks, and reinforcement from the ground. Then they slowly moved towards the Enterprise search party. The friendliness was erased from the faces of the Beta 3000 residents. Now they reflected only coldness and blind hostility. "Phasers! Set to stun," Kirk ordered. "Where to next, Rager?" "Maybe." "We should go there, but," Rager doubted. "But Landru..." "We'll get to him," Kirk said. "Just get us out of here." The group moved down the street, and stones rained down on them. A man, smiling stupidly and waving a club, walked straight toward the captain. At the far end of the street, Kirk saw another armed group. "I wouldn't want to hurt them," Kirk said to Rager. "Tell them to let us through." Armed men were approaching the search party from both ends of the street. Kirk took up his phaser and shouted an order. "Wide field. Only for stunning. Fire." Stunning rays covered the entire street. People in the crowd fell silently. "Captain!" Spock shouted, bending over one of the fallen men. Kirk walked up to the Vulcanite. On the ground, staring blindly at the sky, lay Lieutenant O'Neill. Kirk called over 2 guards and turned to Rager. "This is one of our people." "Not anymore," Rager reminded him. "He was consumed." "Nonsense," Kirk said shortly. "We'll take him with us, Spock." "I tell you he's one of them now," cried Rager. "When he comes to, Landru will find us through him. Leave him here. He's been consumed." "Consumed," Kirk repeated. the implications of what he had heard startling him at first. "The core absorbs its enemies. It only kills when it must," Rhaegar whispered. "When the people from the Archon showed up, those who disobeyed and tried to resist Landru were destroyed. The rest were absorbed. Leave him here. Be reasonable. We'll take him with us," Kirk said firmly. "Captain," Lindstrom intervened.
"Perhaps now that we found O'Neill, we should return to the ship?"
"Not now," Kirk replied. "We need to find out what happened to the crew of the Archon. Rhaegar, where to next?" Rhaegar pointed to the first left at the end of the street. The guards picked up O'Neill in their arms, and the whole group moved in that direction. Finally, Rhaegar led them into a dark, cell-like room, littered with junk and various mechanisms. The guards sat O'Neill on the floor, leaning him against the wall. Rhaegar pulled out a box wrapped in rags from a recess in the wall, unfolded it, and everyone saw that it was a translucent panel. Rhaegar touched it, and the whole room lit up with a bright light. "I never cease to be amazed by this civilization," Spock said. "So much that is strange, I would even say impossible." "That was before Landru," Rhaegar said. "To Landru? How long ago was this?" Kirk asked. "We don't know exactly. About 6,000 years ago," Rhaegar answered proudly.
Spock scanned the panel with his tricorder. "There is no metal here, Captain," he said. "But to create such a device would certainly require the highest technology. It is simply incomparable to the way of life of these people."
"But it's comparable to what we've seen," Kirk replied. "Like those hollow tubes of legislators, antennas, or something like that. For transmitting force, power, who knows? For telepathy?" He noticed that Spock's always impassive face had become even calmer. "What's the matter, Spock?" "I have detected an incredibly strong force field, Captain. Unusual for this area? Unusual for any location." Spock leaned over the tricorder. "The source is nearby, but it spreads in all directions." O'Neill groaned, and McCoy leaned over him and said, "He's coming too, Jim." "But he mustn't," cried Rhaegar. "Landru will find us as soon as he regains consciousness. He will find us through him, and if others come, who are the others?" Kirk asked.
"Those who do not obey Landru, like you."
"Underground," Spock commented. "How are you organized?" "In threes," answered Rhaegar. "Me, Tamar. He's now dead. And one other person." "Who?" Kirk asked. "I don't know," Rhaegar said uncertainly. "We kept in touch through Tamara."
"Jim," McCoy said, "we have a decision to make. A few more seconds and he mustn't regain consciousness," Rhaegar cried pleadingly. "It will ruin us all."
Kirk bit his lip and looked at O'Neill. "Give him a shot. Let him sleep a little," he said, turning to Rhaegar. "Now I'd like to hear answers to a few questions. What is the core? People, you saw them. And the legislators. These are arms and legs. That leaves the brain," Kirk said. "Of course," Rhaegar said, his voice changing. "Landru," he spoke almost mechanically, as if repeating a lesson he had learned. "Landru completes everything. Unity and completion, tranquility and peace." "I must say, Captain," Spock said, not taking his eyes off Rhaegar.
"There was a certain concept used in the organization of this society. The core is controlled by the legislators, who are controlled by the man who," Kirk continued. "Not necessarily a human, Captain," Spock said. Kirk turned to Rhaegar. "How did your underground manage to survive, if Landru is so all-powerful?" "I don't know. Some managed to evade the directives. Not many, but they did. And that was the case with the people from Archon." "Tell us about them," Kirk asked. "They refused to accept Landru's wish, but entered the core. Landru brought their ship down to Earth. Deployed the ship, Kirk said, startled, and looked at Spock. The readings from your tricorder. This. Enough to destroy the ship? Spock finished the question. Enough, Captain. They looked into each other's eyes for a few seconds. Then Kirk turned on the communicator. Kirk to Enterprise. Respond. To his surprise, it was Scott, not Uhura, who answered, his voice unusually strained.
Captain, we are under attack. Some kind of rays we have not yet determined their nature. Radiation from the surface of Beta 3000. A report on the ship's status, Kirk demanded. We've put up shields, but they're taking up almost all of our power. If we try to pick up speed or use impulse engines, we'll lose our shields and turn to cinders. Orbit, Scotty? We are descending. If in 12 hours at the most we do not get rid of these rays and cannot use the engines, we will enter the atmosphere. Keep the shields up, Scotty. Do everything you can to stay in orbit. We'll try to locate the source of the beams and destroy it. That's all. There was a strong interference. Only individual words could be heard. Impossible. Critical situation. Wherever you are, maintain contact. Captain, Spock called. Sensor beams. I'm sure we're being probed. He glanced at the tricorder again. Yes, the beams are aimed right here. Block them, Kirk shouted.
It's Landru, Rieger exclaimed in horror. Spock shook his head. The beams are too strong. I can't block them, Captain. He tore himself away from the tricorder and jumped to the left wall. A quiet hum was coming from it. Trembling, glowing spots were circling along the wall. They became brighter and gradually lined up into a certain figure. Everyone saw an old man with the kindest face and wise eyes. He seemed to be full of benevolence. I am Landru, said the figure on the wall. Rieger fell to his knees and howled like an animal. A mere projection, Captain, Spock said calmly. Not real. But superbly done, Mr. Spock. There are no mechanisms on this side. The old man looked at Spock. You arrived as destroyers. It's sad. You brought infection. You're holding my ship, Kirk said. I demand that you release it. Landru continued speaking, as if he hadn't heard Kirk. You have come to a world where there is no hatred, conflict, fear, war, disease, and other evils of the old world. I, Landru, have achieved peace for all. Universal good. We came to this planet with a mission of peace and goodness. Kirk was already shouting. Landru still didn't notice him. Good is above evil. It will be so. It has always been so. He can't hear, Captain, Spock said. Lindstrom grabbed his phaser. Maybe he will hear this. No, the captain stopped him. This will do no good. He turned back to the figure on the wall. Landru, listen to us. You will be absorbed, the old man said magnanimously. Your individualities will merge with the unity of good. Upon entering the core, you will feel complete satisfaction. May goodness and peace dwell in your souls. Kirk stepped toward the wall. The hum suddenly grew louder and more intense, and within seconds it was so piercing that a mere human would have been unable to bear it. Rieger was the first to fall. Lindstrom and McCoy were on their knees, their hands over their ears and their eyes closed.
Kirk and Spock struggled for a few seconds longer, but eventually they too fell to the floor and lost consciousness. Kirk was the first to regain consciousness. He found himself lying on a thin straw pallet in a stone-walled cell. Raising his head, he saw Lindstrom stir. The captain crawled toward Spock.
Spock! Spock!
Spock slowly opened his eyes. Kirk pushed Lindstrom and the guard.
Get up! Captain, where is the doctor?
I don't know. When I came to my senses, he wasn't here.
and the other guard wasn't there either. Judging by the number of mattresses, they were here, but they were taken away. From here? Kirk asked. Obviously from a maximum security area, Spock said, looking around. Are any of us armed? No, there are no phasers, I checked, Kirk said, walking to the door and adding, It's locked. My head is splitting, Lindstrom complained. After what we have been subjected to, this is a natural outcome, Spock said.
A little more and they would have destroyed us.
Let's not analyze it now, Kirk interrupted. We need to figure out how to get out of here. Spock, what do you think about the legislators' inability to cope with human reactions that are unfamiliar to them? I don't think it will happen again, Captain. The way this society is organized, the error will probably be corrected. He thought for a moment. However, it is quite interesting. Their reaction to your refusal to obey is remarkably similar to the reaction of a computer when it receives insufficient or contradictory information. Are you suggesting that the legislators are simple computers and not people? Of course they are people, Captain. They just don't have enough information. Spock suddenly fell silent as a noise came from behind the door. Kirk and the others stood up and moved to the wall. The door opened. The lawgiver entered and pointed his staff at the prisoners, followed by McCoy and the second guard.
Both looked absent and happy. Kirk looked at McCoy with alarm. The lawgiver left and closed the door behind him. Bones. McCoy smiled at Kirk. Hello, friend. They told us to wait here. He walked to the corner of the cell and sat down on the mattress. He seemed to recognize no one. Bones, Kirk exclaimed. Don't you recognize me? McCoy looked at him in surprise. We all know each other through Landru. Just like Zulu, Captain, Spock said. Kirk grabbed McCoy's arm. Think, Enterprise, the ship. Do you remember the ship? McCoy shook his head, puzzled. You speak strangely, friend. Have you come from far away? Bones, try to remember, Kirk begged him. Landru remembers, Bones said. Ask Landru. He sees. He knows. McCoy looked at Kirk suspiciously. You're weird. You're not in the Corps? Kirk groaned and released McCoy's hand, who immediately calmed down and smiled stupidly.
The door opened again, and two lawgivers stood on the threshold. One of them pointed his staff at Kirk and said coldly, Come out. Kirk exchanged glances with Spock and said, What if I don't come out? Then you will die. They have been tampered with, Captain, Spock said, or reprogrammed. You would better go with them. Okay, Spock, Kirk nodded. Work with Bones, maybe you can… Come out, the lawgiver repeated. Both wands were pointed at Kirk as he exited the chamber. The door slammed shut, and Spock turned back to McCoy. Doctor, what will they do with him? Joy will come to him, McCoy answered, smiling. Peace and tranquility will come to him. He has met Landru. Happiness to us all, to all whom Landru has blessed. Kirk guessed that the large stone chamber he had been led to was the absorption chamber he had heard about. In a niche in one of the walls was a control panel. Next to it stood another lawgiver, chains with shackles welded to brackets on the opposite wall. The lawgiver led Kirk to them, shackled him, and silently left. As soon as their footsteps died away, a fourth lawgiver appeared from the door opposite. He paid almost no attention to Kirk, only nodded slightly and went to the panel. After a while, he finally turned to the captain. I'm Marlin, he said. Your time has come. Happy coupling. The legislator standing near the panel bowed. Happy connection, he said, and walked out of the cell. Left alone, Marlin looked at Kirk. His face reminded the captain of a death mask. Marlin went to work at the control panel, and from the way he operated the instruments, Kirk guessed that the man had a lot of experience in this kind of operation. The room filled with colorful bright lights. A low hum was heard. The light blinded Kirk's eyes. The hum grew louder. The hum echoed in his head. At this time, Lindstrom paced nervously around the cell. He stopped in front of Spock. Are we going to sit here like this until you figure out how to get through the closed door? Spock answered him softly. I see no way to do anything else. How stupid. A bunch of prisoners running around the city in prison uniforms, just the Stone Age. But the power that commands here is beyond our understanding. It is not so simple, Mr. Lindstrom, and not at all stupid, but very, very dangerous. Before he could finish speaking, the door opened, and the two lawgivers who had taken Kirk away earlier entered. This time they aimed their staffs at Spock. You, said one of them, come out. Spock was taken aback for a split second, then stood up and walked over to the legislators. They led him down the hallway, and Kirk was walking toward him, smiling stupidly. Captain, rejoice, friend. Peace and contentment will fill you. You will know the world of Landru. Kirk, alone and unguarded, walked on, the lawgivers making way for him. Spock looked after the captain, his face frozen with horror.
Vulcanite did not give in to his feelings for long. He was chained to the wall, like Kirk. Professional habit kicked in, and Spock began to examine the control panel with curiosity. The two lawgivers, having finished their work, left the chamber. Marlin flicked a switch, and colored lights began to dance around the room. Spock did not take his eyes off the panel. Don't be surprised, Marlin said. There won't be any pain. Spock looked at Marlin. The lawgiver lowered his voice and continued. My name is Marlin. I arrived too late to save your first two friends. They were absorbed. Beware of them. And my captain? He's unharmed, unchanged. Marlin moved his hand, the hum growing louder and the light brighter. He walked over to Spock and removed his shackles. I'm the third man in Reger's trio. We've been waiting for you to return. We are not from the Archon, Marlin, Spock said. Whoever you are, you were spoken of in the prophecy. We need your help.
Where is Reger? Spock asked.
He will join us. He is immune. He is not in danger of being absorbed. Hurry. We have little time.
Who is Landru? Marlin recoiled. I can't answer your questions now. Why? Landru, he will hear. Marlin quickly walked to the control panel, leaned down, and pulled the search party's phasers from underneath it. Spock grabbed the weapons and hid them away. The door opened, and two lawgivers entered. The operation is over, Marlin said. Spock made an idiotic face and addressed those who entered. Rejoice, friends. Landru, that's it, the legislators answered in chorus. Spock walked past them and out into the hallway. Returning to the cell, Spock saw that his captain was still looking happily at the wall. The legislators called a guard who had not yet been in the absorption chamber. He turned white as a sheet, then stood up and walked out of the cell. Spock approached Kirk. Captain.
Peace and tranquility to you, friend, Kirk said, then lowered his voice and added, Spock, are you all right?
It's all right, Captain. Be careful with McCoy.
I understand. Landru, I have formed a definite opinion. Well then, not here, Doctor. But McCoy had already risen from his mattress and was looking intently in their direction. His smile had faded. His face had taken on a characteristic, hostile expression. You speak in a whisper, he said. They don't do that in the Corps. Be glad, friend, Kirk told him. Peace be with you. Peace and harmony. McCoy replied more calmly. Are you a member of the Corps? The hull is one piece, Kirk said. Blessings to the Corps. Health to all its parts, McCoy said, smiling. He was obviously satisfied and lay down on the mattress again. Kirk and Spock also stretched out on the mattresses, but so that the doctor could not see their faces. So, what do you think about this, Spock? Kirk asked.
This is a soulless society, Captain. There is not a spark of soul in it. Their peace and tranquility is the peace of the factory, and the tranquility of the machines. All parts are in complete harmony with each other.
I notice that any surprise throws them off their established rhythm. Only until they receive new orders. The whole question is, who gives the orders? Landru, Kirk said. Landru does not exist, Spock said. At least in human terms. I think so too, Spock. Yes, Captain. As for what we should do, we need to pull the plug, Kirk said. Sir? Landru must die. Spock looked at Kirk in surprise. We have an order of non-interference, he began. It concerns existing and developing civilizations. I am not inclined to classify what is happening here as... The door to the cell opened and Marlin and Rager entered, bringing the previously confiscated communicators. This is Landru's gift to you, Marlin said to McCoy and the absorbed guard.
You are welcome, friends, McCoy said, smiling, leaning against the wall and closing his eyes. Rager and Marlin quickly walked past him and took up positions next to Kirk. We brought your signaling devices, Marlin said. You might need them. What we really need is information on Landru, Kirk said. Rager looked at him in surprise. But the prophecy says, Marlin began. Leave the prophecy alone. If you want to free yourself from Landru, you must help us. Captain, Spock whispered warningly. McCoy was approaching them, his face again expressing suspicion and hostility. I heard everything, he cried. You are not in the Corps. He rushed at Kirk and began to choke him. Spock tried to pull the doctor away from the captain, but the absorbed guard immediately pounced on him from behind. Lawmakers, McCoy shouted. There are traitors here, traitors! Kirk threw McCoy off with a punch and also shouted, Bones! Bones, I don't want to hurt you. Sit down and calm down. But McCoy did not calm down. Legislators, come here quickly! Kirk punched him in the jaw with all his might. McCoy fell, but the door had already swung open, and the legislators had rushed in, wands at the ready. Before they could recover, Kirk and Spock were in close combat. It all took less than 2 seconds. Marlin and Rager, pressed against the wall, looked in fear at the 2 legislators lying on the floor. Kirk began to undress one of the fallen men. Spock took care of the second. Where's Landru? Kirk asked, donning his hooded robe. No, said Marlin. No, no. Where should we look for him? Kirk repeated demandingly. He will find us himself, shouted Rager, and destroy us. Kirk came close to Marlin. You said you needed help. You have a chance, use it. You are the lawgiver. You must have seen him somewhere. We never saw him. We heard him. In the reception hall. In this building? Marlin nodded and began to shake. Kirk lost his patience and shouted, You must take us there! Stop shaking! Be men, finally! Spock turned on the communicator. Spock calling Enterprise, ship status report. Mr. Spock, Scott replied. I've been trying to contact you. Report, Mr. Scotty. We continue to descend. About 6 hours left. The beams are still aimed at us. You must destroy the source, otherwise we will either fry or bake. Kirk picked up the communicator. We're doing the best we can, Scotty. How's Zulu? He behaves quite peacefully, but causes some concern. Take him under guard. Who? Zulu? Scotty was clearly startled. That's an order. Keep him under surveillance. Over and out. Dressed in robes and armed with phasers, Kirk and Spock looked at Marlin and Rager. Great. Now let's move on to Landru, Kirk said. He created us, Marlin exclaimed. He created this world. Rager knelt down. Please, we've gone too far. Don't... You said Landru created this world. Explain, if you will. Spock interrupted. There was a war. 6,000 years ago, there was a war here. A catastrophe. The world destroyed itself. Landru was our leader. He knew the truth. He changed the world. Landru brought us back.
brought us back to a simpler time. He gave us peace and tranquility. What happened to him? Kirk asked. But he's alive, Marlin cried. He's here. He sees, he hears. We already destroyed our world once. Please, no more. You said you wanted freedom, Kirk said softly. It's time to realize that it's not a gift from God. You have to earn it, or you won't get it. Come on, we have to find Landru. No, Reger begged, kneeling. I submit. I give myself to Landru's desire. Kirk grabbed him by the shoulders. It's too late for that now. But Reger broke free and ran to the door. Legislators, help! Spock stopped him with the edge of his hand, hitting him in the neck. Reger fell. Marlin looked at his comrade, turned away, and met Kirk's eyes. Well, that's great, my friend, Kirk said. Now, take us to Landru. He will destroy us. Maybe the opposite. Lindstrom, stay here and take care of McCoy. Come on, Spock. Kirk took Marlin's hand and pulled him toward the door. They walked slowly down the hallway. From under his hood, Kirk saw two lawgivers approaching, but they paid no attention. Finally, they reached the end of the hallway and stopped in front of an impressive door. Marlin stopped, shaking so much that it was easy to notice. This is the reception hall, he whispered. Do you have a key? Kirk asked, and, seeing Marlin nod, he ordered, Open it. However, the captain had to take the key from Marlin's trembling hands and open the door himself. The hall was quite large and completely empty. On one of the walls, there was a huge glowing panel. Marlin pointed to it. Landru speaking from up there, he whispered. Kirk stepped forward. Landru, we are from the Archon, he said loudly. Nothing broke the cold sepulchral silence of the hall. Kirk spoke again. We are from the Archon. We have come to speak with you. Gradually, the outlines of the familiar, friendly, and wise face began to appear on the panel. Marlin finally panicked, fell to the floor, and burst into tears. Landru has come, he sobbed. Landru has come. The face of the Beta 3000 Overlord took on its final shape. He smiled softly and spoke. Despite all my efforts not to use violence against you, you have invaded the core. You have done great harm. We have no intention of harming anyone, Kirk said. You must be destroyed, Landru continued, ignoring the captain's words. For the good of the core, you must die. It is very sad. We are not going to die. Anyone who saw you or knew of your existence, Landru continued to ignore Kirk, must be removed from the core. The core's memory must be wiped clean. Listen, Kirk shouted. Captain, it's useless, Spock said. A projection.
Great, Spock! Let's look at the projector!
They aimed their phasers at the glowing panel and simultaneously pulled the triggers. There was a blinding flash. The image disappeared and the lights on the panel dimmed, but the real Landru did not disappear. He remained in the huge computer behind the glowing panel, which continued to operate. This must be Landru, Kirk said. Of course, Captain, the machine. The whole society is the embodied idea of this machine. Peace, harmony, but without a soul. Suddenly the car started humming, and a voice was heard. I am Landru. You have invaded the core. Pull the plug, Spock. They aimed their phasers at the panel again, but before they could fire, the computer began to hum again, and after a short flash, the phasers were no longer functional. Your weapon has been neutralized, the computer said. The same will happen to you. I am Landru. Landru died 6,000 years ago, Kirk said. I am Landru, the computer repeated louder. I am him. Everything that was in him, his experience, his knowledge, but not his wisdom, Kirk replied.
He could program you, but he couldn't transfer his soul to you. Your remark is irrelevant. You will be destroyed. The welfare of the core is the main goal. That's the whole point, Captain, Spock said. The good of the core. Kirk nodded. What is this benefit? He asked. I am Landru, said the voice. Landru is dead. You are a computer. You are asked a question. Answer it. The good is the harmonious development of society. The good is peace, tranquility, and harmony. The good of the core is the primary goal. You are not serving this purpose. You are a detriment to the core. The computer hummed louder. The core, it exists. It is healthy. He's dying, Kirk said. You're destroying him. Is that a question? The computer asked. What have you done to unlock the potential of every member of society? Lack of information. I am not programmed to answer such questions. Then program yourself, Spock said. Or do you have a limit? No, I'm reprogramming myself. The machine hummed, and a loud grinding noise was heard. Marlin rose from the floor and stared at the computer. 2 lawgivers appeared, but they did not have their wands with them. They approached the computer. Landru, one of them cried. Lead us! Landru? Kirk aimed his phaser at them, but Spock touched him on the shoulder. That's not necessary, Captain. Kirk lowered his phaser and turned back to the computer. Landru, I asked a question. Answer. Peace, order, and tranquility are maintained. The core exists, but I create everything. Creation is the first necessity for the health of the core. The computer hummed again. This is impossible. This must be solved. Paradox. Is it really Landru? Marlin finally spoke. More like what was left of him, Spock said. What was left after he built and programmed this machine 6,000 years ago? Landru. Kirk addressed the computer. Paradox. The humming stopped and a metallic voice answered. Unsolvable. You exist for the good of the core, Kirk said. That is Landru's wish, nothing more. But this is evil, the voice answered. So, evil must be destroyed. This is the main goal. Evil is you. The car hummed again, loud clicks were heard, and the lights grew brighter. I think, said the computer. I exist. You said you were Landru, Kirk shouted. Then destroy evil. That's the main goal. The hum turned into a roar. Smoke poured out of the panel. Something flashed. Sparks rained down. And the lights went out. Kirk turned to the 2 terrified lawgivers. Excellent. You can take off those robes, and if I were you, I'd try to find a real job. He turned on the communicator. Kirk to Enterprise. Please respond. Captain, are you all right? Scotty asked. Don't worry about us. How are you? The radiation has stopped. Zulu is fine. Very well, Scotty. We'll be up shortly. He handed the communicator back to Spock. Let's see what the others are doing, Spock. Mr. Marlin will finish up here. Kirk stretched out in the command chair. It had never felt so comfortable. Spock came up behind him. The captain was finishing up the tape for the ship's log. Sociologist Lindstrom remained on Beta 3000 as part of a party of experts to help the inhabitants of this planet restore a civilized organization of society. And yet, Captain, Spock said thoughtfully, the last Landru was a magnificent piece of engineering. Just think, a computer directing, literally directing, the actions of every individual in a society of millions. But it was not Landru, but just a machine. It was programmed by a man, but he could not put his feelings, wisdom, and understanding, his soul into it, Spock. I prefer concrete, evidence-based, and understandable terms. You would create a great computer, Spock. Captain, Uhura called. Mr. Lindstrom here. Yes, Mr. Lindstrom. I just wanted to say goodbye, Captain. How are things with you? It couldn't be better. Lindstrom said enthusiastically. We've had half a dozen domestic rows and a couple of serious brawls this morning alone. It's not exactly paradise now, of course, but there's something about it. Human? Kirk asked. Yes. They started thinking for themselves. Give us a few months, and there will be a normal society here. Just one question, Mr. Lindstrom. Landru wanted peace and security for his people. How does that relate to the celebration we had to attend? Sir, the machine is destroyed, and we can never say for sure, but I think I have an idea of what it is. Landru wanted to eliminate the possibility of war, crime, disease, and even personal discord, and I must say, he succeeded. But he did not take into account population control. The machine solved that problem itself.
For one night a year, control over society ceased, and all moral laws ceased to apply. One night of war, the most terrible war, where everyone is everyone's enemy. I have no evidence to support my suppositions, sir, but I think that is the solution that a machine might come to, especially one that treats people as integral parts of the core.
I wouldn't call it a guess, Spock said. I don't usually expect sociologists to give me precise explanations of what happened. But from what I know about the behavior of computers when they have insufficient information, Mr. Lindstrom's analysis is absolutely correct. Thank you, Mr. Spock, Lindstrom said. I am very pleased. Do you agree, Captain? Yes, of course, Kirk replied. I had some concerns at first, as I suppose you did. But after your message, I hope everything will be all right. Good luck. Over and out. Kirk turned to Spock and looked at his first officer for a long moment in silence. If I didn't know that you are above such human feelings as triumph, I would say that at this moment you are triumphant. Am I right? I'm just meditating, thinking about how often humanity tries to build a peaceful and safe society. Yes, Spock, and you see what comes out of it. We grow. It is our blessing and our curse, and nothing can stop us, whether we like it or not. And I also heard people say that this is our joy, Captain. Our joy, Spock? There was no answer. But, Kirk thought, Spock, like everyone else, knew the old saying, silence is consent. Spock. Immune syndrome, white sand beach, tanned women, trout in the river, the quiet life on the coast, Starbase 6. The Enterprise, with its exhausted crew on board, was approaching its cherished goal. Kirk remembered the taste of rainbow trout served for breakfast in the open air. Message from base, Captain, Uhura reported. Heavy interference.
All I could make out was the word intrepid, and what looked like coordinates.
Try another channel, Lieutenant. The Intrepid is manned exclusively with Vulcanites. Isn't that right, Jim? McCoy asked. I believe so. Kirk turned his chair 180 degrees. The Intrepid's crew is Vulcan, correct, Spock? I remember the Vulcans were given a spaceship for helping broker a truce with the Romulan Federation. It was a great honor. Spock did not answer. He did not even turn. He just sat up straighter in his chair. Something in his movements alarmed Kirk. He walked over to the computer databank where Spock was sitting. Spock. There was no answer. Kirk shook his shoulder. Spock, what's wrong? Are you in pain? The Intrepid is gone. I just felt. It was dead. Kirk looked at McCoy, but he only shrugged. Spock, Kirk said. You're tired? Rest. Chekhov will replace you. And the 400 Vulcanites on board are also dead, Spock said. Come down to the medical bay with me, Spock, McCoy said.
I'm fine, Doctor. I felt it. Get to the medical bay, Spock, Kirk said. That's an order. Yes, Captain. Kirk watched him as he reached the elevator. It's not easy for all of us, thought the captain. Too many assignments. Even Spock's super endurance has its limits. Time to rest on the coast. This is Starbase 6, Captain, Uhura said. Kirk returned to his chair and flicked the switch. Come on, Lieutenant. Everyone heard a voice from the loudspeaker. The last coordinates we received for the Intrepid are Sector 39J. Turn there immediately. Kirk rubbed his chin with his palm and turned on the microphone. The Enterprise crew is returning to base after completing a series of serious missions. The crew needs rest. There may be other ships of the squadron in this sector. No, Captain Kirk. That's an order. We've lost contact with the Gamma 7A system. The Intrepid was trying to figure out what was going on. Now we've lost contact with the Intrepid too.
We're waiting for your word. Orders understood, Kirk said. Over.
Zulu looked questioningly at his captain. You heard the order, Zulu, Kirk said dryly. Course for Gamma 7A. I've scanned the captain, Chekhov reported from his console. System Gamma 7A. He tried to sound calm, but Kirk sensed that Chekhov was mortally frightened. The system is dead, Captain. Dead? What are you talking about, Chekhov? This is the fourth largest star. Do you think the billions of inhabitants of the system are also dead? Check the scanners again. I checked, sir. System Gamma 7A is dead. I assure you, McCoy, Spock told Bones in the medical bay. I'm perfectly fine. The pain was instantaneous. My instruments seem to agree with you, McCoy sighed. That is, if they can be trusted when dealing with vulcanite anatomy. Incidentally, how are you so sure that the Intrepid was destroyed? I felt it, Spock replied expressionlessly. But I always thought you needed physical contact to feel—
Doctor, even I, half vulcanite, can sense the death of 400 vulcanites from a distance. I can't understand that. McCoy shook his head. I have noticed that this applies to all people, Spock said, putting on his shirt. It is easier for you to feel the death of one person close to you than the death of millions. Feel the pain of your neighbor, right, Spock? Is that what you want from us? If you could feel it, your story would be less bloody. A signal was heard over the intercom. Kirk. Bones, how's Spock? If he's okay, I need him on the bridge. Coming, Captain. Kirk met him at the elevator. You may be right. Contact with the Intrepid has been lost, as has the entire Gamma 7A system. Our scanners indicate that the system is dead. Important news, Spock said, and walked quickly to his console. Any information from the squadron? Kirk asked Uhura. It's hard to get rid of the interference, sir. It's getting stronger. A red light came on Zulu's remote control.
Captain, the reflectors have dropped!
Reduce speed to 3 turns, Kirk said, and walked over to Spock.
There is turbulent energy ahead. It cannot be analyzed. I have not encountered such data before.
Kirk walked over to the main screen. Increase by factor 3, he ordered. A starry space appeared on the screen in a normal projection. Scan the sector, he said. The star field appeared from a different angle, and Zulu said, Just what we're looking for, Captain? I admit, said Spock, that it is precisely this. A black shadow appeared on the screen. A cloud of interstellar dust, Chekhov suggested. Kirk shook his head. The stars are not visible. They would be visible through the cloud. What do you say, Spock? The analysis is still unstable, Captain. I'm feeding the computer with sensor data. But whatever it is, I calculate that it's located directly in the path leading to the Intrepid and the Gamma 7A system.
Are you saying that this is the reason for their death, Spock?
Quite possible, Captain. Kirk thought for a moment and nodded his head in agreement. We're staying on course, reducing speed to 1 unit, he told Zulu. Mr. Chekhov, prepare to launch a telemetry probe into this area. Yes, sir, Chekhov said, moving closer to his control panel and after a while adding, the probe is ready. Launch it, Kirk said. Chekhov pressed the button. The probe has been launched. An explosion of atmospheric interference erupted from the communications station, so powerful it seemed like a material substance, as if a giant had clapped his hands. It was over as suddenly as it had begun. Uhura, disoriented, clutched her chair. What channel did this come through? Kirk asked. Telemetry. Uhura was clearly making an effort to answer. Telemetry probe channel, no signals coming in. Spock, any guesses? None, Captain. Spock jumped up from his chair, seeing Uhura's head fall limply onto the console. Lieutenant. He picked her up by the shoulders.
Just dizzy, she whispered. It'll be okay in a minute.
Jim, reports from all decks, McCoy said over the intercom. Every woman on the ship is half conscious. Kirk looked at Uhura. You'd better go up to the bridge and check on Lieutenant Uhura, he said. She just came to. Since she's come to her senses, she'd better stay there, McCoy said. I've got some problems here. What's happened? Nothing particularly serious, just weakness and nervous stress. Can you handle this? I'll give them stimulants to keep them on their feet. The crew is exhausted enough as it is, Kirk thought. And now this? He looked at the screen and saw nothing encouraging there. The black shadow taking up most of the screen. Spock, I need data on what's ahead of us. It cannot be analyzed, Captain. Lack of information. Kirk slammed his fist on the table. Spock, this is the 3rd time I've asked for data. Insufficient information is not an option. You are responsible for ensuring that there is sufficient information.
I know that, Captain, but there is no information about this phenomenon in the computer data bank. Weakness, nervous stress, Kirk said thoughtfully. Sorry, Spock. Some kind of infection has spread throughout the ship. Let's think backwards. If you can't tell me what this cloud is, tell me what it isn't. It is not gaseous, liquid, or solid, although nothing can be seen through it. Since it has engaged our reflective fields, it can be assumed that it contains some form of energy, but our sensors cannot identify it. And you said that perhaps it was this that caused the destruction of the Intrepid and this star system. Yes, Captain. Kirk turned to Uhura. Lieutenant, inform the Star Squadron leadership of our location and the current situation. Put all the information into the computer. He paused for a moment and continued. Tell them that we are going to continue probing the dark zone. Yes, sir.
Kirk moved toward his chair and swayed, feeling a wave of weakness. Spock rushed to the captain and supported him by the elbow. Thank you, Spock, Kirk said. I'll take care of the rest. He grabbed the back of the chair and asked, Zulu, what's the distance to the black zone? 100,000 miles. Let's continue moving forward. Kirk dropped his head heavily onto his chest, sat there for a while, and asked again. Distance, Zulu? We will enter this zone in 1 minute and 7 seconds, sir. Mr. Chekhov, red alert, phasers ready. Reflective fields at full power. Phasers are ready. Reflectors are on full power. A noise began to penetrate the bridge, softly at first. But this time it was not coming through the comm channel. It was coming from everywhere, and gradually increasing in volume. It filled every compartment. In the engineering bay, Scotty was checking the equipment, half conscious. Seeing the instrument readings, he rushed to the power levers. And at that moment, the noise died down. On the bridge, still holding his hands to his ears, Zulu shouted, Captain! Screen! The screen was completely black. Is there a problem, Spock? No, Captain, all systems are working normally. Kirk shook his head, trying to collect his thoughts.
Everyone on the bridge was still sitting in their seats, gripping the handrails and armrests of their chairs. Kirk pressed the intercom button. Bones, what's in your medical bay? Worse. Is there anything that can help me here? I don't want anyone on the bridge to break down at a critical moment. I'm coming. End of communication. Kirk pressed the intercom button again. Kirk to engineering. Power's down, Scotty. What happened? We've lost a lot of power, Captain. The reflective fields are weakened. Can you make up for it, Scotty? Yes, but on the condition that we don't lose any more energy. Just don't ask how that happened.
I'm asking, Kirk said sharply. And I want to hear the answer.
McCoy and his sister quickly ran onto the bridge. He gave the captain an injection and said, "These are stimulants, Jim." Then he turned around and injected Zulu.
How bad is it, Bones?
Kirk asked. 3/4 of the staff were injured. Bones, the ship is sick. Problems are cropping up faster than we can solve them. It's like we've been paralyzed. Maybe, McCoy said, and continued his tour. Kirk stood up and walked over to the computer station. Spock, can you analyze the last burst of noise and what caused us to start losing power? Spock nodded. The explosion of noise occurred because we passed the boundary layer. What kind of boundary layer? I don't know, Captain. Okay, the boundary layer between what and what? Between where we were before and where we are now, Spock said. I still have nothing specific, Captain, but it seems to me that we have entered an energy space incompatible with life and mechanical processes. As we move forward, it will become stronger and we will become weaker. Recommendations. I recommend that everyone stay alive, McCoy intervened. We need to get out of here. He turned and headed for the elevator with his sister. Kirk glanced around at the group. The squadron command was waiting for reports. Reports about what? Kirk wondered. About how exactly the Intrepid and all the inhabitants of the Gamma 7A system had died. He slowly walked back to his chair and pressed the broadcast button. This is Captain Kirk. We have entered a space about which we have no information. The entire crew has been subjected to some influence. Let's call it shock. But we have stimulants. We are protected by reflectors. We have a good ship. We know what our mission is. So, let's get to work. Over and out.
Medical to Captain, McCoy said over the intercom.
I'm listening, Bones. Go on.
McCoy looked at the semi-conscious crew member lying before him, gathered his courage, and said, 1 by 1, Jim. Life energy level. Readings.
I'm listening, Bones,
Kirk said quietly. We're dying, McCoy said. My instruments show that we're all, every one of us. We're dying. Kirk felt another wave of weakness and broke out in a cold sweat, but the Enterprise's testing had only just begun. Kirk descended into engineering, and the ship suddenly lurched forward.
What was that, Scotty?
Reverse, sir!
Reverse? But the ship tilted forward.
I can't say anything, Captain. I only know one thing. The ship is gradually losing power. About 20% lost. I've never encountered anything like this before.
Captain, we are increasing speed, Spock said over the intercom. The black zone is pulling us in.
Addictive? How?
I don't know, but I suggest that Mr. Scotty engage reverse.
Spock, but he just went into reverse.
Then do the opposite. Scotty, said the captain. You heard? Full speed ahead.
Sir, I don't know.
Scotty hesitated. It's against all laws. It's against elementary logic. Logic is Spock's specialty.
Yes, sir, but...
Push us forward a little, Scotty. The chief engineer got down to business, and after a few seconds he sighed with relief.
It worked, Captain. The speed is decreasing, but we are still moving forward.
Keep up the good work and get yourself an assistant, Kirk said. The work in the medical unit did not stop either. Sister Chapel was taking readings from vital signs. Doctor, the level is dropping. Stims, McCoy muttered. I wonder how long we can hold out on them. This is the captain, Kirk said over the intercom. Please report to the briefing room with all service leaders. Any information you can about the area we're in is needed.
I'll see you in 10 minutes.
McCoy, still grumbling, headed for the conference room. He threw several tapes on the table and said, "This is my contribution to the common cause. I can only report that the further we penetrate into this zone, the weaker our vital functions become." He staggered slightly and grabbed the back of the chair. "Bones." McCoy waved his hand. "Everything is fine. As far as power levels go, we're still losing energy reserves," Scotty said. "And we're still being pulled forward." "Spock?" Kirk asked. "I think something inside the zone is absorbing life and mechanical energy. Perhaps it was this something that deprived the Intrepid and the entire star system of energy." "Something," Spock, "not the zone itself. The analysis of the zone suggests a field of negative energy, as illogical as it may sound. But the zone is not a source of energy absorption." "So it's a shield," Kirk said. "An outer protection for something else." "But what?" Scotty asked.
"Whatever it is, it's draining our life force," McCoy muttered. "We'll find out what it is," Kirk said. "But first we need to get out of here ourselves. Scotty, the forward thrust has slowed us down. If we push to maximum speed and use the impulse engines, might that help?" "Yes, sir," Scott said cheerfully. "We have plenty of power in reserve for the reflectors in case we get stuck here." "I must point out," Spock said coldly, "that if we do get stuck here, the reflectors will only prolong the wait for the end." "Agreed," Kirk said grimly. "You must use all the energy it takes to get out of here. Everyone is free to go." Everyone headed for the exit. Kirk rested his head wearily on his hand. Spock stopped at the door, stood for a moment, and then came back to the table. Kirk raised his head and looked at him. "Captain, I am sure the Intrepid did the same," Spock said. "But they died." Kirk drummed his fingers on the table. "Well, maybe not quite like that," he said. "You said yourself that the current situation is completely illogical." "True. But it is also true that they never found out what exactly destroyed them." "How do you know?" "I know the ship died because I felt it." "What exactly did you feel?" "Immeasurable, profound surprise." "Well, my friend," Kirk said, rising, "let's get back to the bridge." As soon as they got off the elevator, the captain was called from engineering. Kirk ran to his seat and pressed the intercom button. "Kirk here. What's up, Scotty?" "All preparations are complete. If you are ready, I am ready to try." "Stay in touch, Scotty," Kirk said, and pressed another button. "All decks, this is the captain. An unknown force is pulling our ship deeper into the black zone. We're going to use all the power in the ship to break free. Everyone brace yourself for a good shake," he said, and then turned back to Scotty. "Ready, Scotty." "Go!" Everyone was prepared for a violent jolt. And there was one, but no one was prepared for the enormous impact that followed. Scotty and his assistant were thrown against the wall. McCoy and Nurse Chapel were dragged through 2 sections of the medical bay. On the bridge, an African flower Uhura had grown was lifted into the air, along with its pot, and flew several meters before smashing into the elevator door. People were literally crushed into their chairs. Another impact followed. The ship reared up, metal screeched, the lights dimmed. Finally, everything was quiet. Kirk, sprawled on the floor, raised his head and looked at the screen. Failure. The screen was still completely black. Rubbing his bruised spots, Kirk made his way to his chair. This was something he had to ask, so he did. "Scotty, are we still losing power?" "Yes, sir. We've only managed to pull back a little. The best we can do in this situation is to maintain this distance." "How long can we keep it?" "At this rate of energy loss. 2 hours, Captain." Kirk overcame another wave of weakness, rose from his chair, and walked over to the computer station. "We're trying to maintain distance, Spock," he said.
Have you determined what distance we're trying to maintain from? I have not yet found the answer to that question, Captain. But it seems to have found us, Spock said, not taking his eyes off the console. Kirk looked at the screen. In the center of the completely black field, a glowing, pulsating object appeared. Mr. Chekhov, Kirk said, prepare the probe for launch. Very conflicting data, Captain, Spock said. But it is definitely this object that is absorbing the energy. 6, 5, 4. Zulu began counting without an order. 3, 2, 1, go. The ship shook. The lights flickered, but nothing else happened. Mr. Chekhov, Kirk said, do we have contact with the probe? Yes, sir. All data is being sent to Mr. Spock. Spock, information has begun to arrive, Captain.
Length approximately 11,000 miles.
Width varies from 2 to 3,000 miles. Outer layer mixed with planetary debris and such. Interior, composed of protoplasm, which varies from solid gelatin to a semi-liquid mass in the center. Spock looked at the captain. General condition, it is alive. Everyone looked at Kirk. Alive, he repeated quietly. Zoom 4 Zulu. Main screen. He had expected something terrible, and he saw it. It was like a nightmare of a child who had been playing with a microscope all day. A huge, amoeba-like protozoan. The chromosome bodies inside the pulsating nucleus were obscured by a gelatinous layer. Kirk closed his eyes in disgust, but he could not get the image of the monster out of his mind. In the medical wing, McCoy looked at images of every single-celled protozoan known to man. Finally, he said, "This is an amoeba. If life is movement and constant swallowing," Kirk thought as he watched the screen, "then this microscopic inhabitant of a stagnant pool is alive." Kirk watched as the protozoan stretched and writhed in search of food. The creature's blind greed made the captain's throat ache. "I've seen them before," he said, "under a microscope, of course. But what's out there in space? It's 11,000 miles long, and you say it's a single-celled creature?" "Unfortunately, I can't think of another term, Jim. Although it is huge, it is still the simplest form of life, and it exhibits all the functions necessary to define it as a living organism. Although I can't say exactly what diet it follows." "Energy," Spock said. "Energy it takes from us. I suspect it has invaded the galaxy like an infection." Spock, the intrepid, perished in this very infection. Why are we still alive? The intrepid encountered it when it was hungry, when it lacked power. I wouldn't say we're safe, Captain. We just have a little more time than the intrepid. Bones. This black zone? Do you think this something generates it as its own defense? We'll have to find out, Jim. We'll have to take a closer look at him. The closer we are to it, the faster it devours our energy. We are barely alive even at this distance. I suppose we'll have to risk approaching him in the shuttle, Spock said. If we use special screens, maybe. I will never send anyone into the mouth of this amoeba. The automatic probe will provide us with enough information to destroy it. I must disagree with you, Spock said. We have sent a probe before, and it has given us some information, but not the information we need. We cannot afford in our present situation to waste energy on blind shots. We need a target. Someone needs to get closer to him and spot his weak spots, McCoy said. And what are his chances of getting back? Kirk exclaimed. How can I give such an order? Who said anything about an order? McCoy asked. You have a volunteer, Jim. I've already made all the preparations. Bones, this is a suicide mission. Doctor, this creature has reflexes. It was unpleasant for it when our probe entered it, and the shaking we experienced was its reaction to that. Okay, Spock, McCoy said. I'll have the sense to slow down before I enter it. Spock looked at Bones searchingly. There is a hidden martyr in you. This affliction makes you unsuitable. You cannot carry out this task, he said. Martyr, McCoy yelled. Do you think I'm going to pass up the chance to visit the world's largest living laboratory? There were enough biologists, psychologists, and physicists on the Intrepid, but they all died. This is because the Vulcanites lack simple human desire. Kirk slammed his palm down on the table. Could you both shut up? Now listen to me. I don't need volunteers.
I hope you're not thinking of doing this yourself, McCoy shouted back. I'm the chief pilot, Kirk said. That means I'm qualified. So let's get this over with. You have declared yourself unsuitable, Captain, Spock said. As chief pilot, you are indispensable. But as a scientific specialist, I am not. McCoy stared at Spock. Jim, there are chemical processes going on in this organism that we've never seen before and hopefully never will again. In one day we could learn more than... We don't have a day, Kirk said. We have approximately 1 hour and 35 minutes, or we'll run out of power. Jim, Captain, who can successfully carry out this mission is up to me, Kirk barked. And when I decide, gentlemen, I will let you know. He turned on his heel and walked out of the room. Entering his cabin and being alone with himself, the captain felt relieved. He loosened his belt and stretched out on his bunk. He should try to relax, he thought, and not think about anything. Maybe then the right decision will come by itself, as it often does. Oh God, he said out loud, help me relax. He was indeed indispensable, and neither heroism nor false modesty had anything to do with it. As for Bones, his biomedical background gave him a distinct advantage. But Spock was a natural athlete, a Vulcanite thinker, a scientist officer. He was certainly better suited, both physically and mentally, for such a task. But who knew what priceless discoveries Bones might make if the lot fell to him? And it all fell on Kirk's shoulders. The choice was his. The captain had to send one of his friends to his death. Who? Kirk took a deep breath, reached over to the console, and pressed the intercom button. This is the captain speaking. Dr. McCoy and Mr. Spock, I await you in my cabin. Over and out. Scotty's voice came. Engineering department calling captain. Go on, Scotty. Power leak information down to 50%. Still decreasing. We have 1 hour and 15 minutes, sir. Understood, Scotty. Prepare the shuttle for launch. What did you say, Captain?
You heard me, Scotty. Dr. McCoy will tell you what gear to prepare. Over and out. There was a knock at the cabin door. Kirk stood up and opened the door. 2 pretenders stood on the threshold. Come on in, gentlemen, Kirk said, and got straight to business. I'm very sorry, Spock, he said heavily. McCoy looked at Spock with triumph. You've made the right decision, Jim, he said. I'll just give my final orders and not you, Bones, Kirk interrupted, and turned to Spock. I'm sorry, but you're better qualified for this mission than anyone else. Spock nodded and walked past a bewildered Bones toward the exit without a word. At hangar deck level, the elevator door slid open. Spock stepped aside to let McCoy pass. Don't be so upset, Doctor.
Professional advice is a very valuable thing, but hereditary endurance is sometimes more important.
I'm not convinced.
McCoy struggled to control himself.
With a DNA analyzer, you'll be able to get the basic structure of the organism. You'll also need an enzyme fixer.
I am familiar with the equipment, Doctor. I will try to cope with the assigned task with dignity.
The dignity of Vulcanite? This is something new.
Well, then show your human superstition and wish me luck, McCoy. McCoy looked at Spock in surprise and pressed the button that opened the hangar door without protest. The shuttle that had been chosen for this important mission stood before them, with two mechanics working next to it. Spock, without looking back, entered the hangar. McCoy watched him climb into the shuttle. Then the hangar door slid smoothly shut. Left alone, McCoy muttered, "Good luck, Spock, damn you." On the bridge, Zulu reported to Kirk.
All systems are ready to launch the shuttle, sir.
Well, Kirk thought, it's time.
Launch the shuttle,
he said.
Lights began to flash on Zulu's console. Spock was on his way. Alone. Alone in space, condemned to do what his captain had told him to do. Kirk heard the elevator door open and McCoy appear, but he didn't turn around. "Lieutenant Uhura," he said, "forward all telemetry information to Mr. Chekhov's computer station." "Shuttle to Enterprise," Spock transmitted.
Report, Spock.
An incredibly strong energy drain, continuing to increase, the interference began. "I have directed all secondary energy to the barriers. I will continue to maintain communication as long as there is energy to do so." Kirk vividly imagined Spock working quickly on the control panel. Suddenly, Scotty appeared behind Kirk.
Captain, if he puts all his energy into the screens, he won't have anything left to return.
"Spock," Kirk began. "I heard, Captain. We knew about it before, but you need information. Have you calculated when you will enter it?"
In 1.3 minutes.
Buckle up tight. The penetration zone will definitely react. What does Spock see on his screen? The captain thought. What does it look like from such a distance? "Contact in 6 seconds, Spock said. The ship shook. Kirk imagined what was happening to the shuttle and grabbed the microphone. "Report, Spock." Silence. Maybe Spock is unconscious, Kirk thought. The body could be trying to get rid of the shuttle. The body's convulsions meant continuous shaking and violent blows for the small shuttle. "Spock." "No damage, Captain." Spock's voice was heard weakly. 3% power remaining. To stabilize the shields. "I will continue to explore." Nothing more could be heard, and finally Spock spoke again. "Dr. McCoy, you would not have survived here." Kirk saw tears welling up in Bones' eyes. "Want to bet, Spock?" McCoy said, and was unable to utter another word. Moving forward, slowly, heading towards the core. Chekhov, turning as pale as a sheet, turned to the captain. "Sir, Mr. Spock's life support systems have been reduced to a minimum." Kirk grabbed the microphone with a sweat-soaked hand. "Spock, save energy for the shields." The interference grew louder, and it was difficult to hear individual words through it. "According to my calculations, they show barriers. Only 47 minutes. The chromosomal structure has been identified. Changes. The reproduction process will begin soon." McCoy's face turned ashen gray. "Then there will be 2 of them." Spock, static. Kirk waited and tried again. Spock, losing connection. Contact. Coordinates. Uhura turned away from her console and said, "Contact was lost, but I managed to get the coordinates, sir." "Captain," Chekhov shouted. "The shuttle has lost its shields, energy fluctuations within the body." "Yeah," Scotty said. "It's time for him to get out of there." Kirk had no one to blame. He had sent his best friend to his death. It was the truth he would have to live with for the rest of his days. The Enterprise shuddered. Kirk sat up slowly in his chair, and suddenly it dawned on him. "Bones!" The words caught in his throat. "He's alive! He's still alive! He hit that damn thing with a shuttle and made it twitch. He let us know." "Captain," Uhura said, "telemetry channel is active. Chekhov, send the data analysis to me immediately." McCoy continued to ponder what the division of the organism might mean. According to Spock's telemetry analysis, 40 chromosomes of the organism are ready to split. He paused. If the energy of this organism doubles, Everything living and non-living within a light-year radius will perish. McCoy walked across the bridge and back. Soon there will be 2, then 4, 8. This anti-life force is making a serious bid to occupy the entire galaxy. That's what Spock found out, Bones. When he gave us the coordinates, he knew we had no choice but to try and destroy this organism.
Captain, Scotty said, the black zone continues to draw us in. Our screens are weakened. The situation is becoming critical.
How much do we have left, Scotty?
Now no more than an hour, Captain.
Connect all auxiliary systems.
Yes, sir.
Bones, can we kill this organism without killing Spock? And ourselves? I don't know. It's a living cell. If we had an antibiotic that, and how many millions of kilometers will it cover? Come on, Jim. We have received a message from Mr. Spock, Uhura said, her face beaming. It's a very weak channel, but it's understandable. Give it to me, Lieutenant. Life support systems are practically inactive. The energy of the barriers is at a minimum. The nervous energy of the organism, only maximum inside the protective membrane. Inside, relatively insensitive. One attack is enough. It can be destroyed. Tell McCoy. Wish me luck.
On the bridge, no one could utter a word.
Everyone was trying to come to terms with Spock's death. Kirk lay motionless on his bed in his quarters. Spock had died. For what? If he could have passed on the information to destroy this organism, his death would have made some sense. But even that small joy was denied him. Spock's death had given him nothing and changed nothing. McCoy entered the cabin without knocking and sat down on the bed next to Kirk. What have you decided, McCoy? Spock, McCoy said. He said I was sentimental, but this is more serious than that. I still believe he's alive. He knew how it would end. He knew it perfectly well. And now, he's dead. Kirk paused for a moment. What is it? It's not sentient. At least, not yet. It's a disease, McCoy said. This microbe stretches 11,000 miles, just one cell. When there are millions of them, we will be the microbes. We will be the microbes in its body. A morbid thought, McCoy remarked. Yes,
I wonder when our life form appeared. What universe did we destroy?
How does the body destroy infection, Bones? By creating antibodies. So this is what we're supposed to be. Antibodies. He looked at McCoy and repeated, Antibodies? Kirk leapt to his feet and pressed the intercom button. Scotty, you're going to return all power to the shields, return all power and reserve power for the impulse engines only. But that amoeba will suck us into itself in a matter of seconds, Scotty exclaimed. Exactly, Mr. Scotty. Wait for my signal. Over and out. Kirk turned to McCoy and saw that he was looking at him, as if he was trying to make a diagnosis. Do you have anything to say, Bones? Regarding the technical side of things, nothing. But from a medical point of view, yes. Okay. I don't have time. None of us do. Let's go. In the elevator, before stepping out onto the bridge, Kirk tried to keep a calm expression on his face. The door opened. He quickly walked to his chair and pressed the selector button.
All decks, this is the captain. We are about to enter the organism. Damage control, hold contact. All decks brace for impact. Out.
It's now or never, Kirk thought, and called engineering. Scotty, is everything ready? Yes, sir. Let's. The ship shot forward. Kirk gripped his seat and stared at the screen. The darkness grew thicker as they approached the zone.
Impact in 25 seconds, sir,
Zulu said tensely. The force of the blow knocked Zulu out of his chair. Chekhov sprawled on the deck, looked at his control panel, and when the ship stabilized, shouted.
We're in, sir.
Uhura, having recovered from the blow, said,
All damage control services report minimal damage.
In those seconds, Kirk was not taking in the information. The screen went completely black. The Enterprise was moving lazily inside a huge, opaque, gelatinous organism.
Called the engineering bay. Scotty, do you have power for the impulse engines? I saved everything I could, sir. I don't know if it's enough to get out of here if we have enough time. We have to try, Scotty. Yes, but what? We don't have power for phasers. McCoy waved his hand impatiently. Even if there was, we wouldn't be able to use it. Yes, this organism loves energy, it simply devours it. Scotty ran from the elevator onto the bridge. He heard the captain's last words. Energy, he shouted. That's the problem. If we can't use energy to destroy this scum, what can we do? We can use anti-energy, Kirk said. What? McCoy asked. Scotty looked at the captain in amazement. Scotty, with this scum, as you say, it's the other way around. Inside the organism, we are antibodies. So if we use anti-energy, antimatter, we can destroy it. Scotty's tension evaporated like air from a punctured ball. Indeed, sir. It won't be able to swallow that.
Thank God you came up with such an idea. How did you even guess? Spock told me, Kirk said. That's what he was trying to tell us before we lost him. Mr. Chekhov, get the probe ready. Scotty, we need a magnetic capsule to charge. You can consider it ready. Mr. Chekhov, set the detonator on the probe. Mr. Zulu, how much longer until we reach the target? 7 minutes, sir. Jim, how close are we going to get to him? We'll just install the probe and then go straight back. But for this, you need to approach. The swirls and flows of protoplasm can carry the probe thousands of kilometers from the core. We must hit the target precisely. We will not have another chance. Kirk felt his neck go numb. It's time for another injection, Bones. You'll fall to pieces. How long do you think you can withstand that amount of stimulants? Get me cleaned up for another 7 minutes. Scotty ran onto the bridge. The target coordinates have been programmed. The probe is ready for launch, sir, Zulu reported.
Zulu, give it a little pause before it detonates, Kirk said, turning to Chekhov. Conserve all the energy we can. We need to get out before it detonates. Do it right, Scotty, and pray it works. Yes, sir. Mr. Chekhov, let's start. The probe has been launched, sir. The seconds dragged on, painfully slowly. Confirmation, sir. The probe entered the embryo. Kirk nodded. Mr. Zulu, let's leave here the same way we came. Let's not waste time. This was a great job, Mr. Chekhov. Chekhov blossomed with pleasure. I estimate we'll be out of the zone in 6.39 minutes, sir, he said, looking at the screen. Captain, there's a metal body near the ship. Spock? McCoy asked. Yes, sir, Chekhov confirmed. It's a dead shuttle. Kirk jumped up to Uhura. Lieutenant, establish audio communication with the shuttle. Ready, Captain.
The microphone shook in Kirk's hands. He tried to speak as calmly as possible. Spock, can you hear me? Spock, answer me. Kirk turned to Scotty. Scotty, tractor beams. Captain, we don't have time. Please carry out the order, Lieutenant Scotty. 2 tractor beams on this shuttle. Scotty blushed and reported after a few seconds. Tractor beams on the shuttle, sir. I'm glad to hear it, Kirk said, and froze in surprise. Spock's voice was heard. I recommend that you do not attempt this. Don't risk the ship because of me, Captain. Kirk silently handed the microphone to McCoy. Shut up, Spock, he shouted. We're working on your rescue. McCoy handed the microphone back to Kirk. Thank you, Captain McCoy, Spock said quietly. As weak as he was now, Kirk thought, He must have raised one eyebrow. Weak, but alive. The knowledge of this affected Kirk more than McCoy's stimulants. Time until the explosion, Mr. Chekhov? 57 seconds, sir.
Are you keeping the beams on the shuttle, Scotty?
Yes, but I can't guarantee I'll be able to hold them during the blast, Scotty said, looking at the panel. Power level at 0, sir. But neither power nor anything else mattered. A blinding white flash pierced the bridge. McCoy fell to the deck. In the flash's light, Kirk saw Chekhov torn from his chair and slumped unconscious by the elevator doors. Kirk saw blood trickling down his face, but he showed no emotion. He had a handkerchief in his hand, and Zulu crawled to his chair. The captain tied it around his head. When you play tennis, he thought, it's so convenient. It keeps the sweat out of your eyes. He hadn't played tennis in ages. Mr. Zulu, he said, can you turn on the screen? The stars. They were supposed to come back. And they did. Great team. Chekhov finally reached his station. He didn't have to say it, but it was very nice to hear. The organism is destroyed, Captain.
Apparently the explosion ruptured the membrane and threw us out of the zone.
The stars returned. The energy returned.
Kirk put his hand on Scotty's shoulder. And the shuttle, Scotty?
Shuttle to Enterprise.
Spock's voice said.
Request permission to return aboard.
Someone gave Kirk a microphone.
Have you saved this vulcanite, Mr. Spock?
He asked.
Certainly, Captain. And I have some interesting facts that I didn't have time to...
Don't be so tough, Spock.
McCoy shouted, rubbing his bruised areas.
You still have a medical exam to go through. The usual household chores,
Kirk said.
Bring the shuttle aboard, Scotty. Mr. Chekhov, course for base 6, speed 5.
He took off the bloody handkerchief from his head.
Thank you, Mr. Zulu. I will personally take the handkerchief to be cleaned. If you need me, I will be on the hangar deck.